Competition today where West are hosting Belmont District Cricket Club. Belmont have won the toss and have elected to bat first. Joining me here at Harker Oval today is former Premiership winner and Newcastle District Cricket Association Committee member Aaron Gray. Aaron, welcome to the grand final. Happy Easter.
Yeah, g'day Dan. Yeah, happy Easter. Well, how much better can a Good Friday get than be sitting here watching a blockbuster first grade grand final in the two-day competition. So happy to be here, mate, and thank you for having me with you.
Absolute pleasure. I used to wonder, I'm not the most religious person, I always used to wonder how Good Friday became Good Friday, considering what happened on Good Friday, allegedly. But this is a great Friday. Live cricket, sun shining, Harker Oval. Come on down if you've got the ability to. Today and tomorrow, 90 overs per day. 2 full days of cricket here, right in the heart of Newcastle, here at Harker Oval in Lambton. So Belmont, as I said, have won the toss and will be batting first. And out in the middle, we have the captain, Marcus Hainsworth, who appears to be taking strike. And Bailey Newell, the non-striker. Brad Aldous will be opening the bowling for the Rosellas. We're just about to get underway here for the first grade grand final between West and Belmont in the NDCA first grade competition. The only game of cricket you'll find anywhere in Newcastle, Lake Macquarie, Port Stephens is here this Easter weekend. So come on down to Harker Oval. If not, stay on the Frog Box. We'll be bringing you live coverage, ball by ball, all day Good Friday and Easter Saturday. Aaron, looks like all the ingredients are here for a great day of cricket.
Oh, isn't the weather fantastic? I know we've had a pretty tough month, but yeah, great match-up early on here with Aldous at Hainsworth. Really looking forward to this. The picture looks $1 million, mate, for an April wicket. So little delay here, but I'm certainly ready to go.
Umpires have called play. Brad Aldous.
Brad, yep.
Coming in to deliver the first ball of the grand final. Hainsworth's played, and straight away Belmont's off the mark, punching that through just to mid-off for a quick single. Confident start there, getting forward. Did you have a chance to see the wicket at all, Aaron?
I didn't up close, but we took a few drone shots. It's certainly the right colour and certainly dry enough, and I'd expect nothing less than a very, very good wicket here with the conditions we've had leading into today. Very promising signs there, just a small push into the offside. The actual outfield or the infield ran quite well there, so
it did.
No sluggishness, which is good.
Aldous coming now. Bailey Newell on strike to face his first ball of the grand final. Let's be at the outside edge there. Well left. Ground's looking in fantastic shape compared to, I guess, where things were this time last weekend. The only game not to get on in Newcastle grand finals, but I think it's better that they've waited the week, because as you said, that field looks like it's going to run well today, and we want to see some runs scored. We don't want a low scoring grand final with both teams batting on day one. Ideally, we'd like to see Belmont post a total, and
ideally yes, but yeah, look, I thought it was a smart decision to postpone it a week. Obviously the council initiated that based on
another fuller ball there by Aldous, played out by Newell.
Yeah, the council came and inspected the ground last Friday, just prior to our lunch actually. We had a grand final lunch over at Club Charlestown, but they came and inspected the ground. They just simply couldn't get mowers onto the outfield, and it's certainly, well, I guess very beneficial, I suppose, that we're able to have the backup weekend for the first grade comp. But yeah, unusual in the fact that all 12 other divisions and grades got on last week, so standalone first grade final, nothing wrong with that.
Aldous coming in to Newell. Just let that ball go outside the off stump. Brad Aldous, the leading wicket taker for West this season, took 23 wickets throughout the season proper. Of course, the semi-finals were washed out, so West, who finished minor premiers, and Belmont, who finished second on the competition ladder, automatically qualified for the grand final. And a long, tidy spell from Brad Aldous, very important early on here in the first session.
Oh, definitely. He's the experienced bowler in the attack. Obviously, Joe Price is there as well. But yeah, he's the spearhead that needs to get the job done here.
Ooh. Getting a good full line early, which is what you want to see from your opening bowlers. He's not spraying the ball. I guess it'd be understandable these guys might be short of a gallop with the amount of cricket that's been lost since Christmas.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they haven't played any cricket in the last month, but yeah, it's some time. It actually has a bit of a pre-season vibe about today, doesn't it? You know,
it does.
It's got a bit of a spring feel in the air, although it's autumn, and yeah, you know, the players would have prepared though. You can guarantee you throughout that time they would have been doing everything they could to get the training in.
The final ball of the over just dropped there on the leg side. End of the first over of the grand final. Belmont, 1 run without loss. Bit of cloud cover around Aaron, but I don't think we're going to have any issues today. That sun's actually got a bit of bite in it.
It has, yeah. We've set ourselves up nicely here under a marquee, and yeah, certainly got to keep the fluids up, I'd say, because we get a little steamy with the rain we've been having.
Most definitely. But yeah, if you've got nothing better to do this Easter long weekend, come on down to Harker Oval. Watch 2 days of great competitive cricket. The two best teams throughout the season in the 2-day format, West Rosellas and the Belmont Whips.
Just panning over to the stand there, you can see there's a lot of marquees set up. We've got the coffee van here, the barbecue set up to go shortly as well, so get on down to Harker Oval. And
grandstand's open, covered in shade, is already starting to fill up, so I think we're going to get quite a crowd here today, Aaron.
I think so, and it's funny, you know, we had the last time, and possibly the only time I can remember us playing on.
Joey Price opening the bowling from the northern end of the ground. They've come back for a second, ended up a comfortable 2 to Marcus Hainsworth. So scoring off the first ball of each of the 2 overs thus far in this grand final. Belmont no wicket for 3.
Yeah, I recall the last time we saw some cricket on Good Friday, possibly the first time we ever saw cricket on Good Friday, I don't know, was that 10 overs to finish off the game between Hemwicks and Merriweather.
It was a very tight game too, wasn't it? A lot of anticipation around that morning.
Yeah, well, I think Hemwicks needed about 70 runs off the 10 overs. I think they had 5 wickets in hand. From memory, I think both Webbers were still to bat or in bat. So yeah, it was really set up for a cracking hour of cricket, you know, and it was, and there was a great crowd in there. Number 1 sports ground, you know, no one did a head count, but the whole ground was filled with people.
It's defended there through the offside. Joey Price took 21 wickets this season, Aaron, an average of 14. The 11th leading wicket taker in the competition. And Brad Aldis was the 6th leading wicket taker in the competition this season, the first grade competition.
Yeah, there'll be some interesting stats given the amount of disruptions to the cricket this year. It's hard to sort of compare apples with apples. You know,
so they go, it's on the offside.
A lot of teams batted 1 week and then got washed out for their bowl the next week, and vice versa. So, but you know, look, you come to expect this from Joey Price. Joey Price has been a long-term elite cricketer in this competition
over the last 15, nearly 20 years.
Yeah, so certainly no surprises to see him up the top of the bowling charts again.
Here he comes in again. Angled into the pads, quick single take in the mid-on. It's a direct hit, but Ainsworth was on the ball, made it to the non-strikers. Well, non-strikers made it home safely.
Yeah, Joey Price, pivotal player in this team, Dan. He's going to obviously open the batting later on, whether today or tomorrow. So he carries a lot of the burden of the success of this team, but he's done it well. You know, so
yeah, look, absolute quality player. I was fortunate enough. It's weird for me to do this commentary today. Everyone's wearing white. I've had the fortune of doing a number of the Summer Bash games, and West played in a number of those games. And Joey Price opening up. It was a game in the semi-final over there at Waratah Oval. Actually went down to Waratah, but in that power play, 92 off 6 overs with Aaron Wivell, that they went on to lose the game was a big shock. But the hitting. That first 6 overs
let's not put the mocker on him here.
No. But just illustrating your point, they're very dangerous batsmen.
Yes.
And will be very important to West's hopes if they're to be successful.
Well,
end of the second over, Belmont are no wicket for 4.
One of the great things, Dan, is Joey doesn't change his game too much for the 2-day format, so we could still see some fireworks. He likes to get them out of the blocks quickly. However, does have the game if he's got to grind one out. But looking at this wicket, knowing that he's going to bat on it either later today or tomorrow, it's only going to get better.
Brad Aldis coming into Bailey Newell, just defending there on the offside.
I hardly doubt he's going to have to grind out an innings, is my point. But it is grand final cricket, so...
Look, it's, you know, people say it's just another game of cricket, but it's a grand final, and, you know, pressure is one thing. I think Joey Price is the sort of guy wouldn't let pressure bother him too much. I think he's a very confident cricketer, but if he's got to come in with 3 or 4 overs to play out before Stumps tonight,
yeah,
play with your mind.
I think Joey just see the ball, hit the ball still, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Just going hard at the pads here, Aldis.
Looking at the Belmont batsman, Marcus Hainsworth. He's scored 219 runs this season. The second leading run scorer behind Dan Bailey, so I guess a big job will need to be done by Marcus today too to set a good platform and a defendable total, be a chance of winning this grand final. There's Aldis coming in again to Hainsworth.
So we'll have a few commentators supporting you throughout the day, Dan. Thanks very much for giving us 2 full days of service. So you're going to be anchoring our commentary. You've got myself for the first session today, and then we'll be sending some club delegates over for the rest of the day. Neil McDonald from West, and possibly Craig Slavic from Belmont is the word. But
excellent.
Yeah, we'll not only today but tomorrow as well. So it's a long time to be commentating a game of cricket, mate. You'll probably do handle a bit of a change up throughout the time.
Yeah, no, it'd be good. I mean, I might have bitten off a bit more than I can chew, but where else would you want to be on the Easter long weekend?
No better person for the job, mate.
Well, thank you.
Well,
let's slash outside off.
Possibly Dave Redden. I should be careful what I say there, because you and Dave.
I was really looking forward to spending some time with Dave Redden over the weekend. Unfortunately, wasn't able to be available for the Easter weekend. But wherever Dave is, I hope you're watching it on the Frog Box and enjoying your Easter.
He certainly will be.
We'll do you proud, hopefully, over the next 2 days.
I believe he's hosting a family event. Yeah, the change of schedule didn't work well for him, and we are.
Will he be commentating the family event?
Well, I hope so. He should be streaming it through one of his podcasts or Redden's Kitchen. That'd be fantastic.
Getting forward there, just confident, very solid technique there, Hainsworth, as you would expect. That hill's starting to fill up. You can drive your cars into Harker Oval today if you think you're coming down. It's free entry. There's really no reason not to be here. Just look around it's only the back ring, I guess you could say, of the hills, of cars filling up the hill quite nicely. It's going to be a great atmosphere here throughout the day here at Harker Oval. In comes Aldis again. Hit that through the covers. He's hit that well. That could be our first boundary of the grand final. It's a bit of sight screen in the way there. That's gone all the way. A confident stroke there through the covers. Marcus Hainsworth hitting that ball for 4. Great shot there, Aaron Gray. Great shot indeed.
Absolutely, yeah. Marcus, obviously, probably a real key batsman for the Belmont team and experienced player, and does like to play shots. You know, we talked about Joey Price's approach to the game. You know, Marcus is quite similar. He's got that. He's got a couple of gears he can go to, but in this format, certainly one that's going to put the loose ball away, and we just saw that there. Terrific shot.
Great way for Belmont to end the over. At the end of the 3rd over, Belmont none for 8. Hainsworth has all 8 runs. Looking very confident as this inning commences.
Interesting, not interesting, but Marcus opening the batting today, where he's batted predominantly throughout the season. But yeah, we have seen at times him drop to 3 or 4.
Leading edge there.
Oh, that's good fielding. Just off screen there, I'd suggest. But
Bailey Newell's first run for the innings, getting him on strike.
That was a good pick up and throw. I'm just trying to see. It looks like Aaron Wivel. Teammates will have some fun with that later, I'd say.
Joey Price coming in to Hainsworth.
Oh, he's towed him.
He's got him. The fuller balls brought him unstuck. Let's say that's hit him on the foot on the full from this angle. We'll have a quick look at the replay.
Yeah.
But the first wicket has fallen here at Harker Oval.
We've got the benefit of a replay. Anyone else can also access the replay via the Frog Box portal.
I think we're a couple of balls behind there.
Look, it looked.
No, that's the one.
Yeah, it looked. He's just fallen over that. It looked as though it hit him flush on the foot, but Hainsworth just glancing at his bat a little bit there as he's going off. So anyway, that's the back of Hainsworth and a big, big wicket for Wes.
Well, the key player for West, Joey Price, striking early, and the key batsman for Merriweather gone early. It's yeah, early points to the West Rosellas, 1 for 9. The commencement of the 4th over.
That's Joey's style, mate. He likes to hit you on the pads early. Get your marching orders. So anyway, 1 for 9 here early on. First grade grand final.
The new batsman is Richard Moolman. What do you know about Richard Moolman, Aaron?
Not a great deal. We'll have to get a little bit of insight from the Belmont delegate throughout the commentary today. But saw him play. He did a little bit of part-time bowling, or maybe even opened the bowling in some of the Summer Bash games. So obviously an all-rounder.
Yeah, he's Richard Moolman scored 130 runs this season, a high score of 53, so capable of getting big runs. Confident stroke early, he's getting forward to Price, and Price will have his tail up now with that big early breakthrough.
You got his wickets there, mate? Did he do much bowling this year in the 2-day comp?
Richard Moolman took 7 wickets, only bowled 48 overs for the season.
Yeah, okay.
The best was 3 for 42, average of 25.14, so honest.
Yeah.
Joey Price into Moolman again. Oh, he's dug that in. A little bit of bounce in this Harker Oval wicket, so I think all the ingredients here for a real great days of cricket, Aaron. I think there's going to be, if the batsman can get in on this wicket, there'll be plenty of runs. But as we've seen, a bit of life in the wicket early.
Yeah, look, you'd expect that. The first hour of any game of this nature will always present the best opportunity for bowlers. So you've got to try and exploit that here, the West guys.
Forward defence there.
Harker Oval's first hour is a bit different to some other grounds' first hour. It's usually pretty flat here, certainly in recent years. Okay.
Haven't had the pleasure of playing at Harker Oval. Actually, I tell a lie, I played a Masters game here earlier this year. Less said about that, the better. But always a great place to play cricket. Joey Price coming in again to Moolman. Confident shot through the offside. That's pierced the field. Mid-off chasing that away to the boundary.
Jeez,
big slide's been put in down there, but I think that might have just beat him to the fence.
Yeah, that's a 4. Now that's just a great sign there. It was a good shot, but I wouldn't say he's hit the cover off it in terms of his timing. So that's run to the boundary. That's very promising signs for this game.
Very much so. Moolman's timed that beautifully. Split cover and mid-off, all the way down there to the, let's say, northern end of the ground, the forward oval end.
Forward oval end, yep.
And another over where the last ball has gone to the boundary. The end of 4 overs. Belmont 1 for 13 with Newell on 1 and Richard Moolman, the new batsman, on 4.
Quick thank you, Dan, to Newcastle City Council and also Newcastle Rugby League. They had a game scheduled for tomorrow between West and Cessnock. And whilst we had the ground obviously booked, it was only a reserve ground, but when the date got changed,
so they moved that. Oh, he's bowled him. Neck and crop. Brad Aldis, what a great delivery. I look forward to watching this on the replay, Aaron.
That's top of off stump, isn't it?
That's what
exactly
you're taught to do.
From, yeah.
Just going to watch this again, but this I think's just beat him all ends up. Maybe swung away late, perhaps. No, he just played a miss. It's cannon in the top of middle and off stump. The Bailey Newell. The second wicket to fall here at Harker Oval. Brad Aldis with his first wicket of the day. And Belmont in early trouble at 2 for 13 at the commencement of the 5th over.
Yeah, so just quickly, Newcastle Rugby League, thank you very much. I think the flexibility and the communication between sporting bodies via the Newcastle Council has hit an all-time high, to be quite honest. It's been greatly managed at the moment by Newcastle Council, and that's a great sign of faith where the Rugby League said, yep, you know what, we'll take it out to Cessnock and bring the home game back here later in the year. So,
and a fantastic facility out there at Cessnock as well.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I thought they might have moved the game to Sunday perhaps, but I guess then it would clash with the Knights playing at home, 4 o'clock Sunday. So
you got ground markings, footy posts, there's a whole bunch of things, you know, it's a rock hard wicket prepared today, so I'm sure...
we might be getting tackled on that. Not in April, maybe in August.
Yeah, I think Joey Price is getting some good pace and carry. I reckon the hooker might as well when he's...
So Dan Bailey, the new batsman, and a massive responsibility falling on his hands with the loss of these 2 early wickets.
Yeah, very capable. Batting at 4 with, I guess, the responsibility he deserves to have, being a Newcastle rep player, even New South Wales country possibly this year. But yeah, he scored a century towards the back end of the year as well.
Yeah, 114. The leading run scorer for Belmont this season, also far and away their leading wicket taker. So very good all-round cricketer, but today his batting really need to come to the fore to get Belmont out of this hole they're in at present. Aldous in first ball, just played through the onside. Again, that's running away.
Good run in the field, there's no issue with that at all.
That's easy to. 2 runs there to Bailey to get off the mark here. Just punch that through the onside, heading towards the Leagues Club end of the ground. With shouldered arms, he could be in trouble here. Oh, dangerous game to play there by Dan Bailey. Oh, let's hit him straight on the pad. He shouldered arms, no shot offered. Umpire's giving it not out.
You might have to just go and get the non-striker to move in closer to the stumps so we can actually see this impact here.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's hard to see on that.
I mean, the umpire's always right. But it's a dangerous game if you don't introduce your bat to proceedings.
Particularly given that was quite a full delivery. You know, I think as a batsman, you probably make that decision much earlier to leave if you know it's going over. You'll leave a much tighter ball, but that was quite full. I reckon impact was around about just below the knee rail.
Yeah.
So height was not the issue.
No, must have been missing off Stumps significantly, but wouldn't recommend getting into that habit for the rest of the day. I'm not sure what the umpire's patience will be like. That's to keep happening, but he's gotten off stride. Bailey just punch that down to fine leg or backward of square. Takes the total along 2 for 16.
So yeah, I've just had David Redden check in, mate. He's listening.
Oh, excellent.
As you'd expect. There's a bit of insight too. Moolman, the great man Dave Redden, still contributing here in commentary, but he's a South African. So
okay.
Yeah, assuming he's
Richard Moolman, South African,
yes.
not Dave Redden.
No, that's right. Sorry.
No, I got you. I just have a bit of fun. It's going to be a long 2 days.
It is.
Can't just talk serious for 14 hours.
No, we're in over 3.
Here comes Aldous into Moolman. He's hit that straight back at the bowl. He's had a good shot at the stumps too.
Second ball's a little quicker then, wasn't it?
Yes. I keep saying it was an absolute fantastic day for cricket here at Harker Oval.
Well, I've just looked out to the right here, Dan. That has filled up quickly, hasn't it? There is not a car park available now up on the hill, so if you're coming on in, you'll be double parking someone in and trying to take in the day. But what a cracking event.
So maybe a couple of camper vans up on the hill. People might be going to spend the night, get prime position for tomorrow.
That's not a bad idea.
Aldous into Moolman.
Oh, that could be out. That is out. Well. That looked like it's hit him on the back pad, Dan.
That skipped through. Aldous. He's the destroyer here. Wicket with the first and last ball, the over. A massive play, a massive point of this game. We're just watching the replay now, but Aldous has hit Moolman. I think it's just squared him up. I think he's just played across the line and it's
just brought that back pad through. It's one of those ones, he's brought that back leg through slightly late. It's possibly he might have been bowled if when the umpire said hitting the stumps. He didn't bring that back leg through, he probably would have got skittled like the last bloke, just hit the top of off there. So yeah, very, very good bowling here from Aldous, and they're playing, you can see quite easily is to target those stumps early here, making them play nearly every delivery.
As they should, as they should. Brings all the modes of dismissal into play. At the end of 5 overs, Belmont in a world of trouble at 3 for 16. Dan Bailey, I guess, was fortunate enough to get away with that LB shout a couple of balls earlier. So Ray Cooper, I believe will be the next batsman. He is the next batsman coming out for Belmont. It is the end of the over, so Dan Bailey will be on strike.
What stats we got on Ray, Dan?
Ray Cooper had 9 innings this year for 136 runs, average of just under 20. 52 not out was his high score for the season. So I know another guy who can set a platform, score runs. Another experienced campaigner too.
Presumably a lot of those innings were probably in the Summer Bash competition. I know Ray obviously played in all of those. I'll just see.
These stats are for.
Oh, it's only the 2 day stuff.
Stats
Okay,
are for the first grade competition.
Sure. So the 1 day is at the start of the year as well. Yeah.
Yep.
So I okay. Yeah, I didn't know he played that much this year, Ray. So that's 9 games is quite a lot.
So Joey Price commencing his 3rd over, bowling to Dan Bailey, and this will be a really good contest.
Okay, so
Here comes Price. Bowling again to Dan Bailey, just punch that to mid off. So just looking at the field here, I guess we've got a pretty good angle of the field here from the frog box. As you can see, bowling 2 slips, a gully, a point cover mid off, and on the leg side, fine leg on the fence, square leg, just hugging the umpire's right shoulder, and a mid on. So a very regular ring field here for Joey Price, bowling at Dan Bailey. Comes Price again. Short, just short of a length. He's let that go outside off stump. Through to, I believe that's Andrew Shakespeare, the wicket keeper. I believe I read something in the paper yesterday. He's their longest, his 20th season with the club.
Andrew Shakespeare, really?
If I read that correctly. I hope I haven't misquoted Josh Callahan. Does a great job covering the Newcastle first grade comp every Thursday and Monday.
It'd have to be including junior cricket, which is fine, of course. You know,
possibly.
Coming right through. I thought Shaky was younger than me. 20 years is a long career.
Yeah, that may include his juniors. I'm sure it was his 20th year with the club.
20 years with the club is fantastic, yeah. Joey Price coming in here. I reckon he's going to go hard at the stumps here.
Oh, tried. I think he was looking for the fuller Yorker there, but just didn't quite get it right.
Rolled his fingers on that too. Interesting, it's only his, probably his 2nd over or 3rd over.
Yep. 1 ball left in his 3rd over. With Bailey and Cooper here for Belmont. Big job ahead of them. They really need to knuckle down, solidify this innings for Belmont. Oh, he's had a good whack at that, but straight to mid off along the ground. And that's the end of over 6 here of Belmont's innings here in the NDCA Grand Final here at sunny Harker Oval. Belmont 3 for 16. With Dan Bailey on 3 and Ray Cooper yet to take strike.
Yeah, just having a look at Ray's season, mate. He played all the 1 days, all the T20s, and just the 3 2 days. So probably, I guess everyone's a little fresh given the delays we've had with the back end of this season. But be feeling pretty fresh, having mostly played the short format stuff all year. I think Ray has been nursing a couple of niggling injuries over the last little while.
Okay, well, we'll see how refreshed Ray Cooper is as he faces Brad Aldous, who's going to, well, I'd imagine would have a heavy wind right up his tail. 2 for 8 off 3 that last over, taking 2 wickets. Here he comes into Cooper. He's on the front foot there, just punch that through to cover, no run. I This hasn't really been the best of good Fridays for Belmont thus far. Brad Aldis coming in again to Ray Cooper. Back on the crease, just again attacking the stumps, as Aaron Gray's mentioned a number of times. They're bowling clearly to a plan, and the plan thus far is working really well for the West Rosellas.
I think you know, my own sort of view on West at times, they do get a little bit too short with their bowling. So yeah, clearly looking to go much fuller and straighter here today, which is perfect for what you want when you go try and go through a team in a grand final. So
Aldis coming in again to Cooper.
Interestingly, Dan, I reckon not a bad toss to lose as well. You know, you're coming off a bit of a break. I think it's probably easy to ambush a batting team when you've been a little bit starved of some cricket, I feel, and you can feed off your energy in the field. But oh, look, you know, it's amateur cricket, but these guys, first grade cricketers, they know how to prepare for a game. But yeah, I don't know, just probably a good toss to lose. You're always going to win the toss and bat in the grand final, in my opinion.
Traditionally, yeah, especially a 90 over day, yeah,
especially
runs on the board are just, you know, you win games of cricket by scoring more runs than the opposition, not so much taking more wickets.
Yeah, and you get that scoreboard pressure, you know, you only got to, you know, easy to say, but, you know, squeeze out 150, 170 and you've got runs on the board to bowl at, you know, whereas I don't think it's enough necessarily, but yeah, certainly that's, it gives you something to play in the game still. So, yeah, Belmont looking to rebuild here, of course, get the way out of this little
funk
dip
that they're in, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of cricket left here.
Oh, a hell of a lot of cricket.
Oh, just to the left of point.
Seen them quite move. You think maybe he lost that through the air? You just seem to see on the replay there, but it was very un-Dan Bailey-like stroke, that. Oh, just on the outside edge.
Yeah, he just threw the hands at it, but you know, that's their game. I think, you know, cricket certainly these days played far more positively, but you still want to encourage the guys if they think the ball's in their zone to play the shots.
Oh, definitely. You've got to play your natural game regardless, otherwise you're going to get yourself out. But smart running there, rotating the strike there. Bailey just punching that to mid-wicket. Quick single taken. Let's keep that scoreboard ticking along. The last ball of the 7th over completed, and Belmont are 3 for 18. With Bailey now on 4 and Cooper still yet to get off the mark.
Just panning back a week, Dan. Obviously had some, you know, grand final lunch last Friday, which was a lead into 12 of our 13 grand finals taking place on the Saturday. So great to see some final winners already awarded with their trophies and medals for the year, and sensation day cricket last week. The weather again was pretty good and conditions around the district were fantastic.
Yes, well I guess second grade Stockton, I believe the 2nd, 3rd and 4th grade minor premiers all won their grand finals. Stockton, well done to Stockton Northern Districts Cricket Club in 2nd grade. They defeated Merriweather at Lynn Oval. 3rd grade Merriweather was victorious at Townsend Oval. Yep,
they were clear minor premiers in that comp. Yep.
Yeah, very big. I think they went through undefeated. From
Did they? Okay, right.
Minor, major and undefeated.
Yep.
And Waratah Mayfield, they won the 4th grade grand final and sent Waratah legend Steve Crunch Christie out a winner in the 4th grade grand final.
Yeah, he got honoured at the grand final lunch on Friday. It's the most capped cricketer ever in Newcastle District Cricket.
560 games or something?
Close enough, 550 something, yeah. So, well, it was 560 would have been probably his grand final game, yeah. So, that's a lot of cricket. When you think a lot of that is 2-day cricket, nearly all of that's 2-day cricket, in fact.
That's a year and a half away from home, isn't it?
So
no, I mean, my understanding, a one club man too.
Yep, one club man as far as I'm aware. Yeah, he's a very proud and long-term a very long-serving member of Waratah and Newcastle Cricket. But,
Well, he is Waratah Mayfield Cricket Club, really, with his brother Murray. And the Merewether Lions, I believe, I hope I haven't got that wrong, won the Development League.
Yep, they did. Yep.
Grand final on Saturday as well.
Geez, that's very close to off stump there.
Yeah, we've had a change of bowler.
It's Noonan, I'd imagine.
It certainly is. Jeremy Noonan took 17 wickets for the season with the best bowling of 4 for 12 in the first grade competition. So Joey Price, he's bowled 3 overs, done his job, got that early wicket and the big wicket of Marcus Hainsworth. Now Noonan coming on to, I guess, follow on, and thus far just hammering in at those stumps. I guess the suburban districts, I mean, I could talk all day about that, as we know.
Yes.
I was out at the 1st and 5th Division Grand Finals. They both held out there at Fayan Oval at Warners Bay, grounds 1 and 2.
Very good reports on that venue, Dan.
Absolutely immaculate. The wickets were both as good as you could hope to play on.
I think the umpires' reports for that Division 5 game were the best wicket they've seen in the suburban district, so that's a massive accolade.
Yeah,
I think just next door at number 1, you'd probably say nearly the same thing. So
Well-
kudos to the Warners Bay Cricket Club.
Well, it was funny last week. We talked in jest, but we said we're happy to move our Div 5 game so we can put the first grade grand final on Fayan 2.
There you go.
But no, everyone's it's worked out well for everyone. But no, the Merewether Mudrats defeated Merewether District, and the Merewether Mudrats were incorporated through the Merewether Cricket Club as well, which ended up a comfortable victory. Merewether scored 102 batting first, and the Mudrats scored those 2 wickets down, I think with about 10 overs. It was Luke Evans, the 50 or 51 not out, was the player of the final.
Yep.
Coming in at 3 to steady the innings. And
Yeah, the key when you're defending that small total is wickets, isn't it? So
That's
when
right.
the number 3 comes out and hits 50 not out, that's a match-winning knock without a doubt.
very much so. But yeah, across the grades of the eight finals, 5 minor premiers got bumped.
Did they? Okay, right. So very different to the grades. So
Yeah, that was I guess the
all
point I
minor
was
premiers,
alluding to. In
sure.
Division 2, the Adamstown Rosebuds were the minor premiers. Nelson Bay defeated them at Connolly Park, and what was another spirited game of cricket. Division 3 was a nail biter, another Nelson Bay team. Unfortunately, they were defeated, but Maryland Fletcher Cricket Club minor majored Division 3. They scored 93 runs, and Nelson Bay fell 1 agonising run short, all out for 92.
Yeah, geez, there's some low-scoring matches, but that said, probably some thickish outfields there as well. But no, it's I don't know. I've always thought maybe the minor premiership's a little. It's very much a very prestigious thing to win. I'm not taking any gloss away from that, but certainly I think from it puts you into favourite status for the final, and I think sometimes the underdog thing in Australia really does play well for you. You go into a game with less expectation, and you can chance a minor premier. So I would imagine that stat of minor premiers going through in the grades probably not that common in all grades.
That's right. Yeah, but I mean, even just in the first division, the amount of games lost, I believe being a 20-round competition, and the teams were playing 11 and 12 games for the season, with 7, 8, 9 games washed out. But if you're looking at the form going to that final series, I think Merewether lost their last 2 and the Mudrats won their last 3. So form-wise, if they were putting a market on the game, the Mudrats may well have been favourite. But by the competition ladder.
Yep.
Yeah, but Division 4, the Hillsborough Cricket Club defeated the Dukes. Division 5, Edgeworth Tavern, they were minor major premiers on that ground we were talking about over at Fayan Oval against the Lake Macquarie Lords. And Division 6, the Adamstown Cricket Club Picnic Ducks defeated Warners Bay. And I think that was 5 runs in that game as well. Warners Bay were chasing 153, all out for 148. Apologies if those scores aren't quite accurate, but definitely 5 runs.
Solid, good fielding here. Yeah, there's some close games, mate. Very good to see. And Dan, just quickly, thank you to yourself for your involvement in the suburban districts, mate. You've done a massive task putting those fixtures together this year, and working obviously with a couple of great volunteers around you. But
yeah, look,
yeah.
thanks, Aaron. But yeah, that's really been a team effort. The suburban districts. I mean, the first season of what we anticipate will become the standard for social one-day cricket in Newcastle for decades to come. But yeah, David Absalom, Stephen Elliott, Andrew Kelly, all put a lot of work in as well. Wayne Kennedy, Trent Poglo, Scott Rumford rounding out the committee. But yourself and Paul Marjoriebanks, a hell of a lot of work to make the Suburban Districts competition a reality. So thank you to yourself, Aaron, and Paul, and everyone that supported the Suburban Districts competition in its formative year, its formative season.
Yeah. Well, look, Dan, I think it's been a success. Obviously, hasn't come without some challenges, but that's like any cricket comp. Even 130 years of grade cricket, we still encounter a challenge every year. So it's it's great. I think it's got off the ground now, and we'll go from strength to strength every year on in. So fantastic. So back on here, we've got Aldous in his last ball of his 5th over.
Yeah, Ray Cooper's got off the mark this over. He punched 2 down to mid-off. We'll let the vision do the talking for this over. Confident stroke there, but to mid-off. Well fielded there, just off screen. End of the 9th over, Belmont, 3 for 20. Here in the first grade grand final, the Newcastle District Cricket Association. West Rosellas hosting the Belmont Whips. Come on down to Harker Oval once you've done what it is you're doing on this Good Friday. Hopefully you're not at work. If you are at work, hopefully you got the frog box going. And double time and a half. Watching the cricket with the feet up at work.
Hope there's not too many people working, mate. It'd be in the hospitality trade, I'd imagine.
Well, even the bottle shops are closed today.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, can we say the barbecue's firing on Good Friday? I think there's some fish cooking over there.
Yeah, I think they did say they had some fish-flavoured sausages going on.
Fish-flavoured sausages. Yeah, Stuffy and the boys over there look after any hunger requirements. There's refreshments on sale at the ground too. The grandstand is open, lathered in shade, so very comfortable. And you can drive your car in too. They've already started a double park on the hill. I think we're going to have a great crowd here by mid-afternoon, Aaron.
Just having a look at some of the replays through the Frog Box app, mate, of these earlier dismissals.
Ooh.
That's Marcus Hainsworth.
Yep. That looked more out this time round.
It looked more out on the replay, didn't it?
Well, Noonan's bowled that very full. And they was chopped down on that, hitting that to mid-on.
So I think the other ones are a little bit obscured, unfortunately, but head on over to the Frog Box Match Centre. The link is via our Facebook page, Newcastle District Cricket Association, and hit the link. It takes you to a fully integrated scorecard and replays from today's viewing. Catch up on anything you've missed.
Yeah, no, fantastic initiative, the Dropbox. It's I mean, the players, I guess, today don't know how well they've got it. And I come from an era where Monday you looked in the paper to see all the results and hope they spelt your name right. And then Tuesday you had to see where you were playing your next game.
That's right, you did. Yeah, well, we live in the world of 24/7 news. People do want to know their cricket news instantly, don't they? So.
Oh, look, that's fantastic. I know on weekends when I'm unavailable to play and I want to keep track on games, with the live scoring on My Cricket, you spend your whole afternoon, flicking between half a dozen different games if they're live scoring and seeing what's going on. It's just, yeah, immediate information, and we've got the technology, so why not use it?
Nice straight bat here. These boys just digging in here, not in any rush, soaking up some time at the crease and aging that ball, wearing down the bowls, all that sort of stuff. So.
I mean, it feels like we've been here all day, but we're only midway through the 10th over, Aaron.
It is. That's a quarter of a game in the T20 when we usually call these.
Yes.
There's been a lot happening. They've scored probably be closer to 70 or 80 at this point in a T20 game. So it's a little bit different, but yeah, the Belmont guys here got plenty of time just to soak it in, absorb some of this pressure.
Yeah, well, there's no risk need to be taken. They just need to solidify, see off the new ball, put away the bad ball if they're presented, get to drinks, reassess. That's the end of the 10th over, and Belmont 3 for 20.
2 umpires standing in today's game. We've got Phil Ranger, Kieran Knight, both very well credentialed umpires.
Excellent.
Haven't been local to Newcastle for too long. I know this is Kieran's first year, I think. Phil, not many more beyond that. So, yeah, not two names synonymous with Newcastle umpiring, but they've brought a wealth of knowledge and experience to the umpiring ranks, and good to see them get their accolade today.
Very much so. I mean, I guess the pinnacle for the umpires would be to be umpiring at the highest level that's available to them. So well done to both Phil Ranger and Kieran Knight. Maybe the Lone Ranger and the Dark Knight.
Bit of, I think I watched a bit of the Dark Knight yesterday at a slow morning. Went to the Tim Zoo fight on Wednesday night. So
saw that. Very impressive.
It was good. I had some terrific seats, and
Dennis Hogan, one tough individual, he took some punishment.
he did, yeah.
And he kept coming. Like, I don't think he would know how to back away. I think his corner did the right thing. That uppercut just before they stopped it. I've never seen anyone get decapitated in a boxing match, but I think that's the closest.
The undercard to Zoo actually was a brilliant fight.
There was one of the best undercards. The fella off Wade.
Yeah, Wade Kelly.
The fight before.
Wade Ryan, sorry. From
Wade
Gunnedah.
Ryan. Yeah, there was Tyson Lantry was in a fight in the undercard. Local boy. He comes second against Paul Fleming.
Yeah, from
Indigenous boxer, undefeated in 27 fights, and gee, there's a lot of up and coming talent in Australian boxing.
Yeah, look, I don't know much about the boxing as such, but
boxing.
geez, it was a great event. I haven't been to a lot of boxing of that nature before. I think I went to a Mundine fight many years ago, but yeah, it was terrific. You know, just a terrific event.
Yeah.
You know, but the fight before the last undercard was called off 10 seconds into the last.
Yes.
10 seconds before the end of the actual fight in the 10th round. And you're talking about a decapitation. There's 2 uppercuts that caused that to be called off.
Yeah, I watched.
And Ryan nearly knocked old mate's head off. So.
Yes. Well, it was funny because I think it was the round before they thought they'd waved it off, but it was actually a clash of heads, and the ref pulled them apart. But watching from the TV, and it seemed the crowd felt the same. Initially, they thought he'd waved it off, but he was actually separating them. And at that stage, I was watching the main event coverage, and Jeff Fennick was on commentary. He said, "Well, he should have stopped it then." I mean, no one would have complained if the fight had stopped then. But
yeah, it's interesting though. I reckon. I mean, I'm not a boxing judge, but the opinion of those in the crowd around me too is we thought that the guy that got waved out probably would have won on points.
Really?
Yeah.
Well fielded there at Gully.
He was scoring better throughout the fight, but that Wade Ryan was just landing heavier hits.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they both dished out some punishment, but it was, I've got to say, the first card that I can remember where I felt like I got my money's worth. Like you get these fights and you're buying them for the main event, of course, but the undercards, a lot of them, you know, you've got a bloke looks like he's just turned up from the Golden Eagle at Gateshead for his 15th fight, and he's 1 win and 14 losses, and they stick him in the ring with someone who's had 30 fights for 30 wins, and it's, you know, it's a bit of an embarrassment at times, some of the quality, because you get guys, it's, you know, I guess they're padding their record. Or
Dennis Hogan was paying $8 on the tab or something, and he certainly fought better than an 8-1 shot, I thought.
Dennis Hogan's all 3 losses were in world title fights.
Yeah. And
one of those they say he was robbed overseas. He clearly outpointed again. Umpires or referees are always right. Nice segue at the end of the 11th over. A maiden there by Brad Aldous, 6 overs, 2 for 11. Belmont 3 for 20, with Dan Bailey on 4 and Ray Cooper on 2. But yeah, Newcastle certainly hosting a lot of sport. It's probably got the surfing on in town.
Yep.
If you're into that sort of thing, I guess on a day like this, I can understand if you're not at Harker Oval, you're probably at Newcastle or Merriweather Beach.
Yeah.
You get a pass mark for that. But you can still watch the cricket on the Frog Box on your phone.
That's exactly right. Keep one eye on the Frog Box. Turn the commentary down there, Dan. They probably don't want to listen to us all day at the beach. Just keep an eye on the scorecard.
Well, each to their own.
just a bit more insight, thanks to Dave Redden, regarding these umpires. So Kieran Knight was actually a second 11 New South Wales representative and played New South Wales country. Left arm ortho, so did a lot of
Okay.
lot of work. And Ranger's actually based in Taree.
Going down the leg side on this angle.
The umpire didn't like that from the start. He's just starting to walk away and came back for a
Bit
second
remiss
look.
of us. Jeremy Noonan's first 2 overs were both maidens too.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt going to be a few of these. That's Belmont guys just absorbing a bit of that pressure. Look at this replay. Probably just sliding down, I reckon.
Yeah.
Good decision. But so Phil Ranger, based in Taree, is the other umpire who's at the
Okay.
bowling end right now. So
And travels down each weekend. Oh, good for him.
thank you to Dave Redden. He'll no doubt keep us informed with
Keep it
some more
coming, Dave.
insights throughout the day. That'd be fantastic.
It's gone over to mid wicket. Just off screen there. It's just the side of the screen.
Club champions, the Robert Holland Club champions this year, Stockton Cricket Club. Congratulations to them. It's a significant turnaround from where their club was a couple of years ago. It's taken a lot of hard work, both on and off the field. I believe some, the guys that were at the grand final lunch last week, pay a lot of that respect to Nick Foster and the way he's led that first grade team, and certainly that's important to get your club going for those club championships. First grade's got to do well, and it's also got to probably set a lot of that culture on the field. But off the field, they've done some amazing things this year, and really, I guess, engaged the community up there and got people to the ground. They've had plenty of social events at Lynn Oval.
That's right.
So yeah, it's great to see, and well done to Stockton. I imagine, Dan, you've had Stockton on your show, on radio, recently?
Yeah, a number of times. Yeah, I've spoken with Nick Foster directly, on the sport program, and Nick's a fantastic representative for the Stockton Cricket Club. Just a good, decent, genuine guy, a great cricketer. He's part of the fabric at Stockton. I had 2 seasons of grade at Stockton at the turn of the century, which makes me sound really old, but 20 years ago, and Nick was coming through the grades then. I think he'd just got into first grade, was in and out between second and first grade then, and the career that he's achieved personally for himself and the representative honours, I would imagine that the success of Stockton would be his most proudest achievement. As you said, where they were 2-3 seasons ago, on the brink of, can we go around again?
Yep.
To the club championship, first grade finishing 3rd, and their season ended due to the weather. Their 3rd and 4th grade finished 5th, and their 2nd grade had a huge season, minor major premier in 2nd grade. They've formed a really good relationship with the Nelson Bay Cricket Club, incorporating their juniors, and also have the Port Stephens Pythons playing through them as well in the Suburban Districts competition. And that Stockton Cricket Club, they're only going to improve from there. I think a lot of clubs have those sort of cycles of being, I guess, the power clubs, if you will. And I think those days are right around the corner for Stockton over the next 3 to 5 years. I think Stockton will be talked about like Westside now, like Merryweathers and Charleston have had those number of seasons back to back of being at the business end of the top grade and the lower grades as well each season.
Oh,
Close to mid-wicket, direct hit could be trouble.
That would have
Ball
been
back
very close. Well run though, you've got to say it.
Yeah, well, they've been bogged down for about 3 overs, I guess, just consolidating, but I guess when you're out there, you like to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and Cooper just punching that through to mid-wicket, and Bailey was obviously aware the single was on. Very quick between wickets.
Yeah, he was home easily.
Yeah, 3 for 21.
Good run.
So Aldous, midway through his 7th over, good opening spell. He's got those 2 wickets early on in his 2nd over.
Well played. Still really looking for those stumps, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, no disrespect, but I don't not sure if him bowling short, whether he has the pace for that to be worth his while. I think stick to what has been successful, and you hit those stumps, the batter misses. You've got pads. You're playing through the line. You're bringing in the cordon. You're playing through the line. You've got the catches come into play, and there's so many more opportunities to take wickets if you're bowling at that line. And Brad Aldis he's bowling a good as opening spell as he possibly could have hoped for.
Yep, and he's probably one of the guys that's you know, the bowlers I think will be really benefited from these you know, lesser cricket in recent weeks and possibly months. They're obviously going to be a lot fresher not having bowled, but then again too, you got to refine your rhythm. And
that's right. Well, bowling's one of those things. It's the most unnatural sort of bodily action there is. You don't really replicate it usually. So those, I guess, muscles, the muscle memory from not playing for a number of weeks. But I mean, these guys are young and they're fit, and they'd still be training during the week. They might not be having that centre wicket, but I'm sure they've been going indoor facilities or places where they've been able to get some practice and some dry land.
Yeah, that's right.
Here comes Aldis again, bowling to Dan Bailey.
You can't really prepare for long spells of bowling without bowling long spells of bowling. It's one of those things, is that you've got to get yourself into the season. You know, the way the district comp's set up now is you do have those one dayers to kick off season off and sort of ease the guys in, particularly the bowlers. When you go into that 2-day comp, it changes up straight away. Like you're conditioned a little differently. Those short format games, you know, the bowlers, spells and the bowlers, you know, there's maximum 8 overs, for example. So, you know, it's 2 spells, maybe 1, probably very rarely 3. But you know, of course, over the course of 90 overs, you're going to be called on 2, 3, maybe 4 times in a day. You know, Joey Price in particular, he's going to bowl 3 or 4 really small spells, I'd imagine. But he's capable of long innings, but he's going to have to do a lot of batting in this game as well. So
yeah, that's great. Reminds me of, I believe it was Dennis Lilly who said that when marathon runners start bowling for training, he'll start running laps of the oval. When it came to fitness, and I guess not too many other people get away with saying that to their coach. DK Lilly, get a pass. So Noonan, 3 overs, still yet to be scored from. Again, he's attacking those stumps, and as soon as he gets some zip, he hits that wicket quite hard, which was great to see. He'll attack that. That's pierced the field. It could run away to the boundary. Slide put in. But I think that's gone all the way to the fence. It has. And a great shot there by Ray Cooper, showing some intent there. And as we just stated, just put the mocker on Noonan, going 3 overs without being scored from. Cracking cover drive there by Ray Cooper. Taking that total along to 25, the loss of 3 wickets.
It wasn't a half volley, you know. He's punched
hit it on the up.
He's hit that. Yeah, he's used a bit of bottom hand to sort of almost bang that through the offside. So interesting, you know. I thought they were just absorbing that pressure nicely, and he's just got away with a nice nice cover drive there. I played uppishly, but yeah, 4 runs.
Yeah, I guess everyone's got their zones, and when we think it's there, it's going to be hard to reel it in at times. But if you're going to go, you've got to go, and it was a good aggressive shot, and you got the maximum value for it at boundary.
Westpac rescue helicopter just flying overhead there, probably picked up through our microphones.
I'm going to say there's at least 55 cars on the hill, Aaron.
Geez, you're underscoring that, I reckon.
At least.
I'll count them for you, mate. I'll be back in a minute.
So whilst Aaron's counting cars, here comes Jeremy Noonan bowling to Ray Cooper. You're in the 14th over of the grand final here at Harker Oval.
79 cars, Dan.
79. Well, that times that by 2.6. Again, attacking the stumps there. Just playing that back down the wicket.
79 cars. Isn't that great to see? They got the Kids over there with some makeshift stumps and a ball, setting up a bit of a field on the grass there.
Reminds me of the old days at number 1 sports ground where the touring shield games would be on. It'd be just games sort of down the netball courts, up on the hill, just little 3 or 4 games spiralling off. They need to bring that back, hopefully with the revitalisation of number 1 sports ground. That'll be something in our future for Newcastle.
We'll pan over at the end of this over and just show the crowd off if we can. We'll see if
I'll leave you to control that because I will break it.
See if we can get the camera just to pick that up.
We're into 14 overs here. Belmont 3 for 25 with Dan Bailey on 4 and Ray Cooper on 7. There they are, kids up on the hill. Maybe a future budding Rosella or whip.
Just come back to the centre of play now. Yep. Brad Alice.
Joey Price is...
That is Joey, sorry.
He swapped ends. Okay, so Brad Alder's having a well-earned spell. He's done a great job, 7 overs first up. So Joey Price now bowling from the southern end, or the Leagues Club end of Harker Oval. Still bowling with that standard ring field, 2 slips and a gully. Point cover, got a short extra cover, as well as a mid-off, so get one pushing forward. Oh, I thought, it was a bump ball, certainly a crowd catch there, and hoiked back down the wicket. But I guess drinks will be at the end of this over, Aaron. Belmont really ill afford for anything to happen in this over that involves a wicket falling. So maybe that's why Joey Price brought back, just to change it up over before drinks.
Possibly, yep. I think this will be Joey's go today though, just short sharp burst, try and grab a wicket in each of his little spells, and he's not getting any younger, old Joey, or young Joey. Just trying to get this camera back in position, guys. We've got a bit of a delay on what we see, but get the remote going.
That's not you. Lester's brothers, Chester. No, if you know. Joey Price, just tidy line of length here in this over before the first drinks break here at Harker Oval. Grand final day 2020-21, because there was no grand final played last year due to COVID.
That's right, yeah, it's a little bit unusual. I guess it's grand final day. I probably can just have a little mention of my last experience at a grand final was actually...
Please, it's going to drinks. Please indulge us, Aaron. Just wrap that up. 3 for 25 after 15 overs. Drinks are being taken here at Harker Oval. Dan Bailey on 4, Ray Cooper on 7.
We won't spend too much time on it, but yeah, it was one of the, well, definitely the greatest thing that happened to me on the field. Winning that grand final in 2018-19. It's also my last little hurrah for serious cricket, so
good way to retire on.
Yeah, look, it you know, and it was a decision I made well before we actually even got to the grand final. I'd made it at Christmas, but yeah, no, it was interesting. You know, those internally, you know, very, very proud of that moment, especially so soon after Dutchie's passing. You know, only a year after. So it was quite an emotional day, and yeah, still still have fond memories, even though it was only 2 years ago. But yeah, unfortunate there was no finals played last year for those clubs that were pushing hard for those particular, at the back end of last season. Really, you know, look, I mean, COVID's disrupted the world, hasn't it? But, you know, cricket, unfortunately, in any sport, really, probably shouldn't be too disappointed. There's far worse off scenarios due to COVID. But that said, you've got to feel for those teams that were in a position to play finals, particularly some that maybe hadn't been there for a little while and some that felt that they were in the right type of form. But yeah, anyway, as they say, it goes on next year, and
That's
we're here
right.
today. And West, who were in, I think they were in the 4 last year, I think maybe finished 3rd, but felt they were going pretty well. They didn't get that chance last year, even despite James King and Joey telling me at the grand final luncheon last week, they felt that they were in pretty good spirits heading into that finals series, which never eventuated. So, chance at redemption here today, or revenge, or whatever the word might be, but chance to have a crack and hold up the title. And just on that, how great is it that Belmont's back in the mix as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Belmont, been a while between drinks for Belmont. They last won a premiership, well, 2016-17. It was actually the year prior to West winning it in 2017-18. But one stat that I did discover during the week was that Belmont and West have never met in an NDCA first grade grand final before.
Is that right? Okay.
It's the first time they've played each other as clubs in a first grade grand final.
I'm presuming that goes beyond the West name to the New Lambton.
New Lambton,
Yep.
Going back to as far back as 1916-17.
19. What year, sorry?
Well, I've gone back to 1916-17.
Oh, sorry, right. Okay. Yep.
But I can indulge you with statistics from as far back as 1890-91,
There you go.
where West were a finals winner. I'm not sure how the competition was structured prior to 1916-17. Maybe the minor premier were awarded the premiership, I'm unsure. Got some statistics here from the West Rosella's website, and also some more from the NDCA's trusted website.
There you go.
Um,
Back out after the short drinks break. Interesting. You know, it's something that's a new thing, and I haven't watched a lot of 2-day cricket this year, but you've got to leave the field for drinks. Obviously, that's a COVID thing. You go and get your own drink. There's no shared drink containers anymore, and yeah, you leave the field, go and have a drink and come back, whereas, you know, only last season.
what would the purists think?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, COVID's disrupted everything. It's reset some things too, you know. Maybe that has been a silly tradition over the years to not go and capture a bit of shade for a couple of seconds. And, you know, you always had the odd player leaving to comfort breaks and,
Yeah.
you know, grab a bit of fruit or something. But
Fruit. Play back on here at Harker Oval. Jeremy Noonan's commenced his 5th over, bowling to Ray Cooper. Belmont 3 for 25 after 15 overs, and they got their full 15 overs. We're looking at 30 overs per session. They're right on time.
yep, 15 overs an hour is what the umpires usually like to hold the fielding team to. So
It's pretty good going because they haven't had any sort of spin bowlers or anyone bowling off sort of a couple of paces. So
been a,
going tricking along
Oh,
down the leg side.
that's pretty fine. It's going to be at least 2.
Finally getting around to that. Just off camera there. I'm pretty happy with that too. Couple of runs there to Ray Cooper. Get this second half of this first session underway here. NDCA Grand Final. West Rosella's hosting the Belmont Whips. Again, can't stress enough what a glorious day it is here at Lambton at Harker Oval. If you're watching the game at home, don't be afraid to come on down. There's plenty of room, it's free entry, there's food being made available, refreshments are available, the grandstand's open, plenty of shade, cars are allowed in the ground, plenty of room to park, plenty of room for the kids to play. It's all fenced in so they can't get out and run around on the road. So, well, you bring your Weber down here and cook up some fish on the hill. A couple of cold Gatorades, and where else would you want to be this Good Friday?
So we're just touching on obviously my experience in that last grand final. Well, just going back 1 year prior, obviously Wes held the trophy aloft that season in a reasonably close game versus Merriweather at N1 Sports Ground. Yeah, it was. From my memory, there was a bit of weather around that weekend. Teams had to bat through some reasonably challenging conditions, but we're just touching on that. Dave Redden's just shared with me the fact that Joey Price, who we'll see bowling the next at the other end, assume he's going to continue.
Oh,
that is
Noonan,
well aimed.
That's had some pace behind it.
Still
some juice in the wicket.
Well-aimed bouncer.
That's where you want to bowl them, straight over the top of middle stump, and yeah, that'll give Ray Cooper something to think about next over.
So yeah, Joey bowled 36 overs in that particular game, 4 for 71.
Well, did he bowl unchanged?
Well, possibly, because
I've got something telling me that he opened and he bowled 36 straight.
Well, he may well have.
How many overs was the innings? 72?
87.
Okay, so maybe a small spell.
I'm just trying to think. Wes.
I remember he bowled unchanged for a significant period.
Yeah, well, I think
they were bowled second, didn't they? They restricted.
That's
squared him
out,
up, fingers up, and that's a massive wicket. Joey Price. He got the big wicket of Marcus Hainsworth early, and now he's got the other really big wicket of Dan Bailey. And Belmont, after just solidifying, just lost their 4th wicket. We're just looking at this on the replay. It was full. He's played across the line. He knew, I think, pretty early on that the finger was going north. Belmont have lost their 4th wicket here at Harker Oval. Joey Price with his 2nd wicket. Belmont 4 for 27 at the start of the 17th over.
Yeah, and the drinks break brings about a wicket there, Dan. But just quickly, Joey, just on round out that story, Joey's role here will be very different to that grand final. I think in that grand final, West batted first. Joey, didn't happen to go. I think he only got 11 or so with the bat. So his role then transitions, right, I'm going to lead the bowling attack. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In this instance, it's difficult for him to go, I'm going to bowl 36 straight, because, he's going to come out and lead the way with a stick. He's put in a lot of that, putting a lot of pressure on his stamina, I suppose.
Well, the way it's looking at present, we may well see him with a stick in hand this afternoon.
Yeah. So yeah, that West held the trophy aloft in 2017-18 against a formidable Merriweather outfit. Those close to 10 years of dominance at the top there, Merriweather. So whether it was their strongest team in that decade isn't important. They were a very strong unit throughout that time. So yeah, West held it aloft, and James King was a star with a bat. And batted an enormous amount of time, soaked in so much energy, came in when the score was, 2 or 3 for not many. 3 for 17, I'd say he came in at the crease.
Okay, so Dominic Simons is the new batsman, coming in at 6 here. And first ball, just made a missed outside off stump.
James King might have in fact come in at the score at 4 for 27. Batting at 6.
Got them to what, about 210?
He got, exactly 210.
Yep.
He batted, scored 93 not out.
Wow.
And then Joey brought it home with the bat. But
that is a captain's knock. Right when your team needed it. Was he captain then?
Kingy, he would have been, yep.
Looks like it's drinks on the hill too. Oh no, we've got a second game that's branched off over here.
That's it.
Over on the Eastern Hill here at Harker Oval.
It's good to see them recruiting as well.
Attacking those stumps again.
Yeah, the little game on the hill over there, that's at the northern end of the hill. They look like they'd recruited a few more players there a moment ago.
Yeah.
So people are just settling in, getting nice and comfortable. People are taking advantage of the shade that's available up there as well.
Yeah, where they can find it.
Yeah, there's a big congregation over there at the northern end, isn't there, in the shade?
Great place to be today.
Good fielding.
There, just 4 to point. Simon's getting that away, but still no run. 4 for 27, midway through the 17th over. Belmont here won the toss and elected to bat here on this, well, the wicket here at Harker Oval. There's nothing wrong with it. It's, we've seen there's quite a bit of bounce in the wicket as well. The bowlers have bowled full, they've bowled straight. Gotten the early rewards thus far.
So Dom Simons has played a few different roles in the team this year. He's the start of the year in the one-day comps, batted, you know, sort of down the bottom, 8, 9, 10 even at times, and then come to the two-day comp, was piloted to the top of the order to open the batting, and then has drifted back to the middle order in recent weeks. So
A high score of 35 this season for Dom Simons.
yeah, so probably not his most prolific run scoring season, but yeah, he's played a few different roles. Obviously bowls some off spin as well later in.
Aggressive shot there, it's pierced through the covers. The first two that went through there went all the way to the fence. This one's just pulled up just inside. Cover fielders chase that down. That's 2 runs. Dominic Simons. Good way to get off the mark. Confident stroke there through the covers, Aaron.
Absolutely.
4 for 29.
I feel like that's Ray on strike. It is, yeah.
Could be right.
Scorers have just
updated. I do apologise.
yeah.
Ray Cooper hit that through the covers. We'll take him along to 11. Dom Simons still yet to get off the mark. So Noonan bowling again. Ball just hit there to mid-off.
So Noonan's building some nice pressure at one end and allowing the likes of Aldous and Price to strike at the other. So interestingly, we're just talking about that premiership win of West back in 2017-18. James King came to the crease when the score was 4 for 27. Well, what we see here is 4 for 29. It was 4 for 27 only a moment ago.
Yeah, well,
Maybe Ray Cooper's got that
well, I think he's the man.
match-saving innings in him. So,
Well, James King out there be letting his fielders know it can be done. He's done it himself.
yep, they won't be taking the foot off here.
No, I think they'll be working extra hard here to get this 5th wicket, and especially with R. Cooper being that wicket. But he's looking very positive. Ray Cooper, very solid technique.
It just squeezed out the point area, didn't it? It's good fielding.
And here comes Noonan, coming in again to Cooper. Angling down the leg side. No run there, slips back that up well. Gorgeous day. Absolutely gorgeous day here in Lambton. What's the temperature?
Oh, mate, while you look that up, I'm going to guess around about 24, 25, but bit of humidity, slight breeze as well. But, excellent seeing conditions for the
23.
batters. 23.
23 degrees, no rain forecast.
Yeah, give us Lambton, mate, just see how that goes. It's near enough.
Yeah.
So,
Looking ahead to tomorrow, expected 25, so
yeah,
two great days of cricket ahead. So we've got nothing on today or tomorrow. Come on down to Harker Oval.
Joey Price going to continue from the southern end. It's very, I'd say very much the plan here, mate. He's going to bowl these little short, sharp spells. He's grabbed a wicket now in both spells.
And big wickets in each spell.
Yep.
Big wickets.
So he'd be looking to probably bowl another 1 or 2 here. I mean, he's very capable long spells, don't get me wrong, but I think the plan plan for him will be to bowl, get some strike, get those wickets and just consistently keep them falling.
Dom Simons facing Joey Price.
Oh, that's
hit him full. Could we just go down the leg side and the umpire agrees?
possibly two noises. I got a little
May
bit
have
excited
hit it
then,
as
didn't
well.
I? I thought it,
Yes.
I thought that might have just hit him on the toe, but let's see if we get the benefit of a delayed.
Just the batsman's
footage
body
here.
language, just the way I thought he might have been going just down the leg side. Might have swung that late, but
Just, possibly two noises. But
it's like a little conversation being just inquiring as to whether he hit it or not, maybe.
Joey might have just been checking to see where
Yeah.
he's intending to hit it.
Yeah, or maybe asking, if you went to church this morning before the grand final. It's always something to talk about.
Great thanks to the West Cricket Club as well. They've looked after us here so far, Dan, and long time for you to go. Sitting in that chair over the next 2 days.
Yeah, just hope the voice holds up.
Yeah, they've you see Mark McLaughlin just, or Merv as he's known to most, just bringing us over some more water, keep the fluids up. But no, they've been great custodians of the frog box actually. Whilst it's the association frog box, we have tried over the last month, albeit against all the elements, to trial the frog box in this 2-day format. There are some things
Just let that ball go outside off stump.
that we need to, you just got to work out how the software integrates over those periods. So, anyway, we'll get a full. We haven't been able to use Frogbox for a full 2-day game yet because the 3 times we've tried it has been rain interrupted.
Weather.
But you can't thank the West guys enough. They've been the ones that have had to take care of it and make sure that it doesn't get damaged by the water, but also do the setup and pack up each day. And something we look to continue next year, and obviously invite clubs to be a part of that usage. West, to their credit, put their hand up, and we've been happy to support them having it.
Yeah,
for those
I'd
games.
encourage any club that's got the opportunity to operate the frog box to certainly do so.
And it doesn't have to have commentary. It's
Vision only, and good for training purposes. A lot of the time, especially things like technique, you can be coached and told what you're doing until you see yourself doing it.
yeah, players. I'd imagine a lot of players go back and watch the footage at times and see how they're, approaching different things when they bat and bowl. And I saw Newcastle City put a great compilation together from the footage taken on the T20 finals day, both across their semi-final and grand final. Obviously, they were eventual winners of that competition.
I think they had a highlight package of all the boundaries.
They did, yeah. It was brilliant.
Guy who
Dylan
had 80
Hunter?
off, Dylan Hunter was 85 off 20 or 80 off 25.
Yeah, and then Ben Patterson in the final as well.
A bunch of windscreens and
Yeah, so it was great, and it's got that capability if you want to put some time and effort in. This looks like Tommy Allen, is it?
here's Tom Allen. Change of bowler at the northern end or the forward oval end of the ground. Jeremy Noonan having a spell, bowled quite well from the forward oval end. Not a lot of bowling done by Tom Allen this year in the 2-day game. Only 31 overs bowled
Yeah,
for the season.
he hasn't played a lot. I know he's had a bit of time off. He might have even missed the entire last season. I'm just having a look at that.
Allen in again. Bowling to Ray Cooper. Just defending that on the offside. If you're coming down to Harker Oval, probably want to get here sooner than later. It's really filling up.
Sellout crowd today, Dan.
Would be. I mean, going back to the Rosellas Rugby League halcyon days of the 90s, seeing this many people here, back when you couldn't move on the hill. Certainly not as raucous or anything like that here today. But this car here, this found probably the last remaining spot at the back of the hill, and I'm not confident there's actually a spot. I think they're going to double park.
Yeah, it's
No,
bit of,
they're in.
must be a bit of bite in the sun, mate. Those 2 games on the hill have just taken a little adjournment.
Yeah, no, it's quite warm. We're fortunate enough to have a canopy here. Ooh, nick on that.
I thought
Seemed
he
like I heard a
feathered
noise.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought he feathered it too, but
No, but you're right. So I can only imagine it'd be quite warm out there in the field. So these maybe shorter, sharper spells of bowling too is quite wise to keep everyone fresh. Plenty of chatter out there in the field. The West boys very willing. Ray Cooper facing Tom Allen.
oh, that's a full
Swing and
toss.
miss. Probably should have put that away.
Might have just rolled his fingers on it, take the pace off a touch, but
So a maiden for Tom Allen, his first over of the day.
Well,
After 20 overs, Belmont 4 for 29.
it's critical. They just keep churning out some maidens at that end, and Joey's going to have another roll at the southern end, so he
Well,
keeps striking.
Yeah, well, they can ill afford to lose any more wickets. They really need to get to the lunch break, 4 down. I think another wicket before lunch would be dire for Belmont's chances. Ray Cooper especially needs to be there at lunch. And Joey Price commencing his 7th over. He's 2 for 8 from his first 6 overs. Very economical, as you'd expect. Joey Price coming into Dom Simons.
Oh, that's out.
And he's
Jeez.
holed out straight to mid-off. And again, the commentator's curse. The 5th wicket has fallen here at Harker Oval. Dom Simons.
Just keen to see here. Joey's pretty subtle with his rolling his fingers on the ball at times. He might have just
Clean the
held this
pace
one
off
up.
a touch, yeah.
Maybe not. Looks like just seam up delivery, but
Just punched at the ball, but
yeah.
it's the second it left his bat, there was only one outcome, unfortunately. With that 5th wicket falling for Belmont, Joey Price 3 for 8 in his 7th over. Belmont they're in trouble, 5 for 29.
Yep, they're in trouble. They need someone to. Ray's still at the crease, obviously, but they need to just form a partnership here and get themselves back into this innings a little bit. As we talked earlier, you know, if you can squeeze your way to 150, 170, you get some runs on the board. I mean, it'll be a great recovery from here at the moment.
Yeah, well, again, runs on the board, a gold in finals. A good catch that was. Stuart Morgan who took that catch at mid-off.
Well, he's still got some overs in him as well. Stu Morgan, he hasn't bowled yet.
Traditionally an opening bowler.
Oh, he's probably mostly played a bit of second grade in more recent years, but
Sure.
yeah, he definitely would open a bowl in the second grade. He's come into this attack as an additional bowler. I think Jeremy Noonan might have missed a bit of cricket in first grade this year.
Okay.
And I think he came in to fill that sort of hole.
Sure. Oh,
So this is young Joey Gillard who's come to the crease. So he's called a no ball there. That's must be for height.
interesting.
Yeah, so overhead height they've called
I
that.
thought he sort of ducked a touch into that.
Joey's just given the young fella a nice little welcome to the crease.
Joey to Joey.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it definitely went overhead height.
That's why he ducked, because it was short and high. Yeah. Price into Gillard. I have to make sure they call Joey Julia.
Yes. Yeah, Joey Gillard was the NDCA Junior Player of the Year this year. It was,
That's why his name's familiar. That's right.
accoladed that he picked up at the grand final lunch last Friday, 2 Fridays ago. So that was on the back of not just club cricket but rep cricket. So I think
He's a player of the future, but he's also a player of the current.
yeah, well, it's it goes to a player that is under the age of 17. So
Okay.
we're playing first grade cricket under the age of 17 is an achievement in itself.
Very much so.
But yeah, it's what he did through some of the rep campaigns as well. That gets recognition in that award.
So Dave Redden, if you'd like to send through some further information on the early career of Joey Gillard, would be very much appreciated. Our travelling correspondent, Dave Redden.
So yeah, half an hour period here till lunch, Dan. It's a critical little period here for Belmont. They're going to really have to stave off probably the next 7 or 8 overs before lunch. They can ill afford to lose another wicket. I'd say they really want to go into lunch 5 down. If runs probably aren't that critical, but you know, 5 for 40 or 5 for 45 sounds a lot better than 6, 7 or 8 for. So
5 for 30 would do at this stage.
Probably,
Just be there at lunch. With 5 for 30 at the end of the 21st over, it's Ray Cooper. He's now the backbone, the linchpin of this innings. Still out there on 11. And Joey Gillard just getting himself in. Joey Price 3 for 9 from his 7 overs. A huge effort with the pill so far. I'm guessing Tom Allen will go around for a second over. And then he comes.
Oh, it's just nearly spooned that back to the bowler.
Just seeing some vision here of the wicket. That looks like Fayan too. What's that good? So Ray Cooper is on strike facing Tom Allen here. His second over. He did pretty well, but straight to point, no run. That wicket looks immaculate.
Yeah, jump on, anyone listening, jump on to the NDCA Instagram or Facebook. Have a look at the story. We took a few drone shots before today and just popped them up. The ground's in terrific condition. So
Okay, we talk about the technology at the disposal of the NDCA, and Aaron Grain mastering that drone here this morning. That's some fantastic vision. And if Belmont weren't in trouble already, they're certainly in big trouble now. That's the key wicket of Ray Cooper. Tom Allen got him fishing. He's nicked one straight through to the keeper. And Belmont have lost their 6th wicket. 6 for 30 here at Harker Oval in the NDCA first grade grand final. And West well and truly on top midway through the first session here on day 1.
yeah, not the wicket they wanted to lose here, unfortunately. Cooper's just nicked off there to Shakespeare. Tom Allen gets a wicket. And Belmont in some
Trouble.
serious need of a partnership to pull themselves back into the fight here. Of course, a lot of cricket to go if they can somehow drag themselves back into this game. It's not always the first innings. That sees out a grand final. We've seen some classic games go down to the second innings.
Well, Belmont going into the last round played Merriweather, and they beat Merriweather on first innings by a run, but actually lost the game outright.
That's right.
Which qualified Merriweather into the 4. And then rain ended their season. So,
Yep.
If anyone knows about winning on first innings and coming back on the second innings, I guess still very early in the grand final, but Belmont 6 for 30 in the 22nd over.
Yeah, I guess the point we're trying to make is, you know, it's not about just this innings. You've got to push and get as deep into this innings.
That's right. They can't get the runs and pull stumps at 3 o'clock today. They'll play into tomorrow.
Yep.
That's right.
And they've got to fight hard in this innings.
Fallen straight there by Tom Allen. So Jace Lawson, experienced campaigner. They'll draw on every inch of that experience, or every ounce of that experience today, to hopefully he can help get them to the luncheon interval. 6 for 30 in the 22nd over.
Just wondering if that is Jace Lawson.
We're just going,
the
okay,
scorecard.
so
Yeah,
we do apologise, we're just going off what the information received. It's actually Alexander Cook.
Yep, so that's...
Apologies, Alexander.
They have now changed the scorecard. It didn't... For starters, I think Jace bats left-handed. I mean, it's been a while since I've played him, but...
Well, he bowls left-handed, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you how he bats.
Pretty sure he's a left-handed stick as well, so...
Amateur hour here on the Frog Box.
Yeah. Well, we're only guided by what the scorers put in, mate.
That's
so
right.
I'm happy to deflect.
Okay, yeah. Let's shelve blame.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, Cook's had a slash outside off stump, and that's a second consecutive maiden to Tom Allen. He has 1 for none from 2. And after 22 overs here in the grand final, Belmont, shaky ground, 6 for 30.
Change of bowler here. Looks like Aldous coming back on.
Yeah, looks like they're going for the...
So smart rotation here with
Yeah.
Kingy. He's just keeping a strike bowler on at all times. He's very much... Aldous straight back.
Can you see where it says first grade? Oh, that's in the Belmont thing, isn't it?
So yeah, Joey Gillard, big job to do here. Alex Cook, certainly capable batsman as well. So yeah, got a little chance themselves on the big stage here to rebuild.
Brad Aldous coming in 2 for 12 in his 8th over. Push that through the onside. It's very quick, that outfield. Not going to risk coming back for 2, but probably smart batting there by Joey. But Joey off the mark. 6 for 31.
We've got a couple of experienced campaigners to come too. So we've got Jamie Heath, Jace Lawson.
A lot of experience with Jamie. He's my vintage.
Jamie Heath, yeah. Yeah, obviously New South Wales player in the past and
Played for Western Australia too.
possibly, yeah.
He went over to WA and
So yeah,
furthered his career,
yeah. And then Luke Muddle as well. So Luke Muddle, I think he hit a century possibly earlier this season. I might have a quick look at that. It was either this year or last year.
Last year. I scored 29 this season.
Okay.
Well, in the 2-day comp, that is.
Yep, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, okay, Muddle's been batting reasonably low this year. But yeah, he hit a century last year from memory, so...
Well, capable type if he's coming in, well, predicted to bat 11. He's capable of scoring big innings. They're going to need every run of that they can get.
Yeah, I'm not sure how those three will come out. Sometimes my cricket's a little bit...
So he's been batting around 8.
Has he?
Surprised
Okay.
he hasn't already batted. He's actually their 3rd highest run scorer in their season. So certainly experienced campaigner. Will know how to hold an end up.
A couple of young blokes at the crease here with a big opportunity at their feet.
Cook just batting smart, getting his eye in, getting comfortable at the wicket, getting forward, seeing Aldous off. There's a Cook discovery joke coming, just letting you know. should I not warn you?
It's fine.
Stitch read up with a couple of Shakespeare jokes last time.
Go for it.
They're coming at 9 now. I think it's trundle them. End of the over here. 23 overs gone and Belmont 6 for 31. Brad Aldous after 8 overs, 2 for 13. Alex Cook still off the mark, yet to get off the mark, and Joey Gillard is on 1. So Tom Allen going again from the northern end, Ford Oval end of Harker Oval. Certainly a bite in that sun, Aaron.
Certainly is. We're sitting under a little marquee here. I've just popped the hat on as well. Just sun's belting through it. Tommy Allen, just a couple of these players, I call them kids I suppose, I've had the pleasure of having in some, I was a bit of a co-manager with David Redden, and Trent Colley was the coach of Newcastle Colts for a few years, and Tommy Allen was a player I had the privilege, I say, of seeing on one of those Colts trips away. Unfortunately, the one that I, sort of had in my mind, I thought he might have done really well at, he rolled his ankle in the warm-up on the first game and missed the entire weekend. Yeah, it was devastating. Young kid from Bulladila.
Okay.
So I like the way he plays. Got a good sense of humour as well.
A bit of a knockabout.
Yeah.
I thought you liked a bit of character.
Plumber by apprentice plumber at the time. I'm not sure where he's at with his career these days, but yeah, Tommy Allen, good to see him back playing. I know he had a bit of time off with some niggling injuries and some other competing interests in life as you get around that 18, 19, 20-year-old sort of mark. So.
Yeah, discover many influences that can make or break young cricketers.
Yeah, look, and being a young tradie apprentice, I can imagine it's physically demanding on the body. So, plus from Bulladila, it was a bit of a journey.
And committing to the training too, because to play at this level, you need to be training a couple of afternoons a week at least.
Yep. So no, it's good to see him back playing. I must admit. So and on that, Luke Muddle, who we were talking about a short while ago, was also manager for a Bradman Cup team a few years ago, and
what's happening here?
He's a very impressive bowler.
An issue with his spikes, perhaps. Sorry, Aaron. I just saw he was down on his haunches. I thought you just mentioned about him rolling his ankle.
Yeah, no, thankfully.
I thought the commentator's curse hadn't struck again. But this looked like he had an issue with his spikes there, maybe. Just handing them to the umpire. He's up and about and coming in again, and Gillard is poking that through on the offside. Tom Allen again doing a great job for his skipper. One ball shy of his third over being completed, taking that key wicket of Ray Cooper. And bowling nice and tight, very economical, and just compounding that pressure that Belmont already experiencing, being 6 down before lunch on day 1. Good way to close out the over there. 24 overs gone, Belmont 6 for 31. That's 12:41. The lunch break in about 20 minutes. So if you're thinking about coming down to the ground, at 1:40 the second session will recommence. So there's about 20 minutes of play until the luncheon interval. Be a 40-minute break. Play will recommence at 1:40 p.m. So if you haven't already got your fish on the barbie, maybe chuck it on now. Have a quick bite to eat.
Or come on down and have one from the barbecue here.
Yeah, one of these fish sausages. Snuffy and the boys are cooking up over there. They don't have a fish smell either, which is great. Certainly not the smell wafting around Harker Oval as we speak. If Brad Aldous, we think will be going again. Rightly so, 2 for 13 from his first 8 overs. Is indeed Brad Aldous, who will be bowling. I missed the first ball that over. And he comes again now to Alex Cook. Just took that down to mid-on for no run. So Aaron, you'll be leaving us at the luncheon interval, and I believe we've got a very special guest coming in from for the afternoon session.
You do. Neil McDonald will be joining you for session number 2 and 3.
He'll be here for the rest of the day.
Yep.
Excellent.
So Neil McDonald will bring a bit of perspective from his time here this season at West. Obviously not well beyond this season. He's a life member of the club and been involved with this club for a few decades. But
probably since back when it was called
Lambton, New Lambton.
Lambton, New Lambton, or yeah.
So he
a few names.
He'll bring he'll bring some nice perspective, a bit of insight to the West team. I know he's been a big part of the first grade team in particular. I saw him out there warming the troops up this morning. So yeah, bring a bit of insight for you.
Nah, great man, Neil McDonald. Of course, works for Cricket New South Wales and does a lot for cricket in the Newcastle area. So it'd be good to pick his brain and maybe might have an anecdote or two as well. You can tell a story. So you might be able to keep this show quite interesting throughout the afternoon.
You might have to control his mic. You can just switch him off when you want to get a word in.
That's right. I'll smash me Devon sandwiches that are getting cooked in the car as we speak. It's very warm April afternoon, or April morning. I guess it's just after lunchtime, just after midday. Aldous bowling to Cook. He just punched that away, just the gully point area. Still some room in the grandstand if you're coming down to Harker Oval. Plenty of seating around the fences, of course. And to bring your car in, as we say. But yeah, if you want to park in the shade, maybe park outside the ground and walk in. There's standing room only on the hill. Aldous coming in again to Cook. Drifted that down the leg side. He's got that away. Fine leg was up at square. And that'll go all the way to the boundary. And great way for Alex Cook to get off the mark. Hit that well, 4 runs down to the fine leg fence.
Anyone's listening in, whether you're in the crowd here at the ground or watching at home, send us a private message on Facebook or Instagram at Newcastle District Cricket. Ask us a question or see if we can get you some insight, or give us some insight, provide us some insight. Probably that's what we're looking for, is a bit of information out there that anyone wants to share with us. How do you think the game's going? Who are you supporting?
Yeah, it's keep it interactive.
Quick shout out. So
I guess there's a link on the NDCA Facebook page, maybe in the comments. Chuck your questions in there.
Probably, yeah, you can go into public if you want, but private message would be fine.
Private, yeah.
Well, you can go public, but you're giving yourself a shout out publicly, aren't you?
I just mightn't be able to access if you're not here, that's all.
No, they can. If you're listening into us, you'll have a way to get us through Facebook Messenger.
Yep. Tom Allen's going around again. Bowled really well so far. 1 for none from his first 3 overs. Bowling to Joey Gillard. And again, on the spot, line and length. Just bowling it, aiming for the top of off stump. Hope they're not going to serve up those fish sausages in the lunch break to the players. In comes Tom Allen. Yeah, again, good solid defence there by Gillard. Just getting across and just playing each ball on their merits. Good to see good composure for a player of such a young age.
Yeah, he's got big raps on him. I know he's played a lot down in Sydney already with Green Shield and stuff like that. Also part of the state challenges and the pathway stuff. So he's got some good raps on him. Belmont's produced a few good kids in the more recent years. You know, obviously Toby Gray probably flying the flag for the crop down in Sydney. He's had a bit of a trouble in recent times with some injuries, but certainly a class player. We saw that in one or two of his summer bash appearances for Belmont this year, both with bat and ball.
Comes Tom Allen again. All fielded there in the covers.
Looks like Aaron Bills is going to come on for a bowl. It's first time we've seen some spin today, and timely, just 10 minutes to, or 12 minutes until lunch. Might get probably 2 overs in, possibly 3 if they really hustle.
Yeah, I would think so. I was wondering if Bills would get brought on before lunch, and it's a perfect opportunity to get him into the attack and see if the wicket is taking spin. It's certainly taking pace bowling. Very impressed with Bills in a couple of the summer bash games I saw him bowl in.
Yep.
And he's had a pretty good year, 20 wickets. Third leading wicket taker for the Rosellas this season in first grade.
He played a part in the Newcastle New South Wales Club Championship winning side this year.
Oh, good flight. Good to see him tossing that ball up there.
Another kid that was on that same Colts tour I was telling you about earlier with Tom Allen. So
okay.
Aaron Bills was in that squad as well.
Alex Cook really needs to make sure he doesn't do anything silly here. He doesn't get a rush of blood with the spinner on. He just needs to play as he has. He's batted very responsibly while he's been out there, playing each ball on their merits. And it's good to see that's continuing. Bill's in again to Cook. Lovely flight there.
Oh, that's up in the air.
And another wicket. The commentators curse again.
I just wonder if that was a full toss.
I think it was, and I think he swiped at it and just got a leading edge.
Well, he's gone for a sweep shot.
Just watching the replay now. He's been caught at what, cover point? Tried to hit that through the leg side, and
it's down leg side. You almost couldn't try to get out like that.
No.
You know, it's well, that's sometimes that's your luck when things are down.
If you haven't got any luck, if you haven't got any bad luck, you got no luck at all.
That's true.
7th wicket's fallen for Belmont. The last ball of Bill's first over. There's a wicket. Belmont, after 27 overs and 10 minutes before lunch, have lost their 7th wicket. 7 for 35.
Well, every bowling change has brought about a wicket so far this morning.
That it has.
In the first session here, so.
And they've used 5 bowlers.
So this is Jace Lawson walking out to bat.
The left-handed Jace Lawson. That was Joey Price that took that catch too. Safe hands there, as you'd expect. So Aaron Bills, a wicket maiden, open up his account. It was the end of the over. I don't believe they crossed. So Joey Gillard will be on strike. Now, thought there was a change of bowler, and Jeremy Noonan's back into the attack. He'll hit the wicket hard, as he does.
It's almost kept low. A little bit of variable bounce. Possibly.
Get one of them on the stumps, be interesting.
Yeah, so
about 8 minutes. So these 3 overs, we'll probably get them in. We'll probably get to 30 overs by the luncheon interval. This 8 minutes will feel like 80 minutes, I think, for Gillard and Lawson. Noonan again, straight away, back line of length, hitting a great line. His first 6 overs went for 8 runs. As you expect with the scoreboard in the shape it is, that everyone's bowled quite tight thus far.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to just really squeeze as many runs as you can get. I was saying earlier, obviously West's right on top here, but Belmont can't wave the white flag. They've just got to keep fighting, and
that's right.
And I absolutely don't think they will, but yeah, they're just got to. They won't wave the white flag, is what I'm saying.
Yep, they'll keep fighting.
They'll keep fighting. You know, you've got nothing to lose in this sort of situation, so they've just got to fight and fight and fight. You know, you can squeeze you get a little partnership and squeeze your way to 100, 110, 120. At least it's something to bowl at. You know,
well, I know it's a different form of cricket, but West have shown they can capitulate too.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, well, pressure brings anything.
That's right. That was a semi-final. So
you get 1 or 2 wickets early defending a small total, and all of a sudden it just, you know. But you know, it's impossible to defend 50, but you can defend 120. You know, so they've just got to fight hard here, and they've got a lot of experience now with Jace Lawson at the crease and Jamie Heath to come, and like I said, Luke Muddles scored a first-grade century. So. It's a good ball.
Getting something out of the wicket, isn't he? Certainly, he hits the deck hard. I mean, he's bowled really well. He certainly deserves a wicket.
Yeah, he obviously hasn't picked one up yet, but his ability to bowl back-to-back maidens early on in his first spell, the wicket was coming at the other end, so definitely playing his role in the team. Bowling
in partnerships, and again, I think it was the last ball of his 4th over where he's put through covers for 4. And it was a great shot too. It needed to be. But as has been the case with Mr. Noonan, another maiden. After 28 overs, Belmont 7 for 35. Bills get another over in before lunch. Maybe we'll get the 30th over just after. Oh, easily 6 minutes still. If a wicket was to fall, I dare say they'll probably take lunch.
Yeah, there's some sort of rule around. I think you've got to be within 3 minutes.
Okay. So Jace Lawson, the left-handed Jace Lawson, will facing his first ball of the innings. Oh. Welcome to the crease, Mr. Lawson. Looks like inside, well, I've nearly gone through him there.
Yeah, so obviously left-hander bat to the leg spinner, sort of
ripping it back into him.
Yeah, changes the whole strategy a little, or the tactic from the bowler, but
I don't think he's got any cover.
Not a huge.
Don't really need anyone.
No, well,
7 for 35.
He does have a deep square.
There is one.
Yeah. So.
Okay, can't see through that sight screen.
Yeah, Bills is not a big turner of the ball. He usually tends to skid it on a bit more than turn it sort of sideways, but probably quite quick through the air. But yeah, it'd be a brave move from Lawson to, you know, get down on one knee and put him over deep in wicket here. I'd say he'd probably be more...
Considering the state of the game.
Yeah, and his experience. That said, if it's in his zone, maybe he's...
yeah, well, if he doesn't land one, he gets a waist-high full toss.
Well, it's not necessarily a high-risk shot if the ball's quite full. He does tend to like to just get his bat in behind that front pad. Not that I've played Jace for a few years, but yeah, he definitely can grind out an innings.
That's exactly what Belmont need, a grinding innings from one of their stalwarts here. Here's Bills to Lawson. Let's skid it on. That was a quick over. Another maiden. Yeah, plenty of time. That over, yeah, barely 3 minutes.
I mean, if it, let's see who's bowling this one. No, Noonan again. But I was just saying, if you get through this over with a quick maiden as well, you might sneak in an extra over from Bills. But you've just got to be set before the stroke of 1 o'clock. Plus,
Sure.
you know,
Okay.
the umpire's time might be slightly behind ours.
True. Okay.
See how they go. West might not be that keen to push for it anyway.
They might be after a couple of fish sausages as quickly as possible. Gillard's punched that through on the leg side, just played it off the pads. They're just happy with the single. So I believe Lawson's the first left-hander we've had today batting. It'll be interesting to see if this upsets Noonan's length at all in his line, or whether he can adjust appropriately, which I'm sure he will. These little 1%ers that can come into the game that put players off.
We've had a message in from Tim Cox, Cricket New South Wales.
Ah, Tim Cox, great to have Tim watching on the Frog Box. What words of wisdom does Mr. Cox have?
Oh, he's just letting us know it's a great promotion in Newcastle cricket. One of only 2 grand finals taking place in the state today.
Okay.
Obviously the other one being, well, when he says only 2, obviously there's other grades taking place down in Sydney as well, but all the Sydney grade finals are on today.
Okay.
First and second grade played across a 3-day format down in Sydney.
3-day, wow.
3 days, so they have 3 days, and obviously the format down there.
What do they do on day 3?
They keep playing.
Well, they playing, what, 3 innings aside?
Well, they don't have forced declarations, so you can bat and bat and bat.
Ah, okay, sure.
And yeah, you've got to bowl them out to win down there. So that's more your traditional style of test cricket, I suppose. But you can have first
well, I
innings
guess
win.
it's leading to Shield cricket, the 4-day format. Just I guess the majority of the Shield blokes get picked from Sydney. So, Jeremy Noonan spraying it a bit wide there to Lawson. Lawson did have a go at him first ball that he faced from him, so he's probably backing himself to get that ball angling away, get him playing. Only 2 slips. Maybe where they're at, maybe a 3rd slip.
Coxie's been a very, very good acquisition for cricket locally. His involvement with...
Tried to let that go, sorry, and he's caught the edge to the slips. Didn't carry, but dangling that bat out there. Sorry, Aaron.
His involvement with facility improvements in the Lake Macquarie area since he's been in that role, probably only 2 and a bit years, has been astounding. Some of the stuff he's done with local clubs. So great shout out to Tim Cox, and yeah, he's obviously, you know, keeps a close eye on cricket all around the state. No doubt be keeping a close eye on Sydney's grand finals today too. I know he's got a good relationship with the Manly Club, who are featuring in 1st and 2nd grade down there. So I'll let you close this out, Dan.
And that's lunch here at Harker Oval, the NDCA 1st grade grand final between West and Belmont. Belmont won the toss, elected to bat first, and a shaky start indeed. 7 for 37 at lunch, with Joey Gillard not out on 2, Jace Lawson not out on 1. Just going through the card, Marcus Hainsworth was caught LBW on the crease for Joey Price for 8. Bailey Neal copped a beauty from Brad Aldis, bowling for 1. Richard
Moorman, yep.
Moorman, he was also caught on the crease, LBW from Brad Aldis. Dan Bailey copped a good ball from Joey Price in that second spell, knocking over LBW. Ray Cooper caught behind for 11, the top scorer for Belmont thus far. Dom Simons caught at mid-off for a duck. Let's see the scorecard coming up on your screen now. And to look at the bowling performance, Brad Aldis, 2 for 13. Joey Price, 3 for 9 from 7. Jeremy Noonan been bowling very tight. Darren Bills, 1 for none from 2. Tom Allen, 1 for none off 4. But a great start here by Wes, here at their home of Harker Oval. That's lunch. We'll be back at 1:40 p.m. for the second session. Aaron Gray, thanks for being with us for the first session.
No worries, pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. Have a great call for the rest of the game, Dan. It should be, it's still, I think there's a lot of cricket to be played in this, and hopefully, yeah, you get to see some good cricket. Fantastic day. But thanks for having me, mates, and yeah, all the best for the rest of the call.
Thanks, Aaron. Absolute pleasure. All right, well, we're off to get some fish sausages. We'll see you back here at 1:40 p.m. And welcome back to Harker Oval for the second session of play in the NDCA, Newcastle District Cricket Association first grade grand final here between West and Belmont. And at lunch, Belmont are in trouble. They are 7 for 37. And you're going to take a huge batting effort in this middle session of day one of this two-day grand final for Belmont to get a total on the board. Aaron Bills going to take up the attack as he was before drinks. Bills a couple of overs, 1 for none just before the lunch break. Joining me on commentary for the second session is West legend Neil McDonald. Neil, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dan. Too kind, my friend. Assuming I'm locked on, am I, at the moment? Where I need to be.
Try that.
That might be a bit better.
Take
yeah,
two.
Good afternoon, Dan. Thanks for having me. That's the introduction's a bit too kind.
No, it's probably not thorough enough. But we'll chew Neil's brain throughout the afternoon. He's of course involved with the West Cricket Club and also with Cricket New South Wales on plenty of great insight on cricket locally. So have to make this as entertaining as we can throughout the afternoon. It looks like Jace Lawson's going to do that for us. He's hit Bill straight back down the ground for an easy 2.
Yeah, so early after lunch, straight into that one from Bills. I think the pitch played pretty true up to lunch, so I'm a bit surprised. By the score of the way it is at the moment, Dan.
Yeah, look, I mean, from this vantage point, the West fellas. Okay, so where's that going? Just down the middle.
That's gone the backside of the non-striker, I think, that one.
Yeah, look, West bowled in the right areas. They bowled full, they bowled straight, looking at the top of off stump. Some shot selection, hard to be a critic from back here. But West clearly had a bowling plan in mind and they executed perfectly, 7 for 37 at lunch.
Yeah, the boys, I think both sides were going to bat irrespective, but we weren't unhappy to have to bowl, and it's a good result at lunch. Taking a long handle to that.
He's found the one guy sweeping out on the fence. But another 2 runs to Jace Lawson. I think he's made his intent quite clear here, Neil, that if it's there, let's get as many on the board as we can, because runs on the board in a final.
Yeah, no, that's right. And West have got the foot on the throat at the moment, and you don't want to let that go. I mean, to get 90 or 100, and then you start becoming competitive.
Well, you've got a total to bowl at, and Belmont's good bowling attack, so...
No, absolutely, and I'll just let that ball go through. Judging, West, I wouldn't say I've got anything to write home about in our last 2 months' worth of batting, albeit punctuated by rain and no play, etc. But some of our innings have been a bit less than memorable. So we're looking for a good performance with the bat, but finals can bring that extra bit of pressure, can't it? Yeah,
very much so. And again, they say, you bat first in finals, and if you don't bat first, you think about bowling, but you bat anyway. Again, as I said, West have executed perfectly with the ball. 7 for 41 after 31 overs. I'm sure West would rather be in the shoes they're in at present than Belmont. But I guess this next hour, or next half hour, could probably dictate the outcome of this game as to how long this game will go.
Yeah.
So Joey Price. Yeah, back into the attack.
Northern end. Just bowled really tightly that first session, didn't he?
Yeah, well, 2 short spells, 3 for 9 from his 7 overs, and he got the big wickets when they were needed. Marcus Hainsworth early, and then the prize scalp of Dan Bailey, both LBW. And if we follow history, it has a tendency to repeat itself. But young Joey Gillard here, he's showing some mettle for a young fella, and he'll really need to knuckle down throughout this next session.
Yeah,
See off Joey, and
Joey's been one of the good ones coming through in the younger ranks, and good to see him obviously getting an opportunity here. And he's out with Jace, Jace Lawson, who's been around the traps for quite a while, and he'll be a key in the Belmont bowling attack this afternoon at some stage.
Yeah, very much so. As Aaron stated, Joey Gillard won the Young Cricketer of the Year award at the NDCA Grand Final luncheon last Friday.
Yeah, no, richly deserved. He's had a really good season, and in many ways, while Belmont have come together, on the back of Marcus and and some of the other experienced people in the side, that he's obviously made a major contribution, and good for the young fella coming through. So good reward.
Great stuff, and a big part of Belmont's plans moving forward.
Yeah.
Joey Price steaming in again. It's a Joey Gillard. Full of ball there. He's got that on the full, but just punched that down to mid-on. No run.
Good day here today, Dan. Considering the weather we've been having, and Harker, looking at the picture, it's a little bit heavy in the outfield. It had 3 cuts during the week. Thanks Newcastle City Council for that support. And the ground is a picture, but it's certainly it's not lightning.
No, but I must say that first set was a lot quicker than what we expected here. A few of those balls that went away to the fence out there at the northern end of the ground shot away through the covers, which was great to see, because it was expecting to be quite a slower outfield. Might be a bit hard to score runs, but it certainly hasn't been the outfield that's stopped the run scoring. It's been tight bowling and wicket taking.
They certainly would have plugged last week, and for that matter, the wicket was tidal. So it's just been a really kind of bad February, March for all levels of cricket. We've had a couple of semis and finals up in the Hunter Valley, sort of cover that weren't played, and given that they had COVID restrictions 12 months earlier, sometimes you wonder whether first past the post, the EPL might be the way to go for cricket semis and finals.
It's certainly something to look at for, I guess, fixtures moving forward. I know we were talking before the luncheon break in the suburban district, so the 8 grand finals, 5 of the 8 minor premiers got knocked off.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Where is the advantage? They're finishing first.
Yeah, it's a hard one, isn't it? I think we've got it ingrained in Australia that we play finals. I get it; they're a money spinner for, say, the Cricket Australia sort of series, the NRL, the AFL, winter codes, etc. And you would hope there that the better team through the year actually shines out in a final situation. But you're right, it's 50-50 when you get out there, and you can just have a bad day, and
it happens.
That can cost you. Just as Aaron continues here, it's played out to mid-off. A lot of people I've spoken to this week in junior finals particularly, and Newcastle juniors played theirs this last weekend, given that they were washed out the weekend before, and a number of coaches were lamenting the good season that the kids had and just couldn't quite put it together on last Saturday morning. So there's plenty of sort of skeletons in the closet there.
It affects at all levels, from juniors all the way through to the big boys. It
does.
Finals can make people do interesting things.
Yeah.
They say most have the ability with the bat, with the ball, and some of them can catch, but not everyone has the psychological aspect of cricket and pressure. And not just cricket, all sports. I mean, how often do you see teams that have traditionally the better season at the business end it can be found wanting? Or that team that put that string of wins together, fall into the bottom half of the final series and become the real wild cards.
No, it happens all the time, as you say, and no shortage of it between junior and senior amateur sports, for that matter.
Another good tight over there by Aaron Bills. 33 overs gone. Belmont 7 for 41. Joey Price back again, bowling to young Joey Gillard.
Yeah, real key here. Just the stump to stump of Price. As you say, it picked up a couple of LBs in the first session, but just really important now not to allow these batters to sort of free their arms up, and every run vital, albeit the score's not high at the moment. But if it gets away over this next hour or two, that there could be a few views that maybe the good session of the first session could be turned around.
Yeah, look, and again, we refer back to the first session that in the last round before the semi-finals, Belmont defeated Merewether on first innings and lost the game outright. Now, again, finals are a funny thing. We don't want to harp on that, but I'm sure West would prefer to have Belmont back in the sheds sooner than later and really take control of this game. Otherwise, having the game sort of that power taken back from them. And Belmont can get to drink still 7 down, and just got to keep building those blocks to get that foundation.
It's a nice full ball again, played out the mid-on. Gillard, looks pretty happy there. Keeping the ball out, the good ball, and trying to work the singles and the twos while Jace, as you say, exploded. Kind of sitting that over after lunch, didn't he, to make his intentions known.
And again, he's a veteran of the game, but if it's in your area, you get yourself out trying to do things you wouldn't naturally do. So, and with the situation of the game, if an extra 10 or 15 can come from chancing, it may well be the best thing for Belmont. But I'm really impressed with Joey Gillard. He's poised. He's certainly not overwhelmed out here.
No.
I mean, he's facing arguably one of the best cricketers the last 15, 20 years in Newcastle first grade cricket, and he's just taking ball by ball, seeing him off.
Yeah, no, he's played that out pretty well, and well bowled Joey Price as well, just keeping that pressure on. You mentioned, as I said, you're a bit too kind in the introduction, but I guess a big shout out to my dad, who's hopefully listening, who was a veteran of the 56-57 grand final, and the point I'd make about that is that as Western Suburbs was then Lambton New Lambton, playing Waratah Mayfield at number 1 sports ground, and Lambton New Lambton in the first innings were 4 for 6. And,
wow.
won the game outright. Played over 7 Saturdays. There's a little bit of
over
bit of history
7
for you.
Saturdays. So was that...
Admittedly, they played afternoons in those days, so it was like a 1 o'clock start, 5:30 finish, that kind of thing.
Still, 28 hours of
the odd day
cricket.
of rain, and the odd day of rain. It was like a timeless test, but
the opposition missed the boat home.
Well,
to stop it.
Hard to say, but Waratah were kind of like the Merryweather of the day, and a very strong team. Lambton had a pretty good side as well.
Waratah won a hat trick of titles there, 47, 48, 49.
They did, yeah.
Hamilton as well.
Hamilton was strong before they became
six in a
Hamilton
row,
Wickham. So really good, strong sort of inner city strength of teams. Of course, it was district cricket then, so unless you could fudge your street address,
that's right. You had to play in the area you lived. Yeah.
Yep.
See, I think that's a thing lost on, certainly today's generation, and I guess even my own generation.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, you sort of play where you kind of choose, you throw yourself around these days, don't you, a little bit, and it's only a question of
renegades, mercenaries,
how much travel you want to have to get to training, I guess. What's on offer, what opportunities are there for you, are you good enough? So back in the day it was true to the word of Newcastle District Cricket Association, that was it.
Really put the district in NDCA.
Played within the district, and Charlestown came in 65, which, having said that, Belmont were in, I think, in 44 or something like that. So the Charlestown sort of era kind of took away, I guess,
the late Macquarie sort of influence.
And West might have had, or West/Lambton, New Lambton would have had. But there's a couple of finals through there, and in saying that, Lambton /West went through a 50-year drought through to 2017, and by always, I guess, being a competitive club, but just not in that top 3 or 4. And to be honest, I've been around the club for a long time, so I've spent a lot of time wondering where the next win was going to come. And it's just nice to be in a match like this now. And a big shout out to our volunteers, our committee at the club. Alan Brick, to the president, who's doing a great job and is scoring today. But also to all the other volunteers, be it in grade cricket clubs, suburban districts, junior cricket. At the end of the day, we don't have a game of cricket without volunteers, and our thanks go to them for all their efforts wherever they're involved over the last season.
No, you've hit the nail on the head. It's one thing for what happens out there, but generally the quality of what's happening for a club on the field is generally mirrored by how they are off the field. I'm a big believer in that.
Yeah, there's plenty of behind-the-scenes stuff that goes on, isn't there?
Yeah,
as
very
Price
true.
Comes in to Gillard again. It's just a nice off-stump line there.
Bowling with one slip.
Yeah, I don't know that too much is going to carry there, Dan. I don't think we haven't had two. There was one off Jace just before lunch, I think, that was almost I'm letting this go, and it took the face of the bat through to just in front of second. But yeah, I don't think they'll get much. I reckon front of the wicket might be the go. That sort of short mid on, short mid off. We're bowling, as I say, bowling pretty straight. If it goes anywhere, it may actually go to the keeper, perhaps. I think, you know, gully off playing out in front of your pad might be a chance. It's it's had a lot of rolling this week. It's quite decent, but it hasn't got the carry, I don't think, that it might have had earlier in the season.
This could be very interesting. Joey Gillard, pretty much his whole innings has been down this end. He's rotated the strike, and Jace Lawson, who's shown he wants to play shots.
Interesting to see what he does here against
very
Price.
tidy and accurate Joey Price.
And further than that, the ability of Bills at this end to maybe bowl to the right-hander will be interesting as well.
Very much so.
Got a little bit of turnout there for him. Nice and accurate, and
very impressed. He bowls really well, really well. That was a confident shot on the front foot there.
Yeah, no troubles there for Jace Lawson.
End of the over, after 36 overs, Belmont 7 for 42. If you're watching on the Frog Box and you're thinking about coming down to Harker Oval in person, thoroughly recommend you do so. Beautiful weather, sun's out.
Yeah, Dan, big shout out too. We got a good crowd in here. I noticed I heard you in the first session counting cars.
I believe Aaron got the 79.
A bit like train spotting, I guess. But further to that, the West crew have got a bit of a, what do we say, fish barbecue.
Yeah, the fish,
kind of
fish
thing going on.
sausages.
And I'm also just a real big fan of the Bean Boss coffee mobile espresso that's here today. It's been keeping me going like you cannot believe, and the caffeine intake is outstanding. Cold drinks though available as well at the ground. Liquor licensed, etc. But it's probably a bit early for something like that.
Oh, look, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, Neil.
Even bigger shout out to life member and currently on the Indian Pacific, Michael McIntyre, who wasn't able to make the final because his wife booked a trip to Perth. Which is going, I think he's somewhere in Kalgoorlie, judging by the photo I just got sent through. So,
well, there's
Nick,
some runs. Beautiful sweep shot there by young Joey Gillard.
It's a good shot for two.
Pulled up.
Yeah, so Mick's looking out very closely to see if he can
Indian
find
Pacific,
any emus running backwards or anything out there.
Nice.
So, yeah, sorry, it's not a pictorial show, is it? So
That's okay. I'm still happy to look.
There's Bill's back into Gillard.
Maybe we can get that up on Aaron's Instagram page. Did you see the vision of the drone?
I did.
How good was that wicket looking?
Nah, outstanding. I'm looking forward to getting hold of that vision as well, just to put it into the package for the final.
Flatter ball by Mills, a quicker ball there, just kicked straight on. Gillard wasn't tempted, left it alone. Very impressed indeed with Joey Gillard. It's very evident to see why he's the NDCA Young Cricketer of the Year.
Bills has been quite flat here. I'd like to see him, just particularly to Gillard, just give it that extra little bit of elevation on the way through. Make him, drag him out, drag him forward.
He was tossing it up at the start of his spell before lunch, and I did comment. It was the first I ever saw him bowl was down at Wall's End, actually, in a Summer Bash game.
T20, yeah.
And I was very impressed with his confidence. He tossed the ball up there all day. That was encouraging to see a leggy who's not afraid to throw it up there.
No, it's true. He's taken quite a number of wickets this season, and
20 wickets in the this format.
Yeah.
Which that's a great effort for a spin bowler. So Joey Price
to continue.
Jace Lawson on strike. And again, it was like the message, I guess, is they're both just going to knuckle down here, hopefully see off this spell and see where things are. He looks very confident. I mean, I know Jace Lawson is getting towards my vintage. I certainly wouldn't like to be out there facing this.
Nah.
But he's very competent, very, very structured technique.
Yeah,
Figure 9 happening, very
nice.
Good balance.
Yeah, happy to wait for the loose ball. I think, and
Could be waiting a while.
He could be waiting a while off price. Yes, I agree with that. It's exceptional line going there.
Yeah. Price into Lawson, and again, sort of painting by numbers at present. It's bowling line and length and playing the ball with the respect it deserves. So these teams have met once prior this season.
Yeah.
Back in round 8,
That's
back on
right.
the 12th and 19th of December, the game going into Christmas. I guess that doesn't really add too much to the clash that's on in front of us, but just to kill a bit of airtime.
Totally different game, but
West
you
batted.
can go through the result if you'd like.
Yeah, look, West batted first and scored 8 for 381, batted their 90. Everyone was in the runs. Joey Price 69, Ben Chew 58, Skipper James King 75, Josh Emmerton 48, young Bills scored 41, even Tommy Allen coming in down the order with 30.
Yeah, nobody really missed out there, did they?
No.
Then
Dom Simons took 3 for, I guess you could say, the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah.
And Belmont's innings never really got going. Dom Simons opened with 28, and everyone else in single figures.
a few noughts to somewhere between naught and double figures, isn't it?
Yeah, all out for 80. And the wickets were shared around.
Four,
Joey
couple of
Price took his
threefers.
standard 3.
Yeah. Jeremy Noonan got a
Jeremy
few.
Noonan 4, who bowled really well in his couple of spells there, the first session.
Yeah.
And Bills took 3 with his spinning as well.
Yeah.
So I guess bragging rights went to West during the preliminary games. Probably one of not many 2-day games that got a full result.
Yeah, look, good result there and leading into Christmas and things were looking quite good and indeed just straight after Christmas there's a couple of victories in T20, but since then and with rain and maybe a patch or two of not so good batting, this should be evenly contested all the way through.
Well, it is Team 1 versus Team 2 here in the NDCA Grand Final. And Bill's bowling again to Joey Gillard.
Gillard, yeah.
This partnership, it's yielded 9 runs thus far, which in the context doesn't sound like many, but it's a very valuable partnership. The time that they're spending at the wicket as well. I guess West would like to think they can clean the last 3 wickets up, and it will lead maybe to a bit of frustration if they can't do that.
Yeah, we spoke at lunch about the intent of just keeping the foot on the throat and nothing loose given away, and let's clean it up, and then in all honesty, bat like your life depends on it, and
Sure.
You can bat as long as you like. Don't give the opposition a sniff. But
That's it. You give me
as you
this, I'll
say,
take a foot.
yeah, as you say, every over that goes by that maybe doesn't pick up a wicket makes it just a little bit more challenging.
Bill's there. And Gillard is really, he's not having any issue. I'm really impressed with his temperament. He's just taking each ball as it comes. There hasn't really been any loose shots by him. He's faced 52 balls so far.
Yeah.
53 balls. Let's punch that down to mid-on.
Well, they know at the end of the day, and it's probably not my choice, but if 90 overs goes by and Belmont are 9 down for, I don't know, whatever, they've probably had a very good day out considering where they left themselves at
that'd
lunch.
be a huge effort for Belmont.
It'd be a boost not only to them but to their bowling stock. So, as I say, more than happy to see, with a bit of bias, see the next 3 wickets cleaned up pretty quickly. But having said that, kudos. If a couple of guys are able to guts it out, and that is what cricket's all about.
Well, I guess if there's any saving grace, I like to take a positive out of any great shot
straight
by
through the
Jace
cover.
Lawson.
They're going to pull up. I think they'll take 2. Nice shot there off Price. Just a little bit wider of off stump, and he's lent into that nicely.
I guess in Belmont's favour, should the last few wickets fall in a reasonably quick succession, they've got the second leading wicket taker in the competition, who would be sitting up there probably fuming after being dismissed cheaply and in a decision I wasn't sure he 100% agreed with. I could think of worse people to be coming on with a brand new pill than Dan Bailey.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the top order, you know, with Wests have had good performances during. Oh, there we go again, straight up the mid off. They've had good performances during the year, but at the end of the day, there's you know, a couple of jitters go through if you lose a couple of early ones, and Dan would be looking to get straight in there, I'm sure. Got a little bit of feedback from customers, have we?
Yeah. Well, it was actually the chairman of the suburban districts just offering some advice on maybe accelerating the run rate. And shout out to Stephen Elliott, passing on some valuable advice, which we'll just sit on just for now. But Jace Lawson looking very solid. Here.
Tend to appreciate where Stephen's coming from. Always good to move a game along, one would think.
Well, coming from his background of indoor cricket, where very short overs and high scores, and maybe that could be the next genesis of the next format of cricket. Losing runs for wickets, and
certainly looking to drive junior content through indoors. I don't know whether that was an entree to let me have a chat about things.
By all means.
But we are across the indoor centres in Newcastle and Central Coast running Term 2, Term 3 programs that are centred around not just seniors playing indoor cricket.
Sure.
So reminding juniors that yeah, it's a good game, there's opportunities there at all sorts of levels for you. And Stephen's come back again with, yeah, okay, thanks for that, Stephen. Yeah, very, very kind. One of the many listeners we have on Frogbox today, by the sound of it, Dan.
Well, it means we're doing something right if we've got viewers and listeners.
Well, I'm always happy to have the engaging repartee coming through.
90 overs is a long time to talk about cricket.
I'm looking forward to another offering from possibly Tim Cox, who's out there, I believe. Tim riveted to the screen, hopefully with his family enjoying Easter as well.
Yes, I guess Mrs. Cox will be, hopefully the cricket season ends very soon.
Yeah, big shout out to Mrs. Cox. She's got a heavy load to carry there. But hopefully Tim's kicking back and enjoying himself.
I must say Tim did a huge job, I know, with the suburban districts with things of like ground allocation, securing fields, especially this time of season with the finals and with the wet weather. So Tim, you're listening, well done, mate. Very much appreciated.
No, well done, Tim. Yeah.
Joey Gillard's put that through the onside. They've taken
just
one.
A single there. It's good fielding from Josh Emmerdon.
Good hustle.
Yeah.
It's good to see that hustle where the game is at. And that run takes the partnership to 12, which is the highest partnership of the Belmont innings.
Every run vital at the moment, look at it. So we're a bit deeper now for Jace Lawson. Got a couple
Two
out.
sweepers, mid-wicket and long on. Wouldn't be tempted to give him to take the shot, take the risk.
Well, be
maybe
interesting.
Bring one in and one out.
Yeah.
Just played that
possibly.
down
It possibly does prevent him. I suppose the question is how is Jace happy to play the game? You know, would he still take it on? Or
can we get a mic out to him?
It'd be, yeah, I think we, yeah.
If it's here, Jace, you going to whack it?
I think that's the answer. Wouldn't it be good to have some sort of electrode on his head to get the thought pattern going? That might be the next incarnation of cricket. I still reckon the GoPro on the helmet's the go. I reckon that's our next, that's the bit that's missing. Don't worry about stump cam.
Helmet, GoPro.
Now there's a couple of our 12th men, Tommy Carnigan and Ethan McLaughlin. Ethan McLaughlin's actually the 12th. Tommy's just a hanger-onerer, but I think Tommy's looking to come on with a bit of guest commentary at some stage. I don't know how he goes. Might have to vet what happens there, but yeah, I'll
certainly give him a trial. Give him a barrier trial.
Yeah, he's here before he goes off to his afternoon job of serving chicken at KFC. So
not today, I hope. Good Friday.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Maybe they've got the fish drumsticks. Fishy chicken. 7 for 47 after 41 overs. 11 overs have flown since the lunch break, and looks like change of bowler.
It is a change of
Jeremy
bowler.
Noonan's
Jeremy
back
Noonan's
into
back.
the attack. He's bowled really well, 8 overs, none for 10.
a
Nice
bit to
shot
the
there
leg
off his
side.
pads. Gillard's put that away. Not sure if that's going to go to the fence.
No, you get a 2 out of it, I think.
Comfortable 2.
I think that's
Played that very nicely. He's got
Yeah.
he's got all the shots.
yeah, it's a good shot. Aaron Wivell chasing that one out there through square leg. A little bit too straight. It's a little bit too straight. West, as you say, would like a wicket, here in the next over or two, I would think.
Oh, well
Into
left.
bowl, it's outside of off stump. Through to Andrew Shakespeare, who's a long time keeper with West. Been around since the early 2000s. Tasted success in the last final victory, and certainly played in a lot of the time where things were struggling with West, but.
He's been
So
through the lows and now
Been through the lows and enjoying the highs. He's a excellent. He's been excellent behind the stumps for us.
a stalwart, if you will.
Stalwart, yeah. His dad's still on the committee.
William?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're still writing poetry and God knows what, and plays, short form plays. Another one outside of stump. Good pace there from Noonan, who's trips down from Dungog. Shout out to everybody in Dungog. That recent rain hasn't caused you any real harm up that way, Williams River, etc., etc.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's good that they changed the rules from having to play in your local competition. West gains, Dungog's loss.
Yeah,
very impressive bowl, very impressive young cricketer.
Yeah, nobody would be putting up Jeremy Noonan any time. We send him home all the time, so as soon as we can.
Eat out of house and home.
Yeah. Yeah, he's only built like a rake though, but
I was going to say, was he
yeah,
hiding in a duffel
good
bag?
Good on the tooth, and look, he's very committed. He's gone through pathway with the New South Wales set up, and really good carnival just before Christmas there in the Colts. So going well, Jeremy Noonan.
Good over, first back up from a spell, 2 runs from it. 12 runs come from his 9 overs. And Belmont, after 42 overs, 7 for 49, just clawing their way slowly.
49, we're nearly raising the bat for 50, aren't we? Didn't think it'd kind of take this long to happen, but yeah.
An hour ago, I think they'd have been saying 50 would be great.
Yes, yeah, as a total, yeah. Bills to continue from the clock tower or southern end. The mighty West Leagues Club, a major sponsor of Western Suburbs cricket, just in the shadows there. Of course, West supporting a number of sporting groups in the community, and obviously the Newcastle Knights.
Yes. And of course,
major
like the Great
beneficiary.
Western Suburbs Rugby League Club.
And the Great Western Suburbs Rugby League
Kick
Club.
off their
Yes.
campaign. Well, they were to be here tomorrow.
Yeah,
they've
they've played
kindly moved to Cessnock to allow the grand final to go ahead without issue, which is, as Aaron touched on this morning, great to see council, the cricketing body and the rugby league body all working together for the betterment for everyone.
Dan, I think, and this is where, and I'll keep going through Aaron Bills is over just to extrapolate this one out. This is where, sporting groups still working together at community level is what it's all about. We get it that we play on an oval that's probably only friendly to AFL. We have so many, ovals that are used by soccer, football as it is known now, where it's, there's pretty much almost territorial rights on these things. Yes. And to me, there's, West Rugby League would love to have a home ground. It's gate takings, it's canteen, it's everything else that goes with it. It's the home crowd feel of things. But if you're going to play early rounds, play them on a rectangular field. And so, congratulations.
Nice shot there, swept away by Jace Lawson.
Good shot. That's going to.
Has he got enough on that?
No, it's going to pull up Tommy Allen's. No, it's into the boundary.
Like he got bogged down there, and that's the first boundary for Belmont since the lunch break, and it's also brought up their 50, 7 for 53. And what was a very tight over from Aaron Bills, that last ball.
Just straying down, a little bit down leg side, a little bit of turn, and Jace has just gone with the spin there and played a nice shot down back with a square. But yeah, so the idea of playing rectangular fields, now it's nothing revolutionary for me, and it might sound a little bit cricket-centric, but okay, so this game happens to have gone an extra week. However, and with number one being out, it's just nice for other codes to be able to work in with us. We've all been subject to COVID.
That's right.
Over time. Everybody's had a season that hasn't quite gone the length you'd want it to, and be it last season or this season or the winter season, but there's enough rectangular grounds around, purpose-built,
Sure.
that you would
Well,
like
what's
to think
number two sports ground doing today or tomorrow?
probably nothing, which is just an interesting eyesore as it used to host cricket back in
Yeah,
the
less
day.
said about that the better. But a great facility for rugby league or rugby union.
Fantastic facility.
A rectangle ground, which I'm confident that no other competition would commence until after Easter.
That's 100% right. Now, you know, I know there's a sports plan out at the moment, and certainly 3 LGAs that we play across all have different sports plans, but I'm not suggesting, I mean, sure, I would love to see purpose-built cricket facilities only, but cricket exists and understands.
Ooh,
it's a good
Noonan.
bouncer from Noonan. Cricket exists and understands full well that we're here to work with other sports and to work in with other sports, and that includes pre-season training and et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, if a couple of early rounds happens to be played on purpose-built grounds and you pack up other ones into your draw to suit your home ground later on in the season, well, that's how the results come about now. But I wouldn't say it's always been the case. And we need you know, council to work in with the sporting groups to be able to provide that, because our members are paying good money to play on council facilities.
That's right.
And
It's a flow-on
council
effect
is
for
our
everyone.
best sponsor, and that's acknowledged. But certainly the two-way conversation needs to be ramped up.
Very much so, very much so.
Got Noonan coming back in again from the northern end. Gee, that's a bit
Almost.
closer to off stump, but well left again by Gillard, yes. Through to keeper Shakespeare, who's just written another sonnet. Like that one?
Yes, very
haven't worked
much
out
so.
what a sonnet is, but
Is that like
whatever it is,
14 lines?
shout
or-
out from somebody. Yeah, somebody will know.
Dave Redden. Dave Redden,
if you're out
a
there.
sonnet.
Yeah.
Could Google.
Stephen Elliott, perhaps, might be able to offer us something.
I think that one's a little bit beyond. Steve would have had to have gone to a secondary education of schooling to know what we're talking about. Another over, run and one here. Noonan bowling very well. Another maiden.
So Dan, tell me, the Suburban Districts comp obviously got off the ground this season. A mix of some new grounds and some grounds that were previously used. How did you find, I guess, the administration side of things and the warmth at which clubs, who came over found their season?
Yeah, look, the feedback from pretty much all parties has been positive, regardless of has and hasn't happened. There was a need for change. There was a need for, I guess, a reboot in social one-day cricket, and also just playing that out from Bills. Yeah, but the administration in previous seasons, there'd been issues, and a clean up of a house, or back office, if you will. In the end, from those issues, the Suburban Districts was formed. The NDCA can't thank enough for taking a chance, because it really was things, you know, I mean, we won't sugarcoat, it was out there on the papers and a lot of gospel out there, he said, she said. What are we getting sort of ourselves into? The NDCA, very respected, run a very professional competition for over a century. Do we want to potentially tarnish? But the future of cricket and getting all brands, all formats of cricket under that one umbrella for the betterment of everyone, and it was very apparent to most people who are got cricket's best interests at heart that the junior cricket and the NDCA, the Newcastle District Cricket Association, have slowly morphed into a really good working relationship. and social one-day cricket was, sort of like the outcast, or it should never have been the case. It should be, in my mind, if you're like a pyramid, you've cricket Newcastle, you've got 2-day cricket, 1-day cricket, women's cricket, masters cricket, junior cricket, all your different formats, governed by the same governing body.
Yeah.
And I think, well, I know we're a hell of a lot closer to that being the case. 52 teams in our formative season. That stat alone just cries out. There's over 1,000 cricketers playing social cricket that wanted change, that were sort of forced to do a brand of cricket under an administration that their voice wasn't heard. And when given the opportunity to be heard, clubs voted with their feet.
2 off the over there, Dan, from Bills. We got, I think, Jeremy Nin to continue. And I've always found it, and having lived a bit around Australia, but played and certainly lived a fair percentage of my life back in Newcastle. I've got to say it's an oddity that there are 2 associations running senior cricket over time. Now, obviously, and I'm not talking recent history, but somebody in 1921 decided that somebody threw the toys out of the cot, and certainly through my time playing both forms of cricket, that there's been a
You've got to change a bowler here, Neil. Just
there is
I'll
a
butt in.
Stewie Morgan coming on at the northern end, I think it is, for his
Another
first spell.
experienced campaigner, and be able to. So we're at the halfway stage, 45 overs. So Belmont have done really well to get to this stage of their innings.
Yeah.
But to have a guy the experience of Stewie Morgan coming on the 46th over, it just keeps coming.
Yeah, it does, and more line and length, and hopefully just a little bit of a change there for Gillard to warm himself into. Just keep the batters thinking about things. But yeah, look, for whatever happened in the past, we're in many ways we're governed by whatever happened in the past and whatever people hand me down, etc. And I've still never quite worked out in this day and age of the lack of volunteerism.
Shot straight to mid-wicket.
Of what used to be around, 20, 30 years ago. Everybody's time poor that we have 2 kind of governing bodies for what is essentially a game of cricket played with a 156 gram ball. So the idea, I have no doubt, and you talk about the social aspects there, but between the women's social that's running and some of the men's formats, I've got no doubt that T20 is a form that's there, and it may be, this is the part to be tested, is that there's no reason why there shouldn't be a season of T20. Now, the worry there is people go, oh, well, I'll lose people out of my club that like playing 35 or like playing 2-day cricket or whatever. Well, you might do, because maybe that's what they're looking for right now, but you may not as well. It might just be a succinct bunch that aren't currently playing.
Correct.
That we're trying to re-engage with cricket, and it just might be that they're 6 days a week house bound.
You touched on a really good point, being
day,
time poor.
Yeah, can they get there? And it doesn't. It's the 2.5 hour. Here it is. You can bowl 10 overs at one end and keep it going. So I believe there's room for extra format, and if that's under the one body, sure, it's more work for a grounds allocation point of view or an administrative, but at the end of the day, if it's run under the existing club's structures and nice and tightly, so that it's well administered as this has been this year, I got no doubt it'll be a winner for senior cricket, and the flow of juniors through.
Well, what you will
be
do,
so much easier
you
to do.
will keep your under 16, 17 or 17, 18 teams together. They splinter off. Generally, you get 2 or 3 go off. They're already in the grade system because they're quite talented. Just end of the over there, 7 for 55.
Yeah.
You're going to get your... And the whole idea of, I guess, the city and suburban model was playing with your mates, father and sons. That's sort of gone away from that now because...
Well, the opportunities out there
people's
now,
lifestyles have changed.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was to say to you, Neil, of the 2,500 social one-day cricketers out there, how many of those blokes do you reckon are self-employed?
Oh, it's probably
tradies.
There'd be, I don't know, but I reckon it'd be a high percentage.
Okay.
And the high percentage that would be probably sitting there going, I can only play every third week.
That's right.
Or
I've got
something like that,
or I've
because
got to work,
I'm on call.
or I've got to work Saturdays till 2 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what if there was a format of cricket that started at 3:30 on a Saturday afternoon, especially in January, February, where not this season, might get flooded that time of year,
Sure.
where traditionally we're getting calls to call games off because it's so hot. And you can play a game of T20 cricket starting at 3:30 in the afternoon. You're still finished by 6:30.
Yeah.
Back at the pub or back home, whatever it is you want to do on a Saturday night.
You can finish at the same time as the 1 days or the 2 days, and everybody's back at the sponsor.
And who's to say that during the 6 weeks over Christmas, New Year, let's just say the January months where there's no juniors, who's to say you can't play double headers?
No reason why not. No reason at all.
Where you could have a game at 10, a game at 1 and a game at 4, have 3 teams at a ground, have a canteen open. The team not playing can look after the canteen or any activities. Bill's just getting one there to shoot.
A little bit just onto the pad, but I think outside of off stump on that one.
But it's all about, and again going back to about this suburban districts, it's all about giving a voice back to the clubs and putting out various formats to increase participation.
I'll tell you what I'm looking at now, Dan, and this is probably the next key point, and we talk about things taking a little bit of time to evolve, which is understandable. Senior cricket per se doesn't really promote itself to the public, and I'm not talking whether it's one-day cricket, social, whether it's district, and whether it's across New South Wales, for example. There's an assumption that juniors will come through to the senior club, and the blokes that you talk about, or the blokes that are the tradies or whatever, will just rock up to training because they get a little note to go, hey, we're starting to train at the start of September. Now, that's great, but how are you engaging the guy that gave it up 10 years ago? Where's that promotion? And I just think there's an opportunity for district cricket and suburban districts to be promoting the products, to get plenty of notice out there, and just the opportunity to, sign up and register, rather than blokes running around a building site going, hey mate, are you playing again this year? Because that's all well and good. You need the retention, but I think what we're missing out on is the thousands of players out there, male and female, who don't know how to join anything. Because it's not promoted. So the idea, certainly through play cricket, which is generally seen as a junior participation, capture. There's no reason why that can't be used for senior cricket, and register online and away you go. And as long as the formats are well known, and here's where we're going to play that, and as you just said, maybe some back-to-back during BBL time. And it doesn't have to go, like these comps don't have to go the whole season. We're also a bit entrenched in this, cricket goes for 6 months of the year. It doesn't have to. So, but it's, it's changing the hearts and minds, and the person that grabs it will be the one that starts winning, and the winning will be the participation side of things, because that allows you to have that discussion with council, to get yourself out there as a sport, to show that you're growing, and certainly clubs will grow from that and benefit through sponsorships, etc.
Just had
Stuart Morgan back in again.
I just had a message from an Aaron Gray from Toronto come through.
Aaron Gray, okay.
Might be familiar to some of our listeners, recent listeners.
Yes.
Saying how the Masters cricket has been a great way of recruiting people back to cricket. And I've got to say, I agree 100%. We actually, I'm with Katara in the suburban districts, and from the Masters competition, we actually had a former Waratah Mayfield first grade, Jeremy Chandler, handy cricketer, played Masters for Waratah Mayfield, and he sort of got a bit of the bug. So he came back and played the second half of the season in our Division 2 team.
I've got to say, some of the leg breaks that former New South Wales quick Mark Cameron used to send down in the Masters were quite handy as well. Nobody dare suggest that he gave up in his fast bowling, but
I was going to say,
his leg spin was okay.
You wouldn't want to put a couple of his leggies out of the ground. He might want to go back to his run.
Yeah, back to the long run. Angry man.
Yeah, but no, Aaron's point very well illustrated, and I guess the various formats out there that where people can get their toes wet, where they can only commit to. a Wednesday evening.
Yeah.
4:30, 5 in the afternoon till 8.
And I think, Dan, some of the ground allocation pieces at the start of this season, and admittedly the season started a bit late with COVID as Stewie Morgan comes in again from the northern end to Gillard. It's played out to
82 balls
mid-off.
his face now.
82. He's been a rock, but doing a good job for his for the Whips, for the Belmont Whips. But yeah, the idea of content on grounds and multiple content rather than just that, Saturday afternoon, 1 till 4:30 sort of thing, is what council want to hear about as well. Multi-use grounds, agreed. Turf wickets have their own preparation considerations,
right.
and that doesn't matter whether you're playing on a small block at
But
Jesmond or
who's
whether
to
you're
say
playing on this
midweek
block.
social T20 competition can't be on decent grounds with synthetic wickets?
Yeah, no reason at all. No reason at all. It doesn't have to be on turf. And to be fair, given the cost, and look, I'll just say to you, we've had a big shout out to our volunteers, but to the umpires who are standing out here today and those that have stood in all forms during the season, and also the curators that have invested that time. I mean, the bottom line with a turf wicket is unless you're prepared to roll it,
That's right.
and roll it,
Time.
and roll it, and put the time and effort into the preparation, you might as well not have turf wickets, and these guys aren't paid enough, to be blunt. So so be it umpires or curators. And having said that, that's an enormous cost for clubs, players.
But it certainly makes a difference when you play on a ground where the curator does commit to rolling
Sure,
and rolling
sure.
and rolling the wicket.
That's right. But then back to your point, you're right. A concrete wicket with a synthetic on top.
Yeah.
Turn up any time you like, and unless it's just physically raining at the time where things are a bit slippery, you're right. You can play your T20.
Well, I know in Sydney, a lot of their grounds in there they've resurfaced with brand new synthetic wickets, and again that's right. That could be something, I guess, in discussions with council. Again, I'm just spitballing between Cricket New South Wales councils and the local clubs where. Obviously your district cricket is played on turf, your first, second, third, even fourth division. Suburban districts is currently being played on turf.
Yep.
But if the quality of suburban grounds, synthetic wickets, because they do vary from fantastic like Karaka, John Street at Warners Bay, Myer Park. There's other grounds around that could use some tender loving care. Yeah,
what we really want is, and this is an open discussion that I don't think cricket has been very good at having, whether that's a Lake Macquarie Council, Newcastle, even Port Stephens. Each one of them has their nuances around ground bookings and who's in charge and oval committees, etc. But at the end of the day, from a regional perspective, we need cricket, as in the association, to have a strong strategic view around cricket, to be presenting that to council as a vision, and to be working in with council to I guess, to have some sort of input into the council strategy, which sometimes moves as quickly as that ant over there. But at the end of the day, you don't want to be not part of the conversation.
That's exactly
and I think for a number of years, we senior and junior cricket here haven't been part of the conversation, and all of a sudden grounds have kind of gone missing in action.
Yeah, there's Stewie Morgan going around again, bowling to Jace Lawson. And I think
great
that
line
goes
there from Stewie.
All the way back to what we discussed earlier, was by having under one governing body and having one or a number of representatives from that one governing body in the conversation.
That's right.
It's not 2 or 3 different organisations with a handful of people from each organisation, because...
Or with competing interests.
Because council would see it cricket and put them all into one basket.
Yeah.
Where competing organisations are, well, they're fighting for our time and our grounds and here and that, where it should be a simple case of, here's the ground, here's the council, here's the organisation that want to use it, and everyone should hold hands and dance and sing Kumbaya. And
it's a Kumbaya moment, isn't it?
It is.
I see Shakespeare's gone up to the stumps now to Stewie Morgan. I'd say Jace has been a little outside the.
Oh, look. Come all this way, it'd be rude to say no.
Do you want a soft drink? I can get you
I've
soft
got
drink.
a Gatorade and a water going. very rude to say that.
No.
Thank you.
So kind. See, we were talking about volunteers there earlier on, and this is just one of those great moments, isn't it, Dan, where I'm able to
Look, the volunteers at Harker Oval
get into a softie.
have been doing a good job. They're doing a fantastic job. And a massive shout out and a
big
cheers.
shout out to the West Committee and volunteers. Thanks so much.
All of a sudden, it's not so warm.
It's not true.
What's
True.
happening out in
Well,
the field here,
I've got to
Neil?
say, I noticed you've got me in the Western Sun area here.
Oh, that could be in. Yeah. Look, you can't buy that experience.
Possibly just down leg side, that one, but yeah, the idea of keeping Jace Lawson into the in his crease might change his method with Shakespeare up to the stumps. Just a little bit cooler already now that we've just moved the com box about a metre to the right.
Selfishly worrying about my own needs and wants.
Not a problem, not a problem. Lawson opened up a little bit there, cleared the front leg, just played it out through to mid-on, but down to Ben Chew. No run.
That's not what I meant to do.
Here we are, we've got the scoreboard running again, so we can continue to talk gibberish and, and keep going with the game as it's just played back again to Stu Morgan. Good line here from Stu, and that would be over.
And that's the end of 50. 50 overs.
50 down.
7 for 56.
It's nearly a run and over, isn't it?
It is. But
Not inspiring, but it's probably representative of a really good bowling performance from the West boys.
the partnership's now out to 21, which is these runs are valuable. I mean, they can keep going at this trajectory. They're going to get to the tea break.
I think the idea, and then the idea of with a couple of wickets in the bank, I'd reckon there could be a bit of loose hitting. So, which again is in the interest of promoting 56 to be 156 if possible. We've got builds continuing there at the clock tower end.
Oh, look, I think if Belmont can get to say 120, I think this game, sure, West is still in the box seat, but it's a different game, and it's a mindset. As we talk about the psychological side of things, but Joey Gillard, the job he's doing here for Belmont is huge, because the longer they can keep West out in the field, more chance they've got of staying in this game, into this contest.
Yeah,
Bill's still
for sure.
bowling those flat, but he's kicking onto the bat. He's given nothing away. And his figures of 12.2 overs, 1 for 14.
Back
Always
in
good to
again
have
Gillard.
evidence to support a theory, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, well, at the end of the day, data's king. So, be it data on a scoreboard or what we're talking about there before about engaging with council and just ensuring that, you know, it's a strong, you mentioned, just hold on this ball, just played out there to mid-on, no run. Josh Emmerton into the game. Mentioned there about Cricket New South Wales, and certainly facilities and infrastructure is a major part of what we do in community cricket in the region, and more than keen to work with clubs to improve their facilities, whether they're practice wickets, whether they're main ground. You mentioned synthetics before and that kind of thing, and so therefore the strategy of an association is important to us to be able to, you know, further those conversations. And if, as you said before, if everybody's pulling in the right direction, pulling, in the same direction, let's say. Well, it's not a conversation where when you go to local government they go, oh, well that's okay, but hang on, these people want that, and you sit there going, really?
Without trying to be controversial, everyone needs to have the sport's interest first and foremost. You know, and I put it back. At the end of the day, most facilities are used by juniors and seniors. If anything, we need to be giving our juniors access to the best possible facilities to become seniors, because you're either going to lose them, which we lose anyway. Yeah. So why give them any reason to take up something else?
That's right, and 50% of the population is female, in case we hadn't noticed that. And again, there's tremendous opportunities there. But of course, the idea there is too that, well, you could argue that males deserve good change rooms as well, but certainly females, it's a massive turn off to you want to come and play cricket. Well, you like the game. Well, that's nice. I need you to go behind that tree.
No,
Is
we're
not-
living in the
is not
1920s
on.
there.
Not on. Now, having said
Clean
that,
facilities.
accept that facilities and infrastructure is a massive cost to council, and
But
certainly
it's a
you've
cost
got,
that needs to be undertaken.
well, you've got to demonstrate use.
Yep.
You've got to demonstrate that you're multifaceted across
Sure.
that, and they're kind of the two things that cricket needs to, sell the argument for. And in doing that, you're right. At the moment, to be using the better facilities is the answer, but there'll come a time where it's a very
Quick
sharp
single to
being
rotate the
taken.
strike.
Well run off Stewie. Morgan just out to short cover by Lawson.
Let's Gillard back to this end, where he'd spent a significant part of his innings.
He has. He's been bolted down at this end, hasn't
yeah. That's smart cricket there.
Yeah, no, it's well taken. In fact, I'm probably a bit surprised they're not taking a few more like that. The West Field is set it's a ringed up field that we've got here with the Rosellas. Gillard again, just a nice bit of tight bowling there from Morgan, just played out mid on. So facilities key, and maximising use of good quality grounds. Couldn't agree more. And again, just a single-minded view and focus on what is wanted by cricket is really essential. As I say, playing across.
Well kept there by Shakespeare.
Well, that's a stumping opportunity, I think, for Shakespeare. Difficult one down leg off Morgan. It's one of those balls that remain low. He's gone over to the leg. Hasn't taken it cleanly. We'll have another look here on the
Beware the leg
replay
side
screen.
stumping.
Beware the leg side stumping. So he's gone across the leg. He's perhaps a little bit high in terms of where he could have been, but Gillard managed to get back. He probably dragged his back foot out a little bit and then got it back. So whether there's a chance or not, this looks like a drinks break, would it be?
It certainly is. 240. That's got to be the quickest hour in the history of frog box cricket.
I think it's absolutely flown here, Dan, and again, just a strong sunshine. It's a beautiful weekend to be here at Harker Oval. So
22 overs in that hour.
22 overs. That's a lot of spin there through that from this end with Aaron Bills. Listen, if everybody's finished their barbecued fish this afternoon, bring down a spare Easter egg and come and enjoy it on the hill at Harker Oval. You could be in worse places in Newcastle.
Oh, this place is immaculate. After 52 overs, the Belmont whipped 7 for 57 in the Newcastle District Cricket Association first grade grand final here at sunny Harker Oval in the heart of Lambton. Free entry, come on down, bring the car in, park on the hill. A couple of games of cricket on the hill for the kids to get themselves involved in. If not, they can start their own. A few of the adults might probably come and join in with you too. There's a lot of former great players sitting around the ground, either watching their offspring or relatives play, or just legends of the local game supporting the grand final, which is great to see. Plenty of room in the grandstand, covered in shade as well. So very comfortable down here. Barbecues going, refreshment stands open, and yeah, you turn your Good Friday into a great Friday. Quick drinks break. We'll be back shortly, and the second half of our day one of the two-day NDCA first grade grand final. Sorry.
No, do I need to turn off?
As long as you just push that off, you can just... And players and umpires back out on the field after enjoying a well-deserved drink. 22 overs in that hour. It's probably some of the quickest overs seen gotten through in quite some time. Belmont fighting back from what was a very precarious position early on here on day one. They've fought their way back. They were 7 for 35, now 7 for 57 after 52 overs. With Joey Gillard showing a lot of maturity beyond his young years. He's 8 from 92 balls, and Jace Lawson, the veteran, 15 from 77 deliveries. I'm Dan Saunders, joined by Neil McDonald here at Harker Oval.
Thanks again, Dan. Great to be back with you for this this period through to the tea break.
Could be an early clock off today if they get to these 90 overs at this rate.
Certainly getting through them very well. That's well cut off, but they'll take a quick single.
Ooh, direct hit might have been an issue. I might get my washing off the line this evening.
I'll tell you what, it's been a great drying day. You did put it out this morning, did you?
I put it out about 7:15.
Well played. Yeah, no, I reckon you're a big chance on that. And we're set for a good day tomorrow as well. Yes, look, sharp single there. Well fielded, but they got through for the one. Gillard back on strike.
Yeah, back
to
down
Bills.
the northern end, yes. It's a lengthy spell by Bills. I think he's bowled unchanged from memory.
He has since lunch, or he had a couple of overs just prior to lunch,
Yeah,
I think, didn't he?
He's bowled unchanged from this end. He's
Yeah.
into his 14th over and doing a great job for his skipper and for his team. Tightening things right up. Hasn't been able to, Jace Lawson tried to attack him early on in his innings, but he's managed to put the gun back in the holster, so to speak. But these guys doing a great job of batting time and rotating the strike when they've been allowed to. Bills to Gillard.
They jumped on him a little bit. He's playing off the back foot out through point. Out to Aaron Wivell.
Interesting, the right-handed Gillard has a square leg on the fence. He hasn't really looked to play across the line, let alone any wild cross-bat shots. The one ball he hit through mid-wicket was off a pace bowler bowling at his pads, which was a beautiful shot off his toes.
Yeah, no, that's true.
It's
We're
an
probably
interesting field placement.
bit textbook. Big textbook. The old leg spinner out through. But you're right. He hasn't really dropped anything short or certainly anything down through leg, apart from I think there was a shot down through fine leg that went for 2.
The sweep shot.
The sweep shot. But
again,
outside of that, he's been bad ball. Been pretty maybe perhaps that fielder, apart from being protective, could be maybe better placed, but I'm sure James King is in a better position than I am to work out whether that needs to happen or not.
Steve Morgan.
Or Stewie, even.
Stewie, sorry. Into his 5th over.
There has been a Steve Morgan, I might add. Big shout out to Stevie Morgan.
Brother of Phil.
Brother of Phil, principal at Cessnock Public School.
He earned his biggies.
Played a lot of cricket with what was both Lambton, New Lambton and Western Suburbs.
That was my confusion there.
Basically, just used to tie it up one end, you know.
Lawson is playing Morgan there, threw on the offside for no run. So the Belmont Whips fight back, slowly continues, and they've really done well to come back from where they were.
Wow, everybody's here today by the look of it. That's I've just been accosted by David Ashman, who former West Rugby League player and Lambton, New Lambton as it was then, before he moved to Melbourne. So I'm not quite sure what he's doing here at Harker Oval today, but it's lovely to get a little slap on the side of the shoulder. And
I was going to say accosted was the word I would have used too.
Yeah. All the stars are here today.
Well, where else would you want to be for Easter?
Well, lovely to see Dave, and given that the last time I saw him was at the MCG when I had the New South Wales Breakers there in 2011, just to drop a name of a fairly famous ground. I'm absolutely stunned to see him here today, to be fair. But anyway, I'll catch up with him at the tea break. I'll look forward to that and see what's going on with life with David Ashman.
And what'll be on the spread? Fish scones?
Possibly, yeah.
Might give that a miss. I might leave you to have that. What's happened there? Lawson's got that backward a square.
Squeeze that one out through backward
Flown
point.
off the bat. I don't think it's going to get to the fence. It's
No,
been run down.
Get a little two there.
Yeah, just
Very
comfortable
valuable.
with the two. He got a lot of bat on that to squeeze that out. That flew off the
He did.
outside of that.
Yeah, got away out there through backward point.
Here's these runs available. Takes you on the 16. Actually under 18. Every run into Jace Lawson's contributing is a run that West have got to get +1.
It's a top score at the moment, isn't it? And he's off again for another single down through backward square.
Rotated the strike there. Smart cricket. 3 from the over thus far. And 3 from the over, I should say. At the end of that over, 54 overs gone. The Belmont whip 7 for 61 here on grand final day.
Yeah, another tight over there from Stu Morgan, but the West boys just got to, again, just keep things nice and tight and just make sure they take that chance if it gets offered. And having said that, these two have batted very well chanceless since lunch, and that's obviously what Belmont would have been looking for from them after the break.
Yeah, very much so. A huge effort for this pair to be still there. 22 overs since the lunch interval. 24 overs is over the flying.
You know, I reckon you might be able to get your clothes off. Maybe, I don't know.
Hello.
He's down the deck. It's not going to carry. It's going to plug. He gets a single down to one of Dungog's finest in Jeremy Noonan. Just the single down there. It'll look like it was going to carry for a short amount of time, but really just a safe over the top shot there down to long on. There's a
sweep again.
from Gillard, and that's a good shot.
Well, that guy's just paid for himself. What would I know?
He's going
Straight out to the square leg sweeper.
That's why we've got the square leg sweeper there.
Oh, that's well ran.
But they have taken 2 out of that, and again, so there's 3 off the over thus far, and
3 off the
they're
over
starting
before.
to free themselves up a little bit, the Belmont batsmen.
There's that sweep again.
That's going to be close, but possibly
Missing something. Yeah, we're not on the best angle. I guess we'll get the replay here, which again is on the same angle that we're on, but
I don't know whether we're going to get the replay prior to Bill's bowling his next ball, actually. We'll just hang with this one.
About a ball and a
watch
half.
the replay.
He's pierced
Out
the gap.
through, pierced the gap for 1,
They'll get at
probably
least
coming
2.
back for 2.
Good cricket here from this pair from Belmont. Gillard just batting with maturity beyond his years, and the veteran Jace Lawson.
I'd share with you too that
Really well.
the frog box hasn't helped us there, neither is the non-striker to be able to make an assessment on that last LBW, considering we couldn't see it through the non-striker.
Well, being a bowler these days, I find if you're good enough to beat the bat, it's good enough for him to get his finger up.
I would have been happy enough to see it, given the where the game's
Yeah.
traversing to at the moment. But again, that's biased commentary, so apologies to
Which we don't encourage.
all those Belmont listeners out there that are obviously looking for their team to get into 3 figures.
Seven for 66. 5 runs from that last over, and I'm trying to think if that might be the first over that's gone for more than 4 this innings.
Well, I think so. There was early days.
A few boundaries were
Marcus
hit,
hit a boundary, and there's a couple of boundaries in there, but
they were standalone for
they
the
would've-
over.
yeah.
What's that noise down there?
Well, I think unfortunately we've got somebody playing with a model car or something.
One of those.
Just had nothing better to do on Good Friday, apparently.
Smart
Another quick
cricket.
single.
Yep. Lawson punching that there through. He's into the 20s now, I believe.
Yeah, I think the last couple of overs has seen him to 21, single boundary, but plenty of 1s and 2s in that.
Yeah, no, this has been a great partnership for the 8th wicket. Gillard back on strike, and again solid as a rock. I'm just wondering, Brad Aldis, why maybe he hasn't come back in for another spell. He's been one of West's best, of course, that new pill and that his second over where he took 2 wickets in that second over of his, really broke the game right open.
Yeah, hard to say. It's probably, I'd
Shot.
not a betting man, but I'd like to think that the next spell, be it from this end or replacing Bills or possibly the Stu Morgan spell that's on now, would see Bradley, who just fielded that ball at cover, come back into the attack and have a second go at this tail that's wagging quite profusely.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, 10 and 11 have been sitting up there padded up for some time now.
Yeah, it's gutsy stuff by the Belmont boys, and again, if you're at least out there, you're a chance of scoring runs.
That's right.
It's
Can't
a bit
score
hard
them
to do
sitting
it
here.
from the pavilion or where we are. That's exactly right.
That's right. Still good chatter out there by the West guys. They haven't gone to sleep. Just we probably give West too much credit with how well they bowled,
No, these,
which I think was deserved. But I think this second session, we probably need to give Belmont a bit more credit to how well they've knuckled down.
yeah, they have. Look, the West boys. One of the features of this group, and sure, there's there's various ages in it and various years of playing with the club, but they're tight. And that's got them through some hard situations this year as well, as much as anything.
Sure.
James King is a wonderful leader, just really inspiring. The willingness to, they're out there having fun, otherwise you shouldn't be out there.
Yeah, you've got to be enjoying your cricket first and foremost.
No matter what the situation is, but at the end of the day, you put in the hard work, you'll get a reward. If you're slacking off, well, there's a chance you're going to run second. And I think the boys accept that. They've had it's been a really good year through the year. Indeed,
what have we got here, Neil McDonald?
I think we've got a change.
And who was coming on the bowl, Neil McDonald?
It's the great Bradley Aldous.
That's the reverse commentator's curse.
Yes, yeah.
So I think we've butchered about 4 innings today with our commentary.
Yeah, I was pretty confident he probably would have been the next one on. I know that Dungog's Finest has had a spell at that northern end, and I just had a bit of a feeling that Bradley might be next back in. He's supremely fit athlete, and so there's no risk of him getting back into it again.
Good match awareness from the
sees himself as a bit of an Adonis.
Really?
Yeah, a bit of a cult figure.
Okay. Not like Elder Snow from. Would you be aware of Elder Snow is?
No.
Okay.
No, is that?
There's a Russell Brand character in a couple of movies where he's a rock star who. Well, we'll probably Google Elder Snow.
I think it was more something out of Kath and Kim or something.
Oh no, mate, Kath and Kim look very clean.
Okay. But he hasn't found the line there, unfortunately, to Lawson. It's gone for 4 down shot through fine leg. One of the few 4s struck today, and he's now hit 2 of them, Jace Lawson.
Got enough bat on that, and it flew away in the area of the ground where it has seemed to slow up.
Yeah, it's fairly quick down there. The Harker square boundaries are quite decent size. Practice wickets to the eastern side, and the western side is still drying out a little bit, but north and south is quite straight. Same size as the SCG.
I believe that. 7 for 71.
That's a better line and length, just on Jace Lawson's off stump. Played up through to Josh Emerton.
You're right.
At mid-off. Yeah,
there's your homework. Will you be here tomorrow now?
I'm not leaving the ground.
Oh, you'll be staying the night?
A possibility.
Okay.
No, I'll
Google Elder Snow, and I want you to come back to us tomorrow morning.
Just can you give me a pronunciation,
spelling
of that
the
first?
same as Brad Aldous?
Aldous.
I believe so.
Snow.
S-N-O-W. Yeah. And if you need help with Russell Brand, and
okay.
Any of our listeners are aware of what I'm talking about, we're having a chuckle at home. I'm pretty confident with that.
I'm sure.
Get him to the Greek, or Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
I'm reckoning
there's a character in
Sarah Marshall. I'm reckoning there's a chance we might get a tweet in from somebody fairly shortly.
Russell, if you're watching, I know he loves his cricket. Yeah, one of the funniest characters you would ever see on film. and inappropriate, which is right up my alley. Aldous bowling to Jace Lawson. Push that way on the offside, no run. So while I've got Neil furiously Googling away who Aldous Snow is, just another reminder that there's plenty of room here at Harker Oval if you'd like to come down and watch the second half of day one of this two-day grand final between West Cricket Club and Belmont District Cricket Club. The Rosellas versus the Whips. You can drive your car into the ground, it's free entry, bars open, barbecues, cooking all sorts of fishy delights, which is open. I think the coffee van's gone, they bring your thermos. Great
Geez, a
nut
play and
there.
miss there
Good ball.
on Lawson, play and miss off Aldous. And that's the kind of thing that just Wests were picking up in the first session pretty regularly. Not so much the caught behind, but the regular wicket taking, and it's something that you probably need to create something out there now. Don't need to do anything else. Keep the pressure on, but just to they need a wicket just to keep rolling into 9, 10, 11, and that's been held up pretty well by Lawson and Gillard, certainly through the first hour and a half after lunch here at Harker Oval. It's full length, squeezed a single out through cover.
That's great running.
And again,
very
just well taken.
great match awareness there. And they've obviously had the conversation because there wasn't really a run there, but they got there comfortably.
Yeah, no, smart cricket and thinking cricket. It's probably what some of the earlier guys could have been doing actually in the order there. There wasn't a lot of intent early on in that certainly through the first session, but yeah, plenty of intent with these two, and the wicket. We've always said is the wicket's not deserving of being 7 for 72, but having said that, it's flattening out nicely, and yeah, wickets are harder to come by. So we've got a change at the northern end this time too. I think we've got Jeremy Noonan coming back into the tack from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Lawson. The field's a little bit spread now. Wests have employed a straightish deep mid wicket for Lawson. Noonan in, first ball's on a good length. It's played out through to mid on, and no run. So 7 for 72. Got some entertaining stuff there, Dan, or just some great listening content from...
Well, I may have a story here, just a little tidbit of information which...
We've been taken off the air? No? Not yet?
Let's have a read of that and we'll just... Not sure whether the provider's asking whether you might have been involved in that game.
How long ago was it played? Looks like a W.G. Grace timing. Southern Lakes. Yeah, no. University of Sydney 6 balls.
Shot straight to cover. So Noonan's back into the attack after a 5 or 6 over spell from Stewie Morgan. So Jeremy Noonan again.
This is outrageous. When would this have been played? If Southern Lakes number 2, I'm suggesting, what is a 4th grade team in Newcastle DCA Premiership dismissed for naught the first innings of a match.
Had 3 players.
That's 3 players. Didn't know you could actually field a game with 3 players these days.
They let them 6 in the field.
But only 3 to bat. Geez, I'd hate to have seen that game played out of a wobber. That's a big long trip for somebody from uni to go out there to score nothing.
Oh, I should have jumped on the train.
Back in the day.
Yeah. With a horse and cart.
Well, yeah. Plenty of horses out at a wobber, I can assure you. Well, it used to be a first grade ground back in the early 60s, by my understanding. Jenko was captain. Jenko was captain. Would that be Jenko, the scorer for the mighty Toronto Workers, formerly Southern Lakes District Cricket Club?
Be my
Jenko.
guess. 7 for 72 here.
Might have been a few beers consumed that night, I'd suggest.
Jeremy Noonan bowling to Jace Lawson. Again, just Johnny on the spot, or Jeremy on the spot, I should
Jeremy
say.
on the spot.
Line and length.
You're starting to pull them out now, Dan. This could
Yeah,
become
look,
a comedy routine.
some of the sponsors' finest just starting to kick in. No, just trying to keep it a little bit entertaining for the listeners. Still 32 overs to go in today's play.
Speaking of sponsors kicking in, just a big shout out again to West's. The Lambton Fridge has been a major contributor to the boys' camaraderie this year. Basically, the fridge was the proprietor of the fridge was working on the basis of every century scored was worth a decent carton of product, and we benefited, or we were the beneficiary of many cartons early season with the likes of a Joey Price and others cashing in on 3 figures. Oops, hang on, our combox looks like it's falling apart, but I can assure everybody that the camera's still taking wonderful pictures. The mighty frog box, and big shout out there to West President and the scorer for today, Alan Brichter, doing a wonderful job on the scoring there and pressing the right buttons to make sure we got the right player being acknowledged as on strike or bowling. Aldous back in from the southern end to Gillard, who just plays out to mid-off. It's representative of the type bowling that the Rosellas have been putting out through the day. But as I say, Belmont have got some steely resistance here, and this has been making a real fight of it through this second session. Aldous at the top of his mark again. Had another tweet in from across the Nullarbor, former president Michael McIntyre, and long-term player with West, who unfortunately got his dates wrong when they deferred the final this weekend, where his wife had booked a trip on the Indian Pacific, and he's asked me, I'm going to have to clean this one up for you, Dan. It was what the dash is going on. They've passed 70. So, Mick, well, if you're tuning into Frogbox, you would have been able to watch it ball by ball. I don't know how the Indian Pacific takes that one on board, but I've probably got to respond to your text now and suggest to you that it's been a pretty dry second session for the Rosellas, albeit bowling tightly. But I hope you're somewhere near Kalgoorlie at the moment, Mick, and enjoying yourself looking for those emus running backwards.
If you jump off the train in Kalgoorlie and you're able to go for a counter, you go to the Foundry Hotel.
The Foundry Hotel, I'll tell him
we're
that
allowed
one.
to.
I'm happy to pass this on to Mick. He sounds like a bloke that's in a world of hurt.
Listeners who may have been to Kalgoorlie, if they know the Foundry Hotel, they know exactly what I'm
It's
talking
up in the air. Here we go. I think it's going to fall safe. Down through fine
safe.
leg. It's a bit of a false shot. That's it's gone for 2. I'd suggest here. It must be a bit of a mud pile down there.
So you may be.
It's 2 to Gillard.
We won't pick that up on the frog box, but yeah,
I think we got a bit of a false shot there. He went for the pull shot. It seemed to get a top edge on it.
Very fine.
They're wondering. They're just checking here whether it's gone for 4. It did go fine. First off, I thought it wasn't going to carry, and I thought it might have been a keeper's catch, something that Andrew Shakespeare might have got back for, but. This could be a controversial moment here.
Yeah, the player down there had a couple of tumbles.
They've agreed it's plugged, and it hasn't quite gone. So it's gone for 2, but drew a false shot, but fell safely. Young Gillard.
Brad Aldous coming in again to Gillard. Well left.
It's a good line out just outside of off stump, making him work hard on that one. A little bit of shape into the wicket, but that's the end of the over.
7 for 74 after 59 overs.
7 for 74. I'll respond to this, Michael McIntyre.
Belmont have showed true grit.
What was the name of that hotel?
The Foundry.
The Foundry. I'll pass that on to Michael and see if he's in any way interested.
Some of Western Australia's finest.
I'm assuming the train stops at Kalgoorlie.
Can't answer that.
I'll ask him.
We're going to beat up Tarago. I drove there.
Oh,
drove
to
with a mate.
Kalgoorlie.
Many moons ago. Drove across the Nullarbor and did a fan belt of all things.
How many times? Where do you stop for petrol there, or do you just carry it with you?
No, you
There's
fill
no petrol, is there?
you fill up at the last spot.
And then the next spot is the next spot.
Yeah, but we
If
were
you
on
don't
dual
make it?
fuel.
Oh, okay.
We had gas and
Gas
petrol,
and
and we had one of those thingamajiggies.
Jerry can.
Yeah, but like a tall, I don't know, 30 litre.
30 litre.
But it wasn't like a can. It was a
Beer
jerry can,
can,
but it wasn't a
beer
can.
can.
It was like a
30 litre
as
vessel.
a vessel, yeah, full of fuel just in case.
Okay.
Now this
Shouldn't
also
train stops
happened
at
about 3 or 4 years before Wolf Creek come out.
Oh, okay.
So when we broke down, we weren't too upset or fearful.
Yeah.
Having watched Wolf Creek,
You now wouldn't
I
do
relived
again.
it and may have needed new underpants.
Jump onto Frog Box.
Jeremy Noonan coming into Jace Lawson. Just off the hip, punch that down to fine leg. Or just
Another
more
single.
short fine leg. Shakespeare's picked that up, the keeper. The runs just
Yeah,
Coming
now,
along,
now
seventh.
Dan, I'm gonna hand over just for a couple of minutes to a one of the young and up and coming West players just to join you in assistant commentary. I don't know how he's going to go. He is a product of Hunter Sports High, but
wasn't taught by Mr. Capateo, was he?
maybe. Tommy Carnigan is about to step into the microphone, so just feel free to engage him. He's doing quite well. He's custodian of the gloves for us in our grade sides, and an up and coming cricketer and baseballer.
Down your Tom, welcome. Grab a seat, mate.
Will do.
Jeremy Noonan coming into, oh, bit of bounce there. He's really bending his back into the wicket, Jeremy Noonan. So, Tom, an up-and-coming West Rosella. Tell us a little about yourself. Understand a wicket keeper.
Yeah, wicket keeper. Played second grades this year.
So, Mr. Shakespeare's keeping you out of the
yeah.
top grade.
Yeah, he's keeping quite well.
Yeah, pretty happy with his keeping.
Yeah.
And I imagine he'd be helping you with
Yeah.
training and that.
Every now and again, yeah.
Yep.
Bit of bounce.
Yeah, he's really bends his back, Jeremy Noonan. Been very impressed with his bowling. Every time I've had the pleasure of watching him play, it's just the end of another over. 7 for 75 off 60 overs. We're 2/3 of the way through the Belmont innings, and I didn't think we'd get to 60 overs where we were 30 overs ago.
Or at lunch anyway.
Yeah, at lunch as well. Right. But how'd you guys go in second grade this year?
We went all right.
Yeah.
At the start of the year, we went good, and
Yep.
then ended up just lost a lot of games and finished last on the ladder.
Oh,
so-
really? That's okay. I
Yeah,
wasn't
but-
aware of that. I wasn't
it's
stitching
all
you
right,
up.
It's all right. Someone's got to finish there. But
Well, I'd prefer to call it 12.
yeah. Oh,
A ladder's got 12 rungs for a reason.
Exactly.
You can climb up them, yeah.
yeah.
But, and how many years have you been in the West system?
4.
Four?
Yeah, 4.
Okay, and junior cricket through West Juniors?
Yeah, West Juniors. It's been pretty good. Going straight from juniors to grade. It was a couple of older boys, a couple of first graders helping through. And
Yeah, feel free to name drop. Go for it.
Just a couple of boys, just
Yep.
Kingy and Brad and
James
all them.
King,
Yeah.
Brad Aldous.
Yeah, they'd all just help you through. Tell us what to do and tell us the way.
Nah, it's
Pretty
good.
standard. But
No, that's good, and it's great because I mean, not every junior club has that advantage of having that relationship.
Yeah,
to
no.
Vicinity to slide straight in with their senior club, and
Yeah.
and West not only have that, but they've also been leading the way in that department.
Yeah,
And it goes across the board, same as their rugby league as well. They've always
Yeah.
had strong juniors
yeah.
because the seniors have
Helped them
looked
through.
after them.
Yeah.
And I mean, look at the facilities you've got here. So you would have started playing your juniors over at Kentish and
Oh yeah,
Wallarah
yeah,
and
all around.
so
The
you would
new
have
Harry Edwards ground over
at Lambton,
at Lambton, yeah. So that used to be concrete, and then
put synthetic down.
yeah, big shot over.
Lawson's
cover.
got that all the way through the covers. It's not going to go to the fence. They come back for 2. Is there one on the arm? They're going to chance it. They are chancing it. Good throw, but it wasn't really a chance at all. Great running there by Belmont. Lawson and Gillard. I think that's the first three of the match.
Yeah, it would be.
It's taken 61 overs. Macca, you're missing out on some of the highlights. You probably got that on camera upstairs. Comments from the Supercat. And stupid question, but what's your most favourite ground to play on in Newcastle?
Yeah, probably this one, Harker. This one's would be I'd say the best ground in Newcastle.
It's certainly up there.
Yeah, but this and it's hard because Carl Oval's all right as well.
Okay,
but
I'll re-ask the question.
Yeah.
Not including Harker Oval, favourite ground to play on that you have played on, or ground you haven't played on in Newcastle yet that you, as a youngster, you're like, gee, I'd love to play there.
Probably Lynn Oval.
Stockton. Yeah.
Always over at Stockton. Parents always like to go over there for
Great place to play cricket.
Yeah, and
if you've got a field for 90 overs with gloves and pads on, that breeze.
Yeah, be perfect.
You mightn't want to go play a game there because you might want to move and transfer and play over there and play there every second game, not once a year.
Yeah.
And they're a great club too. They're really come on in leaps and bounds. Of course, they won the club championship this year.
Yeah, by 1 point.
Their second grade were minor premiers, minor major premiers.
Yeah. And first grade made into the semis. Yeah,
unfortunately, the weather halted their season as they did for a lot of clubs, unfortunately. Brad Aldis charging in again midway through his 12th over. Gillard, he's seeing him like a beach ball.
Yeah.
He's not worried at all.
No.
At the end of another over, 61 overs gone. Belmont 7 for 78, and they're just clawing and scratching and fighting their way to as close to batting their 90 overs. And
Joey's not worried how slow he's batting. He's going well.
No, look, he's doing the job that the team require.
Yeah.
There's no point going out and going all guns blazing, because he'll probably throw his wicket away, which isn't what his team need.
No.
You know, by rights, Belmont would want West to bat as little as possible tonight.
Yeah.
If they do have to bowl them, 2 or 3 overs for a chance of a couple of wickets.
Yeah.
Not 15, 20 overs where they could possibly, and with the calibre of a Joey Price, Aaron Wivell, they could knock half, a good chunk of the total off tonight, which changes the whole complex of the game.
Yeah, it does.
But as myself and Neil were saying, if you're out there, you can score runs. Sitting here with us Palookas,
you don't do anything sitting down.
You can't do nothing. Okay, so what, do you do much in the off season, Tom?
I play baseball over
baseball?
the off season.
Who do you play baseball with?
Mayfield Boomerangs.
Boomerang, Stevenson Park.
Yeah, over there.
You played baseball all your life?
Only for 4 years. I used to play footy for West.
Okay.
And then, boys are too big. It was a bit small, so.
They sort of at 15, they just explode.
Yeah. So.
What do you prefer, cricket or baseball? If you could only play one.
Cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just played it for longer.
Yep. That's your bread and butter.
Yeah.
And do you find your cricket game helps your baseball, or your baseball helps your cricket?
Well,
good question.
It's hard to say. Like baseball, it helps with like the pull shot and throwing side of things.
Yeah.
But being a wicket keeper, I don't really need to throw a lot, unless I have to throw down the stumps down.
Yep.
But it just helps when you're going from cricket to baseball or from baseball to cricket. You just get that hand-eye coordination.
I was going to say the hand-eye coordination. If you can hit a baseball getting thrown at you, the pace they throw it.
Yeah.
Surely that's got to improve your ability to pick up the ball.
Yeah.
With your batting. I know baseball's not too good for what we're taught.
Yeah,
playing through the V
and
and playing with your figure 9.
Yeah.
It's like indoor cricket to a degree. It can sort of wreck your outdoor game.
Yeah.
But if you do all the basics right, it's great practice for the outdoor game. But some of the best cricket fielders, players I've played with and against in my time have all been quality baseballers.
Yeah, well, the Chapels, they all play baseball.
They did?
I heard somewhere that Mitch Johnson played baseball, and he could have gone over to America and played. But
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it. And you look at his bowling, you got that slinging action. You can just imagine him peeling off a round arm pitch, and his arm in the field, brilliant, like a cannon.
Yeah.
And when you watch him bat, where was his strength?
Yeah, cow corner, mid wicket.
Alan Border.
Alan
Border's a brilliant baseballer when he was still in Sydney. Well, I don't know if he played when he went to Queensland, but he could have been anything as a baseballer too.
Yeah.
And favourite sports people or person?
Um,
Who's your favourite cricketer? I guess.
it's
That's
hard.
for-
I like Josh Philippi.
Yeah.
I reckon he's.
So is that from his time in the Big Bash?
Yeah, and also being a keeper as well.
Yeah.
He's
Bit of a baby-faced assassin.
yeah, the way he bats is similar to how I bat similar to what he does. And
Yep. So aggressive. Get on with it from the start.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd say probably him or Payne, Tim Payne.
Tim Payne. Yep.
Yeah, keeper
So,
love.
no, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Would you? How old are you?
15.
15. So you might. Did you ever get to watch Adam Gilchrist play in his prime?
I've seen his highlights.
Wow, you're making me feel old. I'm only 43. I recommend.
Brad Haddon.
Yeah, well, Brad Haddon was around same vintage, but he couldn't get into the team until Gilchrist retired.
Yeah.
But do yourself a favour, do a bit of online. Is it Tommy Allen coming on from
Tom
this
Allen,
end?
yeah.
He bowled 4 overs for 1 for 0 in his first spell. He's just got bowling for days, haven't they, this West
Yeah.
lineup?
Hey, plenty of bowlers.
Sorry, just updating our software here. After 62 overs, Belmont 7 for 79, Gillard 14, Lawson's all of a sudden in the 30s. He's 31, he's on strike to Tom Allen. Ooh, swing and a miss outside off stump.
They've both been batting really patiently. They've been batting, like you said, trying to do their job of batting the 90 overs out. And
No, you're right, Tommy. It is that mixture between occupying the crease and
trying
we
to
do
take the
need to set a
runs.
target, yeah. But there's been no,
Been no
cow
sixes,
shots.
yeah.
Yeah, but there's been no silly shots.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cowboy.
when Lawson first came out, he was facing the leggy and Bills.
Yeah.
You could see he wanted to get onto him early, assert his dominance. Just push that single through on the leg side. Just smart cricket there again from the veteran Jace Lawson. But they were safe shots. They were to his strength.
Yeah.
But since then, he's really knuckled down. And this partnership now has gone on to 45 runs. Scores now 7 for 80 and creeping up towards a total, that sort of no man's land. If they get to around 120, geez, games have been won for less.
Yeah.
And
Gives them somewhat of a target
it
to
does.
bowl to. Anything under 100 at Harkers.
And especially with a guy like Dan Bailey who dismissed early and looked too impressed about how he got out. He's probably over there just waiting to let rip with that new pill. And
Yeah.
being Belmont's leading wicket taker, the second leading wicket taker in the competition, 32 wickets this season. Even 4 or 5 overs tonight, he could do some damage.
He could.
And if there were 2 or 3 Rosellas back in the sheds at Stumps, tomorrow is a
Yeah.
very,
Very different
very interesting game of cricket.
Yeah.
But that platform won't be an option if it wasn't for what this pair have been doing.
Yeah.
And Joey Gillard just very smart innings, been batting very well
for
and
such a-
ably supported.
For such a young kid with with juniors been the 45 ball retirement and all that, he faces 100 plus balls with ease. Like,
He doesn't even look
like
he
trying
doesn't
to trying to go big.
he hasn't looked like getting out.
No.
There's one appeal, they went up for an LB on a sweep, which from here looked not out.
Yeah.
But again, 100 metres away on an
Yeah.
angle, but it just didn't look out.
No.
Because he wouldn't have played that shot if it wasn't
Yeah.
going down the leg side.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah.
End of the over, 7 for 80, 63 overs. It's going to be a very short final session. Just
Yeah.
flying through these overs.
Yeah.
Of course, 90 overs in the day's play, 30 overs a session, but we've already had 33 overs and still 17 minutes till tea.
Plenty of time.
Getting some more interesting messages through from the heckling section. We've been compared to Waldorf and Stadler. Neil? The Muppets. The 2 guys up in the stands on the Muppets. Yeah. I'll take that as a compliment. How many episodes did they get before they got kicked off here? Hundreds. Keep it coming. Try again. Good times here at Harker Oval. Can't have this much fun at Easter unless you're at the cricket. And Tommy, where would you want to be for cricket?
Here at Harker Oval.
Harker Oval, in here in Lambton. Shot.
Stewie
Where'd he
Morgan
come from?
underneath, or just
Okay, well, I
bounced in
didn't
front.
realise they had a deep long off. Now Lawson's come back. He's been sent
Oh.
back by Gillard. Ended up just the one. That's a good shot down the long on.
Yeah.
But yeah, my match awareness was on because I didn't see him down there. I thought that was going to be boundary for all money.
Well, I wasn't too sure why he was down there for a little bit because he wasn't playing the big shot over the top. But
Bit remiss of me too. Joey Price back into the attack as well. So interesting taking Joey on first ball like that.
yeah,
Or second ball. But they've been rotating their bowlers really well, West, but they just can't get that breakthrough, that 8th wicket.
yeah. As soon as the next one comes, hopefully the boys will.
Well,
go
it's
through.
interesting. We were saying before lunch, Belmont's still got Jamie Heath to bat. Now, Jamie Heath's, well, a very experienced cricketer. What more known, he was a bowler. He was a great bowler.
Yeah,
Jamie was their third leading run scorer this season.
yeah, right.
144 runs, an average of 14. If there's one thing that he'll know how to do is occupy an end.
Yeah,
He'll be able to drop anchor, and I mean, neither of this pair look like getting out, but especially for a bloke like Jace Lawson's at the other end picking off the runs,
yeah.
he could come out and
Rotates
do the
right.
same job that young
doing-
Joey's been doing. But
Yeah.
in saying that, I don't see Joey Gillard going anywhere anytime soon, and I hope I haven't put the commentator's curse on him. I have half the day for everyone else. But no, any of the youngsters around the ground, they should be keeping an eye on how Joey Gillard's. That's a great shot. Great pickup.
Oh,
Took that quick single to mid off. A direct hit could have been interesting.
Jeremy Noonan, the one that threw it over.
Dungog's finest. Hold on.
Got a very good.
Wasn't
very
Doug
strong
Walters
arm.
from Dungog? Second finest out of Dungog, Jeremy Noonan. The Dungogians. Okay. Jace Lawson back on strike. He's 33. Not out. Ooh, decoy there. Another over. So 64 overs in the can, 26 overs left in today's play. And the Belmont Whips, after struggling early, they were going at 4 for 27, 5 for 29. And now 7 for 82. Joey Gillard not out on 15. Jace Lawson not out 33. And Tom Allen, who has he been hit for any runs yet? He's bowled very tight in the 5 overs he's bowled today. Charging in from the southern end, or the club end, the league's club end. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1 prior to this over commencing.
Bowling great spots here, Tommy.
Yeah, look, all these pace bowlers from West have all bowled very similar. You know,
Yeah.
they've been carbon copies just about line and length, aiming at the top of off stump.
Yeah,
Price has put that faster, fuller ball in a few times, and a couple of times he got the result with that LBW.
yeah. And Brad bowling full,
Yeah.
full straight.
Great partnerships, and then Noonan the same, but he's quicker ball when he digs it in. Oh,
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that wicket. He's got them to bounce around.
yeah. Still got a bit of life on that wicket after 64 overs.
The fingernails slowly starting to get a bit of a meal out of them there. West legend Neil McDonald. Oh, there's a pull shot. Did he get all of it? No, it's hit and stopped. It's like my 9-iron. It's come to, coming, no.
Looking for a third, but
Third was probably on, but Lawson did drop his bat, and great chase in the field there. Josh Everton. Another great cricketer.
yeah.
Been around a few clubs.
Played down Sydney for a couple of years, down for St George.
One of the very strong clubs down in the city competition. Yeah, he was handy. Just one of the waves from the hill said DG Bradman. Curtis Patterson, St George. I believe he's captaining
Moses Enriques, Josh Hazelwood,
Graham Rummins.
Trent Copeland.
Skull, yeah, Trent Copeland. Tommy Turbo. Well, like Tommy Pedestrian, but he's doing the job. He's bowling line and length. and making the batsman take the risk. Another quick single straight to mid-off.
James King.
That the skipper's fired that in over the top of the stumps to Shakespeare. But another run on the total. 7 for 85.
West just looking a little bit flat, but it's a long day in the field, 64 overs.
Well, and again,
Hot day.
cricket, you know, we talk about being a mental game, and I probably can't use that word in 2021,
Yeah.
God forbid.
Yeah.
It's a psychological game.
Yeah, that's it.
And when you get up and you've got a team 4 or 5 down for 20, you just expect, bang,
Yeah,
we're
bang,
going to roll them
yeah.
for 30 or 40. And especially, this is a grand final and it's first grade. Belmont aren't there because they fell in.
Yeah,
Belmont are there because, on paper, they're the second best team in the comp.
yeah,
You're not the second best team in the comp just because when everything's great, you do well.
do well,
That's
yeah.
your grind and your fight when things aren't going well.
Yeah,
And that's
in the battle.
what makes a team.
Yeah,
And the qualities that Belmont have shown here today, geez, I sort of wouldn't mind to see him bowl 3 or 4 overs tonight because I'd love to be a fly on the wall out there at bat pad listening to what's going on.
yeah,
Because I'm tipping it wouldn't be for our Easter dinner conversation.
exactly.
You know what happens when you assume, Tommy.
Yeah,
I make an ass out of you and me. So,
Joe Price. Bowling a good line.
so the price is right.
Yeah,
Macca.
Joe to Joe. Joe Price bowling Joseph Gillard.
And not phased at all.
So many years under his belt, Joey.
Yeah.
So many years of that being at least top 3 best cricketer in the comp.
Yeah, look, they don't come any more consistent than
Yeah.
Jay Price. Bat end ball. And a great bloke to boot.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's guys like him that would attract other players to want to come and play at your club.
yeah, exactly. That's why West have had such a strong couple of years. They're all just starting to mix now, and
Yeah, well, it takes time, but
yeah,
another good running between the wickets there.
misfield.
It's gone through him. Come back for 2. Gillard's going back for 3. Hasn't quite gone to the fence. For 3 more there. All of a sudden the 3s are coming thick and fast.
Yeah, second
But Joey
three of the
Gillard
day.
just, yeah, very impressive innings. It takes him into the 20s now. 7 for 88. The 66th over. At 9 minutes until the scheduled tea break. Probably another 2 overs after this.
Yeah,
Nice
Nice
shot.
shot.
Oh, that's
Oh,
through as well.
misfield and covers.
Coming back for 2. It's gone all the way to the fence. Sweepers out there, run around from deep, long on to keep that just to 2. All of a sudden, Belmont are now into the 90s.
Just starting to tick it along a lot more.
Partnership now 55. 55 very valuable runs. Smart cricket, just playing that out.
Still got another 24 overs to go after this. So
That's right.
Still plenty of time for Belmont to who knows, maybe get it past 120, 130.
Well, wickets are key.
Yeah.
Whatever that number stays at 7, and these guys are set. They've been out there for
For
Well, I mean,
100
well, 7 down at-
110 balls plus each. So they're both probably
both
seen,
nearly 20 overs each.
yeah, both probably seen what the deck's
I mean, they were both out there when they went to lunch, and that was at 1 o'clock, so they've been batting for 2.5 hours. My fear is if they lose a wicket, it will go bang bang,
Bang, bang.
or bang bang bang.
Yeah, like it
So-
usually it tends to.
Yeah. So
As soon as you get
it's-
1, 2,
Let's say one brings 2. One brings 2.
yeah.
So it's imperative this pair get to tea. Now they might have it. You know, skipper might have a completely different plan at 7 for 95, say with 22 overs
Yeah,
to go.
22.
He might say, look, go and have a whack.
Yeah.
Get as many as you can if we have to bowl tonight
So
in the
be it.
context of the game, or just bat our 90 and keep them out there and let them have 90 overs fresh tomorrow.
Yeah.
Again, that's where the captain are. Any senior players, they'll be chatting now, I'm sure, and they'll be already putting their plan of how they're going to combat this very strong batting lineup that West have.
Yeah.
But as we mentioned in commentary, it's a different format. But only got to go back to the sum of our semi-final versus Waratah.
Yeah.
None for 92 after
None.
the power play, all that for 130 odd. Lost the game by I think 13 runs.
It was just crazy that day.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to commentate that game. I saw
Yep.
some of the most cleanest hitting I'd hoped to ever see.
Yeah. Joey.
Yeah,
Joseph Price,
Joey and Aaron Wibble just went
Yeah.
nuts.
Bang, bang, bang.
I'm not going to lie, if there's 10 overs to bat tonight and they went out and did that, I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Just as a cricket fan point of view, for the
Yeah.
context of the game, it would sort of, I mean, it'd really unwrap all this hard work.
Yeah.
But cricket's a funny game, and again, it's what's going on between that little bit of real estate between the ears.
Yeah.
Tom Allen in again to Gillard. Put that to short cover.
So that short cover.
It's really been an amazing fight back by Belmont.
Yeah. At
I mean,
lunch,
they're certainly not out of the woods by
No.
any stretch,
no.
but
At lunch, it was just what it's either they're going to be out before 2 o'clock,
Yeah.
maybe out in 20 minutes, or
oh, he's
Oh.
pool cued that.
they might just tick along and get past 70. But never thought they'd still be 7 down for 90 after being 7 for 35.
Well, that's right. I mean, some pundits might have felt at Stumps that West would have a 100-run lead.
Yeah.
2 down, 3 down.
Yeah.
So, no, this is a grand final and anything can happen. I know that's a cliche, but
Yeah.
this 55-run partnership for the 8th wicket. And that's not good. Macca,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, is he gone, has he?
an error has occurred. Please try again later.
An error of what? Hopefully good. Oh.
Just got an issue with our visual. I'm not sure whether you can still hear me, but we'll try and bring you this game ball for ball as much as possible. If you can't hear me, I'll just talk to myself. Here's Joey Price again bowling. So Jace Lawson. Back with you here at Harker Oval. It appears the issue is just on our end, but you can still see your visual.
Just a couple of technical difficulties.
Bound to happen when you've got people like myself involved in the production. 68th over here. Belmont 7 for 90. Joey Price 3 for 19 in his 15th over. Approximately 2 minutes away. They'll probably get a start of one more over in before the designated tea interval. Umpires will be happy. 30 overs in the first session. 39 it looks like you're going to get in this session. It's not like we've had spin from both ends either.
It's pretty much been pace from both ends.
Yeah, Bills bowled a 15 over stint either side of lunch.
Quick
Which
single.
helped.
Oh,
Quick singles are making a big difference, rotating the strike.
West captain James King just trying to get the boys to go that little last hurdle for the last
He's got a
2
pretty
or
sharp
so
arm, hasn't he?
minutes.
Very sharp arm. Gillard facing Price. Joey versus Joey. And again, just
Blocks it
content to
away
play
to
that
point.
through the offside. End of the over. And they're
Going for a
taking
tee.
C.
Yeah, they can't.
It's not
Oh,
there.
maybe not.
Umpires in the same direction. We've got 3:39. No, it looks like we're going to start as they should. It's not 3:40 yet.
Not right now. But Tommy Allen going to go for one more over.
Tom Allen, 7 overs, 1 for 4. Again, you look at some of these stats.
Very handy.
Brad Alders, 12 overs, 2 for 27. Joey Price, 15 overs, 3 for 20. Jeremy Noonan, 13 overs, no wicket for 14. Tom Allen starting his 8th over. It's going down the
hit
leg
on the
side.
pad. Probably pitched
Pitched
outside,
outside leg.
Tom Allen, 7 wickets, 1 for 4. Aaron Beals, 15 overs, 1 for 20. And Stuart Morgan, no wickets, 6 overs for 5 runs. So
They've all been very economical.
handy.
Very economical, very tight.
And only the 2 extras, 1 no ball and 1 leg by. So
Yeah, no
wides.
no wides.
Mm.
That's
and Andrew Shakespeare keeping clean behind the stumps.
which is keeping our friend Tommy here in 2nd grade.
Oh,
Look at the stumps. Nothing doing.
Another
Another quick
quick
single
single.
there. Smart cricket by the Whips. Yeah, it'd be very interesting, the conversation during this tea break of what skipper Hainsworth will instructing his batsmen to do.
yeah.
How long into this final 21 overs before maybe
Maybe looking at
having a
crack,
dash,
Yeah.
trying to get as many runs on the board, or is the focus bat 90 and see what happens? Maybe bat to 75, reassess, bat to 80.
Yeah.
Probably what will happen, but again, all that depends on that wicket column staying at 7.
Yeah.
The conversation or the discussion is taken out of your hands if that starts getting down to 8 and 9.
Yeah.
At that stage, they're probably better off just opening up the willow
Yeah.
and let the bowlers do what they like to do when they've got a bat,
Yeah.
is go and go hard.
Yeah.
Tom Allen in again to Joey Gillard.
Oh.
That could be it off
Wide ball.
the commentator's
There you
curse.
go.
68 point something overs, no wides. We bring it up. Thanks, Tommy. First wide of the match.
First wide of the match. Just happens, doesn't it? Always
Oh,
happens.
it's like they can hear us.
Yeah.
Hate people to be at home betting on this game, and
Yeah.
if you are, just please gamble responsibly
Yeah.
and let me know where you can get a bet on this game.
Yeah, exactly.
Be that as it may,
Yeah.
been bowling stump to stump, just so well
Oh.
regimented. That one looked like it nipped back away as it squared him up. That's the only ball he's seen have a bit of trouble with.
Yeah.
Tom Allen just
Deck might still have a couple more demons left.
well, it's clear it's certainly got some bounce in it.
Yeah.
I'll go and have a look at it in the tea break, to be honest.
Still looking very flat.
Oh, eat off it. It's flat.
No
Doesn't look like
grass
there's
on
any
it.
gremlins in it. Oh, he's
Oh.
bounced him and he's pulled that straight to square leg.
Only real back foot pull shot that he's played all day. It's been all front foot stuff.
Yeah, and he's been very strong
Yeah.
too, and chanceless.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been any drop catches today,
No.
but in saying that, of the dismissals, I think maybe 2 caught, 3 caught.
3.
Yeah, 3 LBW and a bowled.
Yeah.
And dead batting that straight back down the wicket. Oh, it's beat him. I thought he just poked him
Yeah.
that, but he's got a single and
Right out the middle of that bat.
hit that too well.
And that should be tea.
That is tea here at Harker Oval, the Newcastle District Cricket Association first grade grand final. 69 overs have been completed. The Belmont Whips, who won the toss and elected to bat,
7 for 94.
7 for 94. Joey Gillard is 21 not out of 148 balls, a great knock thus far. And Jace Lawson, who came in at 9, is top scored with 37 not out from 122 balls. 20-minute interval now. We'll be back at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the final 21 overs of day one of this 2-day grand final here at Harker. Tommy, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Good man. Good luck with the off-season playing baseball. Don't get hurt.
I'll try not to.
Don't throw your shoulder or your elbow out.
I'll try not to.
We need as many good quality juniors coming through.
Yeah.
All right, Dan Saunders signing off. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes for the third and final session of day one. West vs Belmont. Come on down to Harker Oval. Refreshments available, food available, free entry. Get your car in here. Kids can play on the hill. Come on down for a great afternoon. Good Friday cricket at its best. See you in 20 minutes. Welcome back to Harker Oval. We're about to start the third and final session of day one of the two-day grand final, the Newcastle District Cricket Association, between hosts West District Cricket Club, hosting against Belmont Whips from Belmont District Cricket Club. To lay the day out, Belmont won the toss, batted first, and early on were in all sorts of trouble, losing early wickets. But after 69 overs of play, Belmont District Cricket Club are 7 for 94. A rescue mission has been salvaged here. Joey Gillard, young 16-year-old, 22 not out of 149 balls. Jace Lawson, 37 not out of 122 for the 8th wicket. This pair have put on 56 runs, 59 runs. My screen hasn't updated, I apologise. But most importantly, in that 39 over session, they did not lose a wicket. 21 overs left. There's 90 overs in the day's play. So Joey Price will be continuing to bowl from the forward oval end. Joey Gillard is on strike.
First ball, straight back to the bowler.
And as we've seen most of the day, Joey Price right on the spot from ball one. And as we've seen for 2/3 of the afternoon,
Yeah.
Joey Gillard hitting it straight back
to the
down the
bowler.
wicket. Just showing respect, full face of the bat.
He's never looked like getting out.
Nah, he's been a sheet anchor for this innings, and Jace Lawson's innings has been fantastic. Coming in at 9, actually reading in the paper during the week where he said he never thought he'd get another grand final at his age, and he'd actually retired a number of years ago.
Yeah,
After I think they won their last comp 5 seasons ago. So
something like that, yeah.
it's great to see the veterans having such an impact, and what he'll do with the ball could be even more important in the context of this game. Joey Price into Joey Gillard. Oh. Is that the one he rolls the fingers across the
Is that a
ball?
little tickle on that?
Either that or it held up, and it might have been a slow ball.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at the replay.
Look.
But he got some bat on that, as well picked up.
Called that run, so must have, yes, definitely a slow ball. Just bounced in front of the keeper. Just a little bit unlucky there, Joey. Joe Price, that is.
Well, I think he's had a lot of good luck so far today.
Yeah.
That time a little bit went Belmont's way,
Yeah,
but calling it down the middle. Partnership now of 60 runs, and 60 much needed runs. There's that pace just off the ball there, where he just rolls the fingers down it. You could see Lawson was set in that shot, and then he had to correct to.
very consistent, Joe Price.
Yeah, he's
Line and length all day.
interesting field here. What we can't see on the frog box, we've got a backward square and a mid wicket. There's also
Cow corner.
a cow corner, a deep mid wicket on the fence. It's very interesting. So I guess West might be anticipating Jace Lawson to have a larrup to cow corner. Be a very risky shot, but we didn't have our sideline eye in the sheds at
No.
the tea break. We
No.
don't know what Belmont's tactics are. Are they going to look to bat 90, or are they going to look to get on with it and maybe have a few overs tonight, try and get a quick wicket or two?
Who knows? We should see shortly though, because probably about 70 to 80 it'll be when if they're gonna go for a couple of wickets tonight, they'll probably want to tick it along a little bit, couple of boundaries.
I think so. 1 run off that first over by Joey Price. 70 overs in the can. 7 for 95. 20 overs to go. Maximum for this Belmont innings. And it looks
Jeremy
like
Noonan coming back for a bowl.
so Jeremy Noonan hasn't actually bowled from this end today. He's bowled all from the northern end, or the forward oval end as it's affectionately known to the Frog Box commentators.
Yeah.
Move around to the southern end, or the Leagues Club, or the Taronga end, or the old Clock Tower
Clock
end,
Tower end.
or the Frog Box end, the Katara end, the Belmont
It's
end.
the Belmont end. Nice shot there,
Great shot
Joe Gillard.
for one.
Bit of class fielding there, by Brad Aldis just
Look,
looped it over to the stumps and
West guys have been very solid in the field. There's been no drop catches, very few misfields.
Very
Any
few.
misfields have been more like Harbour Bridge, haven't quite got down to, but nothing's really pierced the field unless it's hit a gap today. And same field, same tactics employed. There's a cow corner, deep mid wicket for Lawson.
and a deep fine leg.
deep fines on as well. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 on the leg side. That's a foot outside off stump. Must have been awfully close to maybe a wide call, that.
Yeah. It would have been quite close, but hard to bowl a wide one in a 2-dayer.
True. Last time we said there'd be no wides.
Yeah.
What happened next ball?
Wide?
$1.90 favourite, wide this ball. Save your money. Play that out to point.
Point. Jazz will probably just bowl a consistent line outside off. Maybe even sneak one leg to middle. See if Lawson wants to go for that big shot.
Yeah, well, I think the plan, keep it off his pads, because I think he will go.
Yeah.
But Noonan, he's bowled line and length all day in the middle of his 14th over, none for 15. I think there's been a couple of boundaries in that.
Oh, yeah.
It's got him.
Little tickle.
And that's the big breakthrough that Wests have been looking for. A very slow walk off by Chase Lawson. A couple of guys in the crowd encouraging him to walk a little bit quicker.
Very slow. It doesn't really look like.
I'd say he's got a tickle on that.
No, he's not too happy though. But
Well, the appeal was very strong. They all went up.
the umpire went quick as
The
well.
umpire's
so
finger was up very
hot
quickly. Hot spot. Yeah, we'll just go to the truck.
Yeah, go Snicko.
Yeah, there's a big smashing heat mark right on the edge of the bat. But Jace Lawson, a fantastic innings, has come to an end. He scored 37 from 128 balls, and Shakespeare's taken his second catch for the innings. And Jeremy Noonan, that's his first wicket, and thoroughly deserved. He's bowled quality.
Very consistent.
We'll even give him an applause.
Yeah.
Well batted.
Saved the innings for Belmont.
And coming out to the wicket now, looks like Jamie Heath. Unless Luke Muddle's also very tall.
Don't really watch a lot of Belmont, so
That's okay. I know it's Jamie, I'm just stirring. So we've been saying 8 could bring 9 and 10.
yeah. Who knows?
That you know, second over in since the tea interval, they've got the breakthrough.
Usually happens as well. Usually a wicket happens as soon as a break, straight after a break.
Well,
Drake's-
that's right. I mean, this is the number 10 bat who's been sitting there padded up for well over best part of 3 hours.
Yeah.
You know, he's been sitting the whole time, not stretching and that, limbering up. And again, it's the break in innings. We found that at the drinks break in the first session, it brought about the downfall of Dan Bailey.
Yeah.
Just when consolidation was needed, and or sorry, it might have been Ray Cooper actually. I apologise. But Noonan's got his tail up.
Hit on the pad, going down leg. But yeah, they've just especially those first 7 wickets, they're all just at wrong times. Like
And in clumps.
Yeah, someone wanted. There was like Dan Bailey and Ray Cooper. They stayed out there and tried to consolidate an innings, and then bang, bang, bang. And it's just Lawson and Gillard have just
Playing across the line there.
Second one on the pad. But yeah, Lawson and Gillard
Great over by Jeremy Noonan.
have saved the innings completely.
Very much so. They put on 61 runs.
Great over there by Jeremy Noonan. 1 for 15 after 14. Nearly a run and over, so very consistent bowling.
Let's see how long the house is. That's 8 for 96 off 71 overs.
Joseph Price coming on for his 17th over. Oh,
Okay, so the question is now, what does Joey Gillard do?
I reckon he'll try and push it a little bit, but it's hard to say really, because you don't want to go for start ticking it over lose them both like as quick as possible.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give it away now.
Want to stay till the 80th over.
Joey Price charging it again to Joey Gillard. Joey Price consistently here, bowling tidy line and length here. Jamie Heath now on strike. He's sitting there padded up for a, well, significant period of time. Facing his first ball from Joey Price. Oh, a swing and a miss there. Probably a bit too close to the body for that sort of shot, but very hard to criticise.
That's the over.
Nor should we. It's very hot. That is the over. 8 for 99. The triple figures are on here for Belmont, and the bowling unit will be very happy to have a total to defend.
Yeah.
Bowl at.
Anything over 100, 120 is something to bowl at.
120 is the total we've sort of been talking about during the afternoon. We get to 120, it just asks all the right questions.
Yeah. It's one of those annoying.
It is.
Of
That's
scores.
right. No man's land, we call it.
Yeah. Jeremy coming.
Oh, cramped up on the wicket there, Gillard.
Joey on the.
It's Noonan bowling again.
So yeah, you don't know whether to go too fast, or you don't want to go too slow and lose clumps, or.
Yeah, that's right. But Aaron Gray was saying this morning that Luke Muddle is due to come in 11. Actually scored a grade 100 last year.
Yeah, right.
So.
Some experience at the back end.
Yeah.
Some more experience at least.
This looks like he's creeping across his stumps here a bit. So I'm just wondering whether.
Looking for a.
Whether Joey Gillard thinks the strength for him is to work it through the leg side and play the ball coming onto the body, which may well be the case. It's only a little fella, so he may not have the power to go
straight
to go
through
big.
The offside.
So maybe the strike rotation, the Jamie Heath maybe to take on the bowling might be the option.
Just a little block away to short cover.
Jeremy Noonan bowling another great spell here for Wes, coming into Gillard. And again, just
very tidy lines for Jeremy. About 4 stump, maybe just going over 4 stump, creeping the batsman. Coming in the bowl.
a little bit extra bounce on that delivery.
Maybe the pitch might be doing some more Who knows? Some
Yeah.
demons still left in it.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's too bad if Belmont get a couple of 3 or 4 overs on here tonight.
Yeah, new ball, old pitch,
Mm.
could do wonders.
Played backward of point or the gully, no run.
It's a maiden.
Yet another maiden. Believe it or not, that's the 16, 19, 20, 30th maiden of the day in 73 overs.
Wow. 73 overs. 30.
These guys certainly do know how to bowl a maiden over. Wonder what they'll be like on the dance floor at West tonight. Of course, no dancing Friday night
Yeah.
due to Good Friday. Yes, win, lose or draw. Good times. What time do you start? That was a slow ball.
That was a slow ball.
Even
Hit
I
the
could see
point.
that from here with my buggered vision. 3 for 24 in his 18th over, Joey Price. You talk about consistent, very consistent. 1 run needed to get to those triple figure target, which I guess a couple of hours ago Belmont, I guess most people on the ground thought was probably not going to happen at 7 for 35. Aggressive stroke there, but straight to cover. Dot ball. No run.
It's weird to see what they're going to do, Belmont. Because Heath's looking like he's going to push it a little bit. And Joey's just playing as he has the whole day, just rotating the strike, ones every now and again.
Yeah, well again, it's that
Oh,
they really
slow ball.
don't want to lose another wicket.
No.
But again, I mean, these guys keep me out in the heat, keep me out in the field.
Especially for Joe Price, he's usually the opening bat, so
Karate Kid shirt in the crowd. Cobra Kai, good man.
bowling 18 overs, then going out the bat for who knows, five overs or so, he'd be.
That's right, he'd be fatigued. You know, as good a cricketer and as fit as these guys are, spend all day out there in the field, and there's nothing worse than having to go out and face 3, 4, 5 overs.
Yeah.
Especially, we'll come back again tomorrow.
Oh, and that's
Chopped on. Again, he's playing that cut shot a bit too close to his body, and 8 does become 9. See that?
They might be stranded for that 1 run.
Well, they need 100 to win minimum,
Yeah.
so triple figures is the target. Jamie Heath has been bowled for 2. Belmont 9 for 99. It's a tale of 3 nines. Well, 3 figures is the target.
If you listen a little bit earlier, we just said 3 figures. No, just a minute earlier.
So at the end of the 74th over, Belmont 9 for 99 here in the grand final at Alfred Harker Oval.
And out comes
Luke Muddle. Sorry, mate.
All good.
You were saying? So the decision now could be out of Belmont's hands what they're going to do. Going into the final wicket. Gillard will be on strike. Noonan, 15 overs, 1 for 15. I'd imagine he'll go again. I guess now we'll see what the instructions are.
I reckon at this stage you've got to bat the 90 overs.
Yeah?
I reckon.
Keep him out there?
Because any runs that they can get, they need.
True.
Being 9 down. Jeremy Noonan coming in.
Played through on the leg side, no run. Yeah, again, it's an interesting one because if they get bowled out, they're going to have 15, 14 overs at them tonight anyway.
Yeah.
They get an extra 10 or 20 and lose a wicket having a hit. They've got an extra 10 or 20. They're still going to have 10 or 12 overs at them tonight.
Yeah.
Either way, I think they're going to have that time at them, so why not use that shot? He's hit that well. That brings
Very
up the
nice
three
pull
figures.
shot.
It's going to go all the way, is it? It's pulling up.
Oh.
It's creepy crawly. It's pulled up just
No.
inside the fence.
Just stop.
That was too good a shot for 3. It should have been 4.
That should have gone.
But that
for
brings
4.
up the Belmont 100. 9 for 102. Midway through the 75th over, and for the day they've had, that's a great achievement in the context of the game.
Yeah. Like I said, at lunch they didn't even look like maybe going past 60 at
No.
some stage.
60 was a good score at lunch.
Yeah.
Gillard on to 28. Muddle now on strike.
Facing his first ball. Yeah, 60 looked achievable at 7 for 35 at lunch.
Well, you'd take 60 at
Yeah.
7 for 35.
Yeah. But 9 for 102 with 15 overs left.
There's still another good hour and a half of play. Come on down to Harker Oval if you're watching on the Frog Box. Plenty of room on the hill. There's a few spaces now. A few cars have left. It's still plenty of people here. Great crowd, and this is going to be a contest for tomorrow. I'd recommend getting on down here to Harker Oval for the second day of the NDCA Grand Final.
Been a very nice day today.
It's supposed to be even nicer tomorrow. 25 degrees forecast for tomorrow. I think it's 23 today.
Yeah, right. It's been better than what it has been,
Yes, yeah, the
No
weather
rain.
this summer's been terrible.
especially during the week.
Is
Like
that through? It's away. It's backward of Gully.
misfield there by Aaron Whipple.
it's 2 to Muddle. Gets him off the mark.
But yeah, bit of rain during the week.
Yeah,
Wasn't too sure if we had the covers on.
Oh, they would have had the
I
covers
was-
on.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
came today and they said they had the covers on for most of the week, for pretty much all the week. So
Yeah, compared to the rain that we've had in the last few weeks, that couple of showers we had later this week, not too bad.
ooh,
Well
very
left.
tight lead. This pitch is starting to stay lower. Some have
Yeah.
bounced, some have.
Especially for Noonan, who's been extracting quite a bit of bounce. So
Yeah.
if he's getting the ball coming through at 2 different heights,
Bit of two
again,
pace.
Dan Bailey must be salivating over there, looking at that 156 gram ball and going, do some damage tonight.
Can't wait to bowl.
Yeah. Well, he's going to want a bowl. I imagine he'd really be keen, especially where the standing of the game is and having been dismissed early.
Yeah.
But the linchpin of this innings, young Joey Gillard, back on strike.
Joseph Price bowling again.
Again, quite content just to push that into the offside.
He's got 4 wickets, Joe.
Yep, standard for Joey. He's very consistent.
One more brings up a 5 for in the grand final.
Yeah, he'd take a Michelle in a final. He'd take it any day of the week,
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
Full shot,
Cracking shot.
pulled away.
There's a sweeper out there, but on the mid-wicket fence, so it's only a single.
Captain James King out there.
Look, I can see why they've had that sweeper now. I guess they know Joey's game better than what we do, which is understandable. They've done their homework.
Yeah.
I didn't know who Joey Gillard was until last Friday
Yeah.
at the luncheon.
No, I've known Joey for a couple of years, so
Very promising cricketer. Well, he's already a great cricketer.
yeah.
So Luke Muddle facing Joey Price. Seeing that one off. Just effortlessly there onto the offside. Still just hitting that pitch pretty hard. Just letting the wicket do the work.
Pitch is starting to slow up a little bit. And
Full of ball.
oh, slower ball.
Full and slower. But he didn't bite. Straight through to Shakespeare.
2 balls left in the over.
Well, that 120 been talking about during the afternoon, I sort of, if they can get to 120 there, you know, it's a contest.
Yeah.
105, it's just getting scratching, creeping, crawling.
Last ball for the over.
Seen out comfortably as well. End of the 76th over. And Belmont 9 for 105. 9 for 105. Joey Gillard's 29 not out. Luke Muddle is 2. Trice 4 for 25 from his 19 overs. 14 overs left. A maximum 14 overs left in this innings. With 1 wicket remaining, which is the key.
I'm off. Yeah.
Jeremy Noonan
Well done, mate.
kicking off another over.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. And welcome him back to the Combox. West Cricket Club legend, Hall of Famer. They got a Hall of Fame at West?
Yeah, we run the Hall of Fame, but it's basically on performance on field, to be fair.
Ah,
And my 300 games probably, well, 300 plus, probably don't quite get me into the upper echelon. I wouldn't think there's plenty
words
ahead
need to
of,
be
plenty
spoken
ahead of me, to
internally.
be fair.
fair enough.
But thanks for having
But
me.
legend of the game, Neil McDonald's back for the final portion of day 1 of this grand final. And
I'll tell
What
you
a-
what, Tommy Carnahan seemed to pick up a couple of wickets there, break the drought. I had a bit of a drought in the first spell, so I'm hoping this 10th wicket doesn't take the next 20 odd overs to fall. Otherwise, the West crowd might be getting on onto my commentary.
Tommy, very impressive young man too. It was good having him on there.
He's good up and coming cricketer. Played a bit with Manly in the Green Shield competition down there in Sydney. He's well thought of through the New South Wales pathway. He's understudy to Andrew Shakespeare here, who we heard a couple of sonnets from in the last session. Yeah, look, coming along nicely. He's got a bit of a rocket arm. He plays a good game of baseball by all reports as well.
Yeah, we had a chat about the baseball, chat about some of the guys in the club that helped him with his cricket, and his. Yeah, it's very refreshing.
Did he mention me?
He did actually. He
Did
said he said the veterans that sniff around the club,
Oh, so that's,
I believe was the words I put in his mouth.
Oh, okay. better you than him then, by the sound of it.
No. He spoke very positively of Merv McLaughlin,
Yes. Yeah, Merv's out
Brad
there, I
Aldous,
must say.
James King. Yep.
So the rest of us are in the shadows, pretty fair, but that's good. No, it's a good support network we've got there there for the young blokes, and he's a former product of he's a West Junior, of course.
Yes, he said that. Yeah. No, and
is
again, it's a perfect example of the cattle you've got off the field.
Junior senior
Generally
alignment.
adds to the performance on the field, and and we did talk about that. That not only is there that alignment, Wests are probably they are one of the the standard bearers of doing that. They do that with their rugby league so well as well, and the success, the proofs of the pudding.
Yeah, we're a little bit closer to it, Dan. I know we were talking last time I was on air around alignment and importance of relationships with council and that kind of thing. Not so long ago, there was sort of 21 junior clubs, there was 12 grade clubs, and there was 110 odd city and suburban clubs / teams, and trying to work out some sort of pathway around that was a bit of a nightmare, as the short ball to Gillard.
Confidently gets in behind those.
He does, yeah. Not a lot of pace there from Price.
Into his 20th over.
Pulled down towards Aaron Bills at mid-wicket. Good crowd in for this last session, Dan. As bowls full to Gillard out through mid-wicket. There's a quick single being taken.
Throws a bit high.
Might have been a little bit quicker there at the mid-wicket region. Throw back into Shakespeare. In the end, it was a comfortable single, but that puts Muddle on to strike.
9 for 107.
Into bowl from the northern end. Just another good length there from Joe Price. Making the batsman play. And generally stump to stump.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled, well, I can't think of any loose balls he's bowled, to be honest. No. A couple of short ones he's dug in have been intentional.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty accurate all the way through, befitting of his experience and quality in the game.
Yeah, and he's really led the attack, but Brad Aldis, Jeremy Noonan, and even Tommy Allen and Stu
Brad Aldis
Morgan
in the afternoon tea break looked like he hadn't broken a sweat. The guy is just chiselled. He's amazing.
The Adonis.
Fit. The Adonis. I'm going to look up that Adonis Snow overnight, aren't I?
Aldous Snow.
Aldous Snow. Sorry, Aldous Snow. That's a good ball.
Full and straight.
Aldous back into the action again.
So what are your thoughts? If you take your West hat on and put your tactician hat on, you're Marcus Hainsworth. 78th over, 1 ball remaining.
Yeah.
12 overs to go. Do you want to have a quick crack at West tonight, or do you just want to bat your 90?
I think it'd be in the interests of not knowing how many you could have got if you declare. You're referring to a declaration.
No, I'm referring to, do you just let the boys have a swing, get as many as they can, and if you get out, you get out? Or do we want to bat our 90 and just start fresh tomorrow?
I reckon what happens then is that when you get there tomorrow, if you have a bad day tomorrow, you then wonder what could have happened in the remaining 10 overs that you may have had they, which at the moment could be maidens, so maybe it wouldn't make a difference. But no, I think you've got to bat the 90, and all right, if it doesn't happen by virtue of a good ball or a bad shot, you get a couple of overs to.
But if you got a couple overs on tonight, you wouldn't be too disappointed.
I don't know. I guess not. Only from the point of view that there's nothing to play for. But
a couple of early wickets.
You
put a Price or a Whipple or a King back in the shed tonight.
Yeah. The wickets are benign though, so it's
still a bit in it. Especially with Noonan, there's been some two pace.
Yeah. You're going to have to work hard though to get something out of it. I mean, slips haven't been in play since the middle part of the session, so there's not a lot moving off the straight. I understand that. I think you'd only do it from the point of view of there's not much to play for. There's plenty to play for tomorrow, and I think that Wests would have a good look at that in their top order to ensure that tomorrow that they've got people. Yeah, that we've got people that could. That can. Yeah, I've lost my train of thought. There's this crowds of adulation walking past us.
Yes, it's your fan base is. Well, I'm not surprised.
No, it's astounding.
But they've toughed it out all day. That's commitment.
People just keep coming up. It's one of there's not an autograph line for you.
No, I waved a couple of kids off early, and I think they've got an attitude problem, so they don't come back. I believe they call it the Mo Matthews effect.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, so big shout out to everybody listening in and around the 3 LGAs, particularly up and around that Madawi Nelson Bay area for Port Stephens, looking after by both Nelson Bay and Stockton up in that region.
And the Port Stephens Pythons cover the Raymond Terrace Madawi area, a very successful club.
Couple of big schools up there. I'd be expecting a lot more players to come through, certainly through Nelson Bay and Stockton juniors, and a number through, I guess, through into Raymond Terrace, be it through the Pythons or through Raymond Terrace Cricket Club. Big growth area, and we see it as an area that cricket should be expanding and growing.
Yeah, I know in the off season we'll be working suburban districts wise with the Beresfield Memorial Cricket Club to try and help them expand into that Taro, Woodbury, Thornton.
Taro, Woodbury, Thornton,
big area, which
almost through to the back part of Walls End for that.
We'll have
Maryland,
Fletcher,
you've got that cricket club online.
Yep.
I see. Great to see them. I guess going as a senior cricket club or into becoming a cricket club, and then wanting to foster entry-level programs for the juniors, which is great.
Well, it's a massive growth corridor out there, Fletcher.
Absolutely. I mean, the houses between there and I mean,
Cameron
when you think about it as it was, and that's not to say there's not social cricket teams and clubs throughout the area, but if you go from Toronto to Wall's End, that whole corridor through Cameron Park and as you say, the back end of Minmai, Wall's End, is not covered by anything. So, you know, it needs, you know, clubs to be out there and hey, bowled him. He's let that one go. It's a rather unusual shot to that one. I would have thought you'd probably offer a shot.
Let's
but,
have a look at the replay. It's nipped back.
Nipped back a little bit.
Nipped back and off stump.
It was probably close enough to at least have covered it with your pad, I would have thought. But notwithstanding that, fantastic fight back there from Belmont. You know, but Joey Gillard, just outstanding for the young teenager to have batted back through that innings and an all but top scored apart from Jace Lawson. So finishing up at 107.
Yep, Belmont, one ball into the 80th over, all out for 107. How many overs will be lost for change of innings too?
You've caught me on the hop there. Dan didn't know we lost any.
Okay, we may not, so we may get 10 overs.
Possibly. You're
certainly got the time.
Maybe we can have one of the callers in from the NDCA to sharpen up the commentary team on that one. I'm
the chairman of the board here.
The chairman. Haven't seen the chairman all day.
Banks.
Haven't seen the chairman. I would just add to that one that the great Tim Cox had the 2 trophies for the final, I believe. One's for West for the one day, and the other one comes for tomorrow. And
sure.
Having said that, I think they're sitting at the Cricket New South Wales office, which I need to go and pick up this afternoon. So
good
thanks.
segue.
Shout out to Tim there. I hope he's enjoying the afternoon with his family, and I'll be bringing them to the ground tomorrow morning for one of these 2 sides to be able to lift tomorrow afternoon.
So Belmont all out for 107. Jace Lawson was part of that big rescue mission and that 8th wicket partnership of 61 with Joey Gillard. Top scored with 37. Joseph Gillard 31 not out. Ray Cooper 11 and Joey Price.
Great bowling effort.
Like a bottle of red. It's getting better with age. 5 for 26 in 20.1 overs. Brad Aldis well supported, 2 for 27 off 12. Tom Allen 1 for 7. Aaron Bills 1 for 20. And I thought Jeremy Noonan, to be honest, apart from Joey Price, was probably the most impressive. 1 for 21 from his 18 overs.
Yeah. No, fantastic. All of them, look, at the end of the day, took a while to get those last couple of wickets there for Belmont out. Acknowledge what we were saying earlier about what will this last 10 overs bring, or part thereof. And we don't know that, and we'll be hoping that everybody tunes in 10 minutes' time to see through this nail-biting last 10 overs. But the bowling could have been one way or the other on that wicket, and it was very tight. There wasn't a lot missed by the West guys in the field. Certainly nothing catchable. A couple of balls might have just gone through between fielders to run for 2s and 3s, but outside of that, it was a pretty tidy effort. And the number of maidens you mentioned earlier on in the call.
32 maidens in 79 overs.
Well, there you go. That's at least a third by my maths, if not certainly
well over.
more.
Well over.
So that's a fantastic effort, because there's nothing like bowling 5 balls for no runs and then giving away a single, but that obviously
again,
hasn't
there's
happened.
32 maidens. There's probably another 10 or 12 overs where that did happen.
That's right. Now I've got a great, I've got a listener offering. Yes,
free advice.
Yeah, confirming that trophies are in the office and that and it's 90 overs in the day. So this is a.
So they'll get their 10 overs. So we'll lose the over where there's been a ball. So that'll be 80 overs.
Yeah, not a first-time caller, I don't think, this particular person.
Is that Aaron from Toronto?
No, it's not Aaron from Toronto. It's
Tim from Dubbo.
Well, Tim from Dubbo, I think it is. Yeah, Tim from Dubbo. He's very good to know what's going on in NDCA rules. I know there's about a 90-page rule book, so to be able to know that there's 10 overs to go is an outstanding effort. But thanks, Tim from Dubbo. Appreciate that.
Yeah, so I guess I don't have a vested interest in the game, and I guess the tactician in me, I look at this as like Belmont's got 10 overs to really do some damage to West top order. On the other side of the fence, and knowing the way that
That I think
guys who approach their batting, like an Aaron Wibble and a Joey Price, they could well be
done for 40.
done for 40
Off
at
10,
Stumps, and
possibly.
Tomorrow's even less exciting for Belmont as it might be at present. But 107 on the board, they've got a total to bowl at.
I'll put it to you this way: it depends. It'll depend a lot, and you've mentioned the Belmont bowling attack as being quite high quality. It'll depend on how they come out and how they approach it. So if they happen to get some good line and length going and test out the batsmen, well, that will restrict run flow, as we've seen in the other innings by Belmont. So yeah, it really depends a lot on that. I don't think the West boys are going to change any approach. As much as I might like them to temper.
They'll do what they do.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, Jace Lawson, if he was to take the new ball with Dan Bailey, he's just spent, have to be close to 3 hours out there in the middle. It's quite warm.
I'm hoping that Jace might be able to take the ball, the new ball from the northern end as well, so I don't have to move the camera. That would be rather handy.
We could just get a message to the Belmont sheds if they could take that under advisement. That'd be very much appreciated. So, 10 overs left in the day's play. Just change of innings here. We've got some footage of the kids out there playing a bit of footy. Right. Looks like we've got a 4-on-4 game of touch here. Go on, the yellow shirt's taken off. He's playing a great fast. Well, okay, we're not playing touch. We're playing tackles, and just off the frog box there, Mr. Dude in the grey shirt's been grabbed. We've got a impromptu game of touch football here, Neil, which I thought I'd just add some backing commentary to.
Just wondering,
play the ball. The foot didn't touch the ball.
Rabs Warren might have to be out here.
He's going in the wrong direction. Where's he going? Turn it
quite
up.
over the top, this one.
Crunch. He'll run out of the stadium.
I'll have to go and get the sideline eye onto that one. I think he's been pummeled.
Something interesting going on out there
concerning.
now. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's off camera.
It's off camera.
Off frog box, yeah. As it should be.
Yeah, you have to be live at the ground to see that happening. But anyway, I think it's a try. He's got his hand up. He's adulation. He's very happy. It is 4-on-4 as well. And hang on, there's a bit of seriousness going on. A couple of the boys are taking their shoes and socks off. So
don't want to get too comfortable. There's a game of cricket about to come on. The batsmen are taking the field.
Yes.
Do we have a siren? Do we have a siren?
It's a few throwdowns. I'm just.
Yeah. They still do that in first grade district cricket.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering if I should be over there doing it rather than commentating.
If you
with
need to leave, I'll hold the fort while you're.
Well, there's a bit of commentary. Oh, having said that, the umpires are. Gee, this is the world's quickest 5-minute break.
Kieran Knight, Phil Ranger. I think they've had a very solid game.
No, I think that Kieran and Phil have got other places to be later tonight. So
there
goes the new ball. I'm going to vacate the comm box for another 40 seconds so I can go and start my camera back up for our West highlights, and let's hope there's a few in this last 10 overs.
Good stuff. Dan Saunders joined by Neil McDonald. We've got 10 exciting overs left on day one of the NDCA first grade grand final. Belmont dismissed for 107 after being 7 for 35. A great fight back by Belmont. West will now bat final 10 overs of day one. Of course, day two will start tomorrow at 11 a.m. right here at Alfred Harker Oval in the heart of Lambton. Now the Belmont Whips are out taking their place in the field. Umpires are out in the square as well. And coming out to the wicket, as expected, Joey Price and Aaron Wibble for the West Rosellas. 10 overs of what could be make or break for the Belmont Whips. A couple of quick wickets here in the last 10 overs tonight really set up an interesting second day. The alternative, Price or Wibble get off to a flyer and really undo a lot of that hard work by that great 8th wicket partnership by Belmont for the second half of this afternoon. Yeah. Be very interesting to see if there's a reserved approach or whether they'll just play their natural game. It is a grand final, but I'm tipping these West guys are going to play what's brought them to the dance. It looks like Jace Lawson's going to take first over.
Yep.
Jace Lawson's had a great day, 37 runs.
Thanks.
Him and
You made that call, mate?
Joey Gillard again with that 61-run partnership for the 8th wicket, which got them back into this game.
Dan, I've just been into the dugout and
Yep.
I'm back online, am I? So we've got Benny Chew on strike.
Oh, okay, so we've been stitched up here
Yeah,
again.
you have been stitched up. I'm hoping that the scoreboard will catch up with the commentary team. But Ben Chew's on strike and Andrew Shakespeare is at the non-strikers end.
Ah, very
Opening up.
interesting. 2 night watchmen to a degree.
And I think you'll find that Brad Aldous might be batting 3.
Okay, Lawson, first ball. It's
So
quick,
early
but just
doors.
down the leg side.
Down leg side, it was quick. Reckon Jay's known for a little bit of swing through the air, shaping in. So wouldn't be surprised if that's a good test early doors. But yeah, Benny Chew, strong opening bat for West, and
Is he going to sink his teeth into a couple?
he might. Hopefully, he doesn't chew off too much this afternoon.
No. Ooh, he's got the ball coming back there.
Got everything moving early. There's a good line there from Lawson. Just on middle and off. Tailing in. As
Good
I said,
pace too.
It's Shakespeare at the non-striker and non-strikers. So I must admit the My Cricket guys, I'm sure they'll update that very shortly.
Oh,
It's got that off the bat. It's bat pad. It's gone down through fine leg, and they're going to come back for 2. It's a little bit of late swing coming in, as I said with Lawson.
so it's 2
Played
to
down the
2.
line, but he got a little inside edge, and it's gone down through backward square, which isn't protected as much from Belmont. They've got a fieldsman on square with the umpire, but nothing behind there.
Looks like we're finally caught up here on our graphics.
Another one down leg side there. Lawson just working hard on getting his line going there. He's been a long time servant for the Belmont club. Really good cricketer. Obviously batted very well today to get them
Showed his class, showed his experience.
Yeah, into something that of somewhat of a competitive total, and now trying to do it all with the new rock.
Just can't quite
a
get his
little bit-
radar right this
Bit
first
down leg
over.
side's probably a good line to a left-hander. But
Yeah, a few and far
Yeah, just-
between in this batting order.
yeah, not quite happening there on the to the right-hander. But having said that, every ball that gets through today is with no wicket is a good thing for the West boys.
That's right. I mean, there's still 90 overs to be bowled tomorrow,
There
maximum.
is. Crowd on the edge of the seat at the moment, and it's built up quite nicely during the afternoon. Little one just played defensively by Chew. That's the end of the first over.
No wicket for 2. And any run, of course, they scored tonight chips away at the deficit.
Does.
So the target of 108 is already down to 106. So Shakespeare will take strike for the second over. I'm going to assume it's Daniel Bailey.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's certainly not Jamie Heath. Yeah, DB, Dan Bailey. At the Harker clock tower southern end of the ground.
Could even say the Belmont end.
I could say the Belmont end. Yeah, I could do that. That's where they've come from. So
The southern end.
the southern or whip end of the ground. Bailey into Shakespeare.
Very fluent action the first time I'm seeing Dan Bailey bowl.
Yeah, he represented Newcastle this year, and threw into country. But
Is he local or is he...
that's a great question. Maybe again one of our viewers can tap into us and give us a little insight there. Maybe Tim from Dubbo will have an eye on that one. Shakespeare, a little glide down there through to gully. There's no run.
Well, he'd have to be the tightest guy out there. He's just spent 80 overs behind the stumps, padded up.
He's an absolute machine, Andrew Shakespeare.
He would need to be.
Absolute
Good luck to
machine,
him.
and quite handy in these situations where there's kind of nothing to play for in a way, and
just knuckle down and hold out an
end.
end.
To be there overnight. It's the quintessential night watchman with Plan B at number 3.
Yeah, very interesting. It's not what I anticipated. I thought they might have gone with this traditional batting lineup, 10 overs, but I can see them. I certainly see the merit in it.
Yeah, choose a regular opener, but yeah,
Okay.
the idea of I guess with Price bowling so many overs as well, batting at 1 or 3 probably isn't ideal.
And
mind you, you don't want to be 3 for 10 either. Or left. It's a good line just outside of off stump there from Bailey. 2 to come in the over. Tense times here at Harker. Crowd intently watching on.
There's still quite a few. The
Bit of
grandstand's
shade.
cleared out, but
Yeah,
around the
there
fence
is.
there's
Probably
ground level.
Might be a bit cool in the grandstand, I'm thinking.
getting
It's
out in the
just
sun.
getting a little bit of the last rays of the early April autumn sun.
So daylight savings ends Sunday morning.
It does.
All left again.
Yeah.
Bit
Well,
of excitement there. They thought
well,
maybe
there
it'd nip
was.
back.
I think he might have got one to nip back, but I mean, I think he's still 5th and 6th stump outside the line. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe Shakespeare could have covered his stumps just a fraction more, but I don't think there was any danger of that.
It would have been a
clipping off stump.
Shakespearean tragedy if that had cut him back.
It would have been a Midsummer Night's Dream. Maybe in the wrong
autumn.
end, yeah, in the autumn. It could have been a Romeo and Juliet effort. Maybe ending in tears.
Well, it's going to end in
But-
tears for one of these teams tomorrow.
But not. Yes.
Bailey looking to finish this over.
Play defensively, that's about the broadest bat of, I wonder if it's legal width. Might be, was it 4 1/4 inches or something in the old vernacular? He might have a 7 or 8 inch bat out there.
Half his luck.
But who knows?
End of the over. That was a maiden by Dan Bailey first up. No
We've
wicket for
had
2.
Had a few of those today, Dan.
What, 7 1/4 inch bats?
No, maidens.
Ah, right, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's getting very late in the day and
been a few of
concentration's
Been a few
waving.
of both of those. Well, maybe we can talk about the nightlife around New Lambton for those that are punters that are interested in, well, perhaps a bite to eat over at major sponsor West Leagues.
Yeah, get into the cantina if you like your Mexican.
There's a play in the miss by Benny Chew which got them all excited in the slips cordon.
Do they sell tacos on Good
line.
Friday?
Oh,
I don't want a fish taco.
well, yeah, no, fish taco, yeah, no.
No thanks.
They tapas over at West. They've got a number of fine restaurant dining
The
options.
roast of the day and the bistro. Though it's roast Friday. It's not happening, is it?
It's not.
Maybe a lovely seafood restaurant in there?
No. But having said that, there's I'm sure you can get seafood.
Maybe some calamari. Well, the Devon and tomato sauce bread rolls went down a treat in the lunch interval. They hadn't cooked too much in the car.
Enjoyed those. I think the catering was
Savage, man.
the catering's been out par excellence here today between Bean Boss, the Bean Boss Cafe
Yes.
on wheels as it was, and gee, didn't that take a pasting in the first couple of hours? With
I'm surprised they left when they did. They'd probably make a good trade for the whole afternoon.
It's well let go there by Benny Chew. I think he gave the impression that he was playing at it, but was a good 6 inches away from it. So that sort of I'm playing at that got everybody excited, but I think he was down the wrong line. Through to the keeper, Hainsworth. Geez, Marcus Hainsworth, good cricketer. A little bit of anecdotal information. Had Marcus in the, I think it was the 2003 Bradman Cup. Under 16 Bradman Cup side that Newcastle won Bradman Cup. That's gone through gully, third slip.
Flown
They're
away.
going to pick a few up for this. It's gone down towards the boundary. Hasn't gone.
They're just going to settle for 2 with
Two.
Shakespeare's
Shakespeare's taken a little slip over. Needed the long studs today, by the look of it.
Wasn't a knife in the back, was it?
No. They've taken 2. It was probably catchable if you had somebody there, but
Oh, look, that was regulation.
slips.
Probably what, third
call it
slip?
third slip. 2 slips in the gully and no third. Then it's a bit late now, but they're putting a third in.
Genuine edge.
Probably would have had one in to start with. You've got to make these
it's
decisions.
a bit late now, isn't it? He's probably going to smash this one through cover.
Well, as I was going to say, as long as they don't, as long as he doesn't hit another one straight there now. But yeah, it seems a bit like the old quote, "The horse is bolted."
Yeah, well, I mean, with 107 on the board, you wouldn't think you're going to defend that. You need to bowl them out. Attacking field from the get-go, give them cover.
Well, you don't think they could see out 90 overs and
Plus 10, 100 overs for under 107? No, I do not.
okay, yeah, that's
I can confidently stand on that.
good analysis
Assumption,
there, Dan. I think you're on the money with that. So one way or the other. So 10 wickets or 108
8 runs.
runs.
That's close. That's very close. He's got him. And Jace Lawson's got the breakthrough. Ben Chew.
It's given it.
He was caught on the crease. That looked very close from here on the angle of what? First slip?
Yeah, it did. Swung in again.
Is that umpire Knight or umpire Ranger? Is that the Dark Knight or the Lone Ranger at that end?
I heard you earlier on with these ones. I don't know. Do they change ends after the first
I'm not
innings?
sure which one's which.
Yeah, I can help you out if they're a bit closer, but I don't have my 180 binoculars on me at the moment. I'm going to suggest that they're both looking very similar. I'd suggest to you that Knight may well be at this end. So I think it might be
So
the
Knight
Lone
Nightlife?
Ranger. Yeah, Nightlife.
Nightlife at the club end.
We're gonna
And
get back, yeah, we're going to get back to that.
the Ranger from the west, the north, and the Cowboys come from up that Dowie way.
Yeah, I can recommend if you're heading home from the ground tonight and you decide that you need a bit of sustenance to go with your hot cross buns, that you might care to drop into the Lambton fridge on your way home.
Not today. It's Good Friday. They won't be open.
How do you know?
Because it's Good Friday. It's illegal for bottle shops to be open on Good Friday.
Is that right?
Yeah. But tomorrow, on your way to the ground or on your way home from the ground, Lambton Fridge.
Well, I'm sure the Lambton Fridge won't be doing anything that's illegal, so we just recommend that possibly you make an early start to the Lambton Fridge tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. I'm sure they'd be open, and quite a wide range of fine wines and
I reckon
and beverages.
I reckon you could nearly do one of those bottle of wines on a walk from the Lambton Fridge to Harker Oval. Not that we
Possibly.
encourage
No, responsible service and
responsible walking.
consumption.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Egg and bacon rolls on offer tomorrow, or we'll have proper meat on the barbecue.
We will have proper meat on the barbecue. I understand there's a few smoking operations going on tomorrow, so
I like the smoke, like the briskets or the.
I think there's been some things on people's barbecue for the last 12 hours or something.
Well, I won't have dinner tonight. I'll
Come down to Harker tomorrow, because it might be just more than your bacon and egg roll. But having said that, it's a good shout. I'll be looking for a bacon and egg roll tomorrow morning, so I damn well hope that is happening. But we've actually, I need to do that shout out to Michael McIntyre, who's over on the somewhere on the
Kalgoorlie Boulder area in the Indian Pacific.
Somewhere over there. I've got to tell him that Belmont have been dismissed, but we are
playing
one far.
Yeah, let him know West are one down chasing, but don't tell him what they're chasing.
Well, he's not on frog box, unfortunately.
Well, you shouldn't be telling him anything.
Indian Pacific's got nothing.
No internet
coverage.
coverage.
In fact, whether he's in fact got radio range, who knows? He might have to go up to see
phone coverage. Surely he's got internet coverage.
Well, no, it depends on where they stop, apparently. Didn't you know that all of Australia isn't covered yet? That's why my phone drops out in Charlestown.
Ah.
Big shout out to Vodafone there.
Well, maybe we need to get into Telstra as a major sponsor of the NDCA.
Well, that's right.
With the City of Newcastle, who do a fantastic job as our sponsor.
Right. Cash for comment.
I don't get involved in that. I'm a volunteer, and I do it all for the love of the game.
Okay. So this quite an exciting over here from Dan Bailey. He's had Shakespeare playing around a little bit. He's looking rather magnificent at the moment on his duck from 10 balls. This is the 11th, and he's He's gone to play it and in the end let go, and it's probably a good decision. The Belmont guys have gone a bit theatrical about the fact that that was close to off stump, but in all honesty, in the end it was probably a good leave.
Just wondering, did it shave a pad on the way through? Is that what the history?
Might have to have a look at the frog box replay there, Dan, just to give us a bit of
quickened up
commentary on that. Yeah, look, the Wickets, it's had a good baking of sun, and again, it'll be no different tomorrow, so possibly has quickened up, and new ball, hard ball on it, although it's going to have 10 overs of punishment at the moment.
Well, the sweater's off. Last ball of his second over, Dan Bailey. Yeah, that's a second maiden. West, in reply to Belmont's 107, are 1 for 4. They require 104 runs for victory and a minimum of 96 remaining overs. Belmont need 9 wickets. West, 108 runs. 104 runs now. Are Belmont just going to bowl 5 and 5, or do you think they might change it up towards the?
Well, it'll be interesting to
Late
see
play.
whether there is it'd be interesting to see whether there is a change. I mean, these two are high quality fast bowlers. It is a new rock, and you probably should take every advantage of it late afternoon. West's been in the field most of the day. We've got that third slip remembering to come in again now after that last over, and this will be Bradley Aldous.
The Adonis. Oh, that's a great ball first up.
Yeah, we're going to play and miss there again, and yeah, a little bit of advice there from Lawson, I think, on how he might like to play the next delivery. But
Well, he's got plenty of experience. I think he's got a right to offer that expertise, offer that.
I don't mind it. It was a jaffer of a ball, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see these two cop a little bit more over the remaining overs. Especially if they're going to keep playing and missing like that. So
they've
just got to get the right line, and but
that was a great ball.
It was a great ball from Lawson. Yeah, well, that one's been hit, so I don't know what we're appealing for there.
I think
but
he's got his arc right now, where the radar was just going down the leg side that first couple of overs.
Yeah, he's got the line. He's got the slips in place now, and yeah, and everything's at the stumps. So yeah, a lot of work cut out here for the West's batsmen.
Plenty of chatter out there, which is good. It's encouraged. Late in the day here at Harker Oval, day 1 of the NDCA Grand Final, first grade.
That's close,
Ooh,
but I think he's probably got a little inside edge onto
must
that.
have, because from the naked eye, I thought, ooh.
It looked like Lawson a little bit round arm on that one.
Yeah.
Might have been tailing down leg.
Possibly.
But either way, yeah, certainly getting some movement through the air. He's yeah, really got a good spell going here. Gee, you can feel, as warm as it's been during the day, Dan, just feel that sort of April, coolness getting through the air now. It's yeah,
The
it's a
April
beautiful
sun in
afternoon.
Harker.
April sun in
Wow.
Harker. Well, that's nearly wide, but well left by Aldous.
Only been one
umpire
wide all day
unmoved.
today.
There has been. It was
85
wide,
overs,
gotta
there's
say.
been 1 called.
No, it's been just again representative of some great bowling. So April sun in Harker.
You like that? Lawson in again. Bowling to Aldous. Well left.
Yeah, he left that pretty well. No movement on that one. I think the balls that are troubling the most is that real swing through the air, and yeah, that won't last all. Well, it'll last this 10 overs, but it won't be here all tomorrow. So they've got to cash in while they can.
That's right.
Belmont.
Well, just psychologically, if they can get at least another wicket tonight, just to give them that hope for tomorrow, if it's only right. We only need 8 wickets. 8 good balls.
Yep. And certainly from West's stop for this ball. It's down leg again. From the West boys, would hope that they'd be taking heart out of the Joey Gillard innings and the resistance there from Jace Lawson as well. Because at the end of the day, if you're in trouble as well, there's no reason why down the order this can't be your job. Don't leave it to the next person. So
that's
I'm
exactly
sure
right. And
that's where the West guys are sitting at the moment.
When 16-year-old Joey Gillard showed what can be done with just his patience, The ticker. I mean, he faced a ridiculous amount of balls. So my screen has been closed up. I can't see that column. But he faced a lot of balls.
Yep.
The great innings. Very impressive, that 31 not
A
out.
few changes here in the field for Bailey. We're into our, what over we into, Dan?
This
We
is
into
the sixth over, five
sixth
down,
over.
five to go for tonight.
Yeah,
Looks
five
like
to
he's
go.
bowling with an 8-1 field.
Yeah, it's an interesting field we got here. We got about, we've had a day where we've had no slips in place. Now we've got 4 of them there. So
I think he's tipping
5.
Shaky's might nick one.
we've got 5 of them. That's let go outside of off stump. Poor old Jamie Heath out here is the only guy at mid on, and he'd have a terrible, terrible chase if it went out through backward square, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
But-
well,
Dan's got to bowl one there for it to get there.
that's right.
So,
I'm tipping Mr. Shakespeare won't be putting a 1 foot down the wicket larrup over mid wicket. I think he's just
Yeah,
going
it's-
to only play if he has to,
think-
which is smart.
I think you're right.
But if you're going to have 5 slips, you probably want to encourage him to play.
I'll tell you what, he's got a good leave there, Dan, hasn't he?
He does.
Really, he practices that quite a lot.
Be like
When
Jeff
when he's
Marsh
in
in
the
front of
nets.
the mirror.
Yeah,
3 in the
yeah. Look, he
morning.
works sort of down at Wyong, so he's sort of gets to training when he can. It's generally dark, so yeah, the idea of a couple of throwdowns.
The fella is just gone.
Lost
Nice-
one
nice
overboard.
over
Hang
Castle.
on, hang on. We've had a bit of movement in the crowd. Whoops.
Oh, bit of extra bounce there too. He left that well.
Yeah, somebody just tripping over the seat in front of us there, Dan. It's can be tricky, these trestle seats. Been around since 1920, but
Especially the combination of thongs and beers.
thongs, well, yeah, and you would hope that that's been a responsible, not so much. I'm
I
sure
think it
the
was
service
just
responsible. I think
an accident.
The ability to step over the seat hopefully was responsible.
Yes. But we can't
The
succeed
dis-
all the
There's a
time.
bit of a dismount involved. That's
Shot.
a great shot from Shakespeare through cover. They might pick up 2 for here.
Easy 2, yeah. They're not even interested in 3.
That was just solidly out of the middle, and yeah, nice shot through cover. And it's nice to see Shakespeare off the mark there and give him a little bit of confidence. As we say, there's not a lot to play for this stage of the afternoon, but to be able to piece that one through there and get it, just keep the scoreboard ticking over is not a bad thing either.
That's right. First runs that Bailey's gone for in his 3 overs of this innings, which probably doesn't amount to much. Interesting to see how he comes back from that. Oh, made him play there.
Yeah, good ball, searching ball, but again, Shakespeare up to it, was able to play it down through into the slips cordon. No chance of anything on offer there. Very broad bat from Shakespeare.
Very much so. Regulation or not, he's using it well.
So back to that, what could you do tonight, Dan? Just for all those lovers of nightlife, as we mentioned, the West Club is freely available. There'd be other eatery.
Oh,
it's
hasn't
bowled
played.
him.
He's bowled him. He's left that alone and he's paid the ultimate price. A tragedy for Shakespeare.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
certainly a tragedy for Shakespeare.
Dan
It's not a-
Bailey
it's
ripped
not
that
a-
one through him.
Not a good leave. We've seen a little bit of that today. We've seen 2 or 3 offer their 3 stumps up and sort of have it left.
6 overs, 2 for 6.
Just a judgment thing.
Is this Aaron Bills coming out to bat?
I'll just be able to tell you in a minute.
No,
He's
it
just
was a
behind
bit
the
tall
side
for
screen.
him,
No,
didn't
no. Tommy Allen is the
Tom Allen.
batsman.
Okay, and that's updated too.
Tommy Allen coming to the crease. So we're
4
we're sort
overs
of-
left in the day's play and 2 for 6 off 6, chasing 108 for victory. We're still in the driver's seat, but another wicket tonight. I mean, it's only
Well, it's not beyond.
still
not-
plenty of talent to come, yes, but
It's not beyond the script, is it?
no.
I'd say to you though that the 2, you know, look, there's been a number of shots today, and maybe it's because it's a final that maybe a misjudgment, as much as that it has been good bowling
Yep.
by both sides. But certainly, yeah, West would be looking to lose no more than the 2.
No,
and,
that's right.
No guarantees here with Jace Lawson coming in at the northern end.
Confident stroke there. It's gone through. He's beaten mid off.
It's a really nice shot from
Going to go all the way.
Aldous, and it's gone for 2.
That's filled up.
I pick up 2, just a casually jogged set of 2 there. Aldous and Tommy Allen at the non-strikers end.
That round things nicely for us, Neil. 2 for 8, 100 required.
Well, it's easy maths there now, isn't it?
Mhm.
Wickets are 100, or 101 maybe. So in the death throes of day 1's play in the NDCA final, 2020-21, that's been well left outside of off stump by Aldous.
It's been a great day's cricket, hasn't it? It's still number of cars here, number of people still at the game.
Very
I
absorbing,
imagine,
very
yeah.
absorbing. Very absorbing. Great fight back from Belmont to give themselves, certainly something to bowl at, and they're certainly bowling at it right now.
Oh,
Well, that's gone through
that's
slips,
beaten
which
them all.
is probably
Does
a
that
bit
carry?
of a bit of a cardinal
have a
sin
look at
that it's
this.
actually gone through. It jogged a leisurely 2. You reckon that's carried?
It's gone past third. I think it might have been just in front a second, but that's spent some quality time in the air.
Certainly flew
It
off
didn't
the
it
bat,
didn't go to
but-
hand,
No.
but
I think if you're gonna have 3 in a gully, you got to stop those.
yeah,
It might be a bit controversial, but
that's okay.
cost
when,
them 2.
When you're sitting here with an open live microphone,
guess you just got to say what you got to say.
that's right. That's why you've got the fan base that you do.
Lawson in again.
Ooh, squared him up.
That's well bowled. I don't know. That's ended up out at point, but looked like it was going out through square legs. So obviously off the pad and outside of the line of leg stump, and then parried over. Notwithstanding that could have ended up on the stumps, I suppose. Ricocheted. Plenty of talk out there at the moment, pepping each other up, which is good.
as
from
well.
Belmont.
They need to. I mean, they're in the fight of their lives here, Belmont, and they need to take as many wickets tonight as possible. Jace Lawson, when he's got that hoop going on the stumps, he's very difficult to get away.
Yeah, that's a good shot there for Nunn. Defensive shot, I guess, from Aldous, picking out the only fielder at cover, leaving that a bit open there by the look of things between point and mid-off. Just the lone cover fieldsman, but at this stage of the day, runs really don't matter unless you get something loose. So
That's
it's really just making sure you're there for tomorrow morning.
Oh, dangerous leave, but he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, it is. He's Lawson's had some nice shape into the right-handers,
Yeah, I
and
don't know if I'd be,
always a worry that you might leave
Ooh.
something from a left-hander coming in. Understand the idea of not wanting to play at balls at the moment, but if it comes in and knocks your castle over, a la Shakespeare,
Very
it's kind
foolish
of,
when it occurs.
it's not a good feeling.
No. Last ball, the 7th over of play in this innings by Lawson. This is dug out, punched
Full
there to
dugout.
to mid off.
That's over. Found the
2 for 11 from 7. West require 97 runs to win the NDCA first grade grand final. The Belmont Whips require 8 wickets.
18 balls left in this day's play, plus or minus anything that's illegal.
So going back to your question before, apart from of course the West being open, I'd say I would suggest that some of the hotels in the area would be open for dinner. I don't think there'd be much in the way of live entertainment on Good Friday.
Wouldn't think so. I
I'd
think
say
it'd
save
be,
your dancing shoes for tomorrow
tomorrow
afternoon,
night,
evening.
Tomorrow afternoon.
Um,
Bit of a meal and
I'm
enjoyment.
unsure, but I do. What's tomorrow's date? April 3?
Yeah, it'll be April 3.
Just having a look at maybe on the racing calendar. You'd find nothing at Newcastle tomorrow. You'd have to be in
No.
Port Macquarie. So anything else to do in Newcastle tomorrow, unless you like watching people surf, is probably come on over to Harker Oval and watch the second half of this first grade grand final.
Tommy Allen got a broad bat with that one. Dan Bailey. Straight over the middle, straight through to cover, no run.
Okay.
Tense times here at Harker. The shadows of day one.
And the shadows are forming up. They are coming
They
across
are.
there from the west.
They go fairly low, fairly quickly. It's been a quick bowling effort though from Wests earlier on, and now Belmont. Oh,
Good
that's
shot.
played that out, just the gap. Jamie Heath worked hard to get down for that one, but
Yes, long way down from up there.
it is.
Tom Allen off the mark. Brings the Adonis back on strike at 2 for 12.
The Adonis doing a good job out there. He's been a man for it today, whether he's fielding at cover, bowling at both ends, or now batting. It's the type of thing you want from the club. Somebody that wants to step up and make it his.
Yeah, he's had a very good day out thus far.
Anyway, he's stepping out now. Dan Bailey into bowl. It's nice
Solid.
full delivery again and again, just able to be dug out of that block hole area. Just played defensively to cover.
The Kookaburras are having a bit of a giggle.
They are.
Nice to join us all the way from Toronto. 15 balls remaining in the first day of the first grade grand final. Dan Bailey charging in from the southern end, bowling to Brad Aldis. Let that go outside off stump.
Yeah, it's a good leave, that one.
Just
No
play
need to
when
play
they
at
play.
that.
Yep. And what's on the agenda this evening, Neil?
Well, I've got to go and deal with that trophy to make sure it gets down here for tomorrow, which I can do. I think there might be a bit of a debrief with the players and just make sure everything's set up for tomorrow. Covers will need to go down, of course, and although expecting some great weather tomorrow again for this day 2 of the NDCA first grade final. So
Genuine
he's
edge,
got
that's
that
gone through
genuine
too.
edge, and it's gone through as just for a single though this time. Must have got a hand down to
I
it.
don't think that's carried. I think it's just along the ground most way. Just watching the replay here. Yeah, no, it's just all the way along the ground.
Again, just without being critical, shouldn't have got through. But anyway, Aldis takes the one, and West will be happy with that, and puts Tommy Allen back on strike, I think, for the last ball of the over.
That would be correct.
So we've got, so covers duty, and then probably just a debrief at home to see how the family's going, and probably just settle into whatever's going on there.
A bit of Friday night football.
It's probably a good call, actually. I'm 1 from 1, so
Yeah, one-sided game last night.
it was. I didn't watch it. I was out with friends, but saw the result, and the mighty Penny Panthers are certainly going where they left off last year, aren't they? So they're almost a consistent, well, quite a
Well,
consistent
undefeated,
side.
4 from 4. Manly look
Poor old
like they're
Manly.
probably playing a grade or two above where they need to be.
See Desi Asler sign on for a couple of extra years, so well played, Des.
Full faith from the board, which means he'll probably be
Full
gone in
faith.
3 weeks.
Yeah, possibility.
I'm surprised they took
Reviews
him
being
back after the
undertaken.
stain he left on the
Well,
place.
that's right. And then went to the Bulldogs and then turns up back again, doesn't he? So the game's tonight. Dan, I haven't actually checked in on them.
I think
but,
there's a Canberra Gold Coast game from
That's
memory,
right,
which
there is
would
too.
be
And
more
that's up,
entertaining than
that's up on the Gold Coast, I think.
I
So
think that's the 7th,
could
the 8 o'clock game.
be an upset. Well, what's an upset? It's hard to say. I think that one's possibly hard to pick. Gold Coast looked good last week, and Canberra possibly a tad disappointing against the Warriors.
Well, I wonder how Ricky Stewart's backing up.
Albeit they had they had nobody left on the bench.
Okay,
did
well, there's
they?
a game on as we speak.
And the score is the Rabbits 14-0 over the
Correct,
Warriors.
in
aren't
46 minutes in.
they? Yeah, I think the Warriors are going to be up and down all year again.
Okay, I tell a lie. 8 o'clock, Storm Broncos.
Storm Broncos.
It's tomorrow night at 7:45.
Wow.
And Saturday night.
Couldn't that end up in any? And that's down in Melbourne or up in Brisbane, I wonder.
It's at
Amy Park.
Amy Park.
There we go. Shout out to Amy Park. But while we hang in there, Belmont's still got the 3 slips gully point cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, backwards square, as we've got Jace Lawson tailing in for his 3rd ball of one of the last couple of overs of the day's play. Into bowl to Tommy Allen. Tommy's played this out through gully. Quite a safe shot. He'll get 2 for it, I think.
Comfortable
the fieldsman in on that. Nice throw back into Hainsworth over the bails. Nice little 2 there to Tommy Allen.
2 for 16 midway through the 9th over, and that deficit just chipping away.
Bowled well today,
now.
Tommy. He's been working a little bit with Lyle McGuigan, bowling coach at Wests, and corrected just a little bit of the action. Bowled really well today, but his batting's what's needed now. A little bit high there, I think. Struck on the pad.
It's outside leg too, I'd suggest.
Yeah, didn't know really where it was. It was probably a chance out through backward square, but once again, that doesn't matter. 2 for 16, West Rosellas at the moment with an over to go.
Over and 2 balls.
Over and 2 balls. 8 balls to go in the day's play.
Lawson in for his penultimate ball. Gone.
That's caught out.
And
He's
that's
gone hard at that.
A great catch there at 2nd slip.
Yeah, really good catch. Look, went hard at it. Had probably no need to do that, but
Caught low and in front. That's a tough chance. And Tom Allen.
That's a world of hurt for West.
The commentary curse has struck again.
This looks like Aaron Bills.
It does.
Aaron Bills coming into bat now, but yeah, West didn't need that. Yeah, went hard at it, and really good catch low down. We haven't had anything in slips today, and here we go. We go to the 89th over to get something.
Luke Muddle going by the frog box. Great catch there, down low and in front there at 2nd slip. Always tough to take, especially 89 overs into the day's play. But he took that easily, and Jace Lawson toiling away here. He's bowled really well in this short 5 over spell. He's got 2 for 12 with 1 ball remaining for him. 3 for 16. Okay, all the...
This is Bill's a left-hander, so it'd be interesting just to see how Lawson shapes away now.
Gordon's already set up for him.
It is. And they'll be all over this one like a wet sock. 1 ball to come in the over. And then
1 ball remaining and then 1 over. Okay, the arm wrestler, West still in control, but it's only 7 wickets now Belmont need. They've got a whole day to get them. West just need to get 92 runs.
It sounds, all sounds so simple, and sometimes you think there's never enough wickets in the shed, do you? It's, 7 wickets sounds like a lot, especially if you put 300 on the board. He's played and left a little bit of good shape outside of off stump, but Bills has quite comfortably let that one go. They got a bit excited behind the stumps, which is nice. But yeah, no, that's let that go on the replay. So Dan Bailey for the last over. Really gone hard with the quicks in this 10 overs spell Belmont, and it's reaped them some rewards. Certainly 3 scalps of the West Rosellas, 16 on the board, so they've knocked off a little bit of this total, but was never about runs really. It was about just maintaining wickets, and Belmont's been good enough to get amongst 3 of them with 6 balls to go. The West boys will be hoping that this is how it remains at Stumps.
And Dan Bailey, on the other hand, he'll be wanting to get at least 1 more wicket into that reading before Stumps this afternoon.
Yep, quite an attacking field here being set last over by Belmont. Solid in defence is Aldous.
Yeah, I don't think the Adonis will be making too many flash moves. It'll be just survival now. 5 balls, get to Stumps.
Just from a West point of view, I'd be looking for 5 more of those to be fair, but we'll just play it ball by ball, take 1 ball at a time, Dan.
Love the cliche, but it's spot on in this circumstance.
Nobody asked me to put a cliche in there either, but I thought I'd better offer one.
No, look, sometimes the best answer are the most obvious. That's why we have $1.90 favourites in racing.
Oh,
And there goes
here-
Jamie.
Here's a challenge for Jamie. This is the only, it's a single.
Very
The
interesting. Should
only-
they have taken the single?
The only man on the leg side. Well, it's a good question. I mean, Bills is quite an accomplished batter. He is a left-hander, so Bailey's got to adjust here. He's got 4 balls to get it right. But Bills is at I wouldn't say he's in the best form of his life. So
Top scorer 41 this season.
he's batting for his life here now. He's got 4 balls to get through. He bowled really well today, but he can bat, and he now needs to. He really needs to stand up here now.
So Bills facing 4 balls. 3, 4, 5, 4 slips. Gully point cover. Solid technique.
Yeah, that's solid.
That's what you want to see.
That's solid. Good length there from Bailey though. Gives himself every chance.
I'd be interested to know who's padded up, just in case.
Well, I'll tell you now, it's Stuart Morgan.
I think someone is padded up. Oh,
so,
yeah, there he is.
So if ever I've seen this is reminiscent of Bradman in 36-37, where the tail went in on the wet wicket and then he went and scored 200.
Did you get free tickets to that game?
I was never alive then. Dan, thanks for the offer. Yeah,
Good him,
yeah,
yes.
bull tish. No, not even. I don't even think my.
Oh, back leg, he's
pitching-
gone up.
Nah,
Pitch
pitching,
outside
pitching
leg.
outside leg for
More of a
surely.
hopeful appeal, I think.
Oh,
Silly, maybe, but
wow.
4 for 16.
Well, yeah, but you know.
Have you ever seen an umpire give an LBW which may not have actually been out in all your
Yeah,
years of cricket?
I probably have, but I'm also looking at 2 of the finest
Yes.
out there who have had a really good day out there today. So
Phil Ranger,
no,
Kieran Knight, both had
backing
extraordinary
these
days.
backing these two in to make good judgment calls with 2 balls to go.
2 to come.
Last 2 balls of the day's play. Yeah, that's
Very confident
solid by
stroke.
Bills. Got to say, he's picked out the only bloke on the only fielder on the leg side again, but that's again
Well,
that's okay.
Great placement.
The good news is Bailey's pitched up. He's played straight rather than playing around his pad, and gave that the full focus of the woodwork of the bat. So, barring a no ball wide or some poor excuse of a delivery, this will be, unless I've miscounted,
No,
the
this
last ball of the day.
Should be the final ball of day 1 of the NDCA first grade grand final. Bailey bowling to Bills. Great nut, full.
He's dug it out, which pleased the 6 slips and 5 gullies that they seem to have in. So that's the end of the day's play. Dan, I'll let you wrap it up, and thanks very much for having me along, and I'll look forward to joining you tomorrow.
Will do, thank you, Neil. So that's Stumps on day 1 of the Newcastle District Cricket Association grand final between West and Belmont. To recap the day, Belmont won the toss and elected to bat. Belmont were dismissed for 107 inside 80 overs. Top scoring, Jace Lawson with 37, and a great innings from Joey Gillard of 31, not out. Joey Price took the figures with 5 for 26 from his 20 overs, ably supported by Brad Aldis with 2 for 27. Jeremy Noonan 1 for 21 from 18. Tom Allen 1 for 7. Aaron Bills 1 for 20 from his 15. And in reply, West had 10 overs to face, and they've lost 3 wickets for 17 runs. Ben Chew LBW to Lawson for 4. Andrew Shakespeare was bowled by Dan Bailey for 2. And Tom Allen, 2 overs out from Stumps, caught at second slip by Luke Buddle off the bowling of Jace Lawson. The 10 overs, 3 for 17. So tomorrow, day 2 of the NDCA grand final, it's quite simple. West need 91 runs to claim the first grade premiership. Belmont needs 7 wickets. Play will resume here at Harker Oval tomorrow morning on Saturday at 11 a.m. sharp. Get on down to the ground. Free entry, barbecue will be cranking, refreshments available. Bring your car in, bring your family, bring the kids, play on the hill. Easter Saturday at Harker Oval for the final sessions of play in the NDCA Grand Final for season 2020-21. On behalf of Aaron Gray and Neil McDonald, I'm Dan Saunders signing off. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the NDCA Grand Final between Belmont and West.